パドルパドル。Go! Go! Hello everyone. How's it going? Welcome to the Friday stream. It is that time of the week again. And yeah, we're trying to keep it up with the weekly tier lists again. Lancer 1, I would say, went pretty okay, even if it was like really long. So I'm hopeful that today's rider list will also go pretty smoothly. There's even a few less of riders, so you know, I guess that's pretty cool. It helps a little bit. So yeah, obviously the plan today is to do the rider class servant tier list. We're moving now into the cavalries, with rider being the first one. I guess next week is caster, if I remember correctly. But nevertheless, it should hopefully be a fun time again. And I'm glad to announce that Plushie will be joining me once again. He says he will probably be able to stay for the full thing, but there's a chance they might, you know, ring him up to do some other stuff. But yeah, here's hoping he can stay for the full duration. And if he can't, you know, so be it. I will just solo whatever there's left. When will I do extra class? Well, if these go weekly, you can kind of do the math yourself, right? So this week is Rider, then Caster, then Assassin, then Berserker, and then we do the first part of the extra class, and then finally the second part of the extra classes. So that's like the planned schedule at least. Add 1 week between all those lists basically, so not for like a month or so. I won't be touching the extra classes, if that makes sense. But don't worry, they will get covered too. So yeah, so far the streams this week have been pretty good in my opinion. I've had a lot of fun playing the free-to-play account as well. It's gonna take a little bit pause for now. Maybe we'll continue next week. I have a lot of other streams lined up for the rest of the week, including this one. But I will still try to log in and etc. I even managed to grab the monthly tickets before the reset, so that's cool. Also, we'll probably post another highlight video of the account later today too. And then tomorrow morning when I wake up is probably when the tier list is gonna go up as well. So a lot of content dropping. Isn't that nice? You have enough extra classes to span 2 weeks. I mean, that's what we did last time as well, and yeah, if anything, it's arguable you should maybe do it in 3 weeks for all the extra classes, but yeah, I still think it's doable in 2. So yeah, don't worry, it's definitely enough for 2 weeks of lists. Both of the parts will probably be at least 4 hours long. So don't you worry. We'll make another update on the Archer tier list for the White Daydu servant. Probably not. because he's not even on. He doesn't even have an entry on the list. But you never know. No plans for that for now. Anyway, hope you guys are having a nice Friday. Let's not, dilly-dally too much, because this will be a long stream, if I had to guess. Probably overtime again. But so be it. I want to do a thorough job. Now, first of all, Scott, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. And Mr. Klidge himself also with the 7-month resub. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone, to the Go Gang. Alright, let's see here. Enjoying a little tablet to hopefully help my throat. Oh yeah, one thing the alert box is gonna be disabled basically as well. So I should, boom, there it is. Looking for that. That's the one thing I forgot. Okay. Woo woo woo. I like that it's like exactly 3 rows in this level of zoom. So it's 14 per row, so 42 total. Quick maths. Pretty cool. Do I like German music or a random playlist? No, these are song requests that my viewers are requesting. But like none of these are songs I myself am playing. But I do like Rammstein, for instance, because I am a metalhead and they have many good songs. The band that just played, basically. And I like anime music as well, like right now it's Chainsaw Man opening. So, yeah, it's all nice stuff. Okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We even have a new thing for this week, which is pretty cool. I can show it. This thing, which I'll mention during the intro as well. So you might think that this is the same single target looping sheet, but it's not. This is actually a list another person made based on the other one that is going to be way more realistic. Like, for instance, there's no Oberon, because you can't, like, normally you don't defeat bosses in 3 turns, right? And that list was also assuming brute forcing MPs back to back to back with no refund from face cards. This is going to try and be a bit more realistic, which I like. So I'll be talking about this during the intro too. So it's a, better look at like servant potential in a realistic scenario. Very cool. Okay. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna call Plushie right now because we really need to get going here. Hopefully he doesn't get surprised when I'm calling him. He should be expecting this though. Also, we might need to bump his audio because my new setup is louder. Let's see. So far he's not picking up. Maybe he's on the toilet or something. No worries though. How are you guys doing, by the way? Ready for the weekend? Hopefully. Oh, there he is.
Woo. Oh shoot, sorry.
No worries.
Alright.
Okay, cool. I might actually have to bump your audio up because with my new setup, my own mic is a bit louder. So can you say some things in chat? Can let me know if I need to bump you up, which I think I might need to.
Oops, let me...
Yeah, you can say some like stuff like right now.
Hello. I gotta like open up the stream, see what's happening.
Alright. So is he like, for chat, is he like near my level in volume? Because that would be kind of the ideal. Yeah, okay. I might have to bump down on the music a little bit though, because I really need to be able to hear Plushie better. So sorry about that. Actually, I'll do a comp. I know how to fix this. I'll increase the volume of the music in OBS so you guys can still hear it better, but then we'll reduce the audio on Nightbot, so it's lower for me, but that should be around the same stuff. Wow, amazing tech. Mine is a bit higher, but it's fine. You know what? I'll bump him up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, we should be good. So, Plushie, how's your Friday? Are you tired?
Yeah. I had to deal with it's the JP thing. It's just nothing.
Oh, a JP thing?
Yeah, I had like my App Store account's having some trouble, and it'll take like 3 more days for me to be able to log back in, so I have to like use another
Really? No.
device to play with it. Yeah.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
It's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a couple of days. Yeah. It's like Monday. Hopefully they'll get sorted out. Anyways, yeah, it's not important.
Well, hopefully it's sorted out soon.
Yeah.
Hey. So yeah, this list is like 3 servants less than the Lancer. So pretty similar, but you know, maybe a little bit faster. Not too bad. You have some rider hot takes ready? We even have some of your, you know, kind of servants that people associate with you.
Rider Karma is pretty bad, gameplay wise, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So as usual, I'll do like a intro, and I'll give you like a clear cue, and when you can, you know, say some stuff again. And after the intro, we'll just wing it like usual. Just do the thing, yeah. Again, for people that like might be resub right now, I can't really, you know, pause my... Once we get going, I can't really pause to just reach subs and whatnot. So I'll do all of that at the end. So as you can see from the bottom, all the alerts will be off. So hopefully you guys understand, because we really want to just, you know, do the thing, keep going until the end, and yeah, because it's going to be a long list, that's for sure. But thank you for all the resubs, very cool. Okay. Okay, your time to enter good old YouTuber mode for the intro. Alright. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2023 class tier lists. We are now done with the knights as of last week, and now we're moving on to the cavalries. First off, we got the good old riders, okay? Very cool. This time we have 42. A little bit less than lancers last week, but you know, certainly a big amount of servants. That includes 3 new servants this year, or in the past year, between the lists, that is. So not the most, you know, not a huge addition to the pool, but you know, we have some new stuff to talk about, and also a few new buffs as well. And I might change some of the placements from last year as well, of course. Now, so as usual, for all the placement criteria, etc., please refer to the video that should be on the top right of the corner if you're watching this on YouTube right now. So it's like a PSA video I made earlier that kind of explains the thought process that I mainly focus on when I do place servants. So again, refer to that video. I made it so I don't have to repeat them every single time. So no, we save a little bit of time. Very cool. So yeah, again, if you're someone that plans on watching this entire thing, first of all, thank you. That's very cool of you, be it on stream live right now or on YouTube later. But if you are watching the full thing, definitely grab a drink or something, maybe even a snack, because again, this is probably going to be another 4 or 5 hour thingy in its entirety. Now, for people that don't want to watch the full thing, which again, very understandable, this is a lot of hours. So I will be, for YouTube, I will be writing down timestamps of each servant in this list. So if you open up the description, you will be finding exact timestamps as to when I start talking about the servant in question. So feel free to use those to jump around in case you just want to hear about specific servants. And but do check the end as well, just in case, because we might shift some stuff at the end after all the initial placements have been done, or even some during the list itself. So before you write angry comments, you know, always check the end if possible. And regarding that note, try not to take this too seriously. It's just silly fun. It's nothing like too objective. So like, we're just here to have a good time and talk about servants. Now, before we begin again, luckily this time I also have my lovely partner Plushie with me here. He has once again taken some time off his busy schedule to be able to do this with me. So let's have Plushie say a few words as well.
Hey everybody, I'm back. Hopefully last week's takes weren't too hot, and yeah, looking forward to reviewing more servants, I guess.
Yeah, you're here for Summer Carmilla, right?
Kind of.
Totally. Yeah. Okay, so he's very cool. Now, he might have to bounce at some point, but maybe he can stay for the full list as well. We don't really know yet, but regardless, I'm very happy that he's here, even if it won't be for the full thing. And finally, we'll do some shoutouts and also introduce a new thing. So shoutout wise, shout out to Copy for making this lovely template, and also I will be linking the template in the video on YouTube later as well. So if you guys make your own tier lists, we can do like a follow-up video later in the future where you have this, where I have this like community rank button. Also, I just realized you can't see my mouse, so let's fix that. There we go. So there's this button right here. So it does give, it gives you like an average of where people play stuff. So maybe we can do like a fun retrospect later down the line. So feel free to make your own lists as well. Now shout out to Jord for his looping sheet. And now there was some feedback regarding this as well. I personally kind of agree to it, that it would be nice to see like max damage comms, like triple supports on every single one, because usually these only display like the minimums. Well, maybe not the minimums, but like good comms, but not like max damage comms. But Jord is also a very busy man, so it would be a lot of additional lines. So I understand if he, doesn't have the time to do it. But yes, that feedback is definitely noted. But still, a very nice list to refer to. Now, regarding the single-threaded loop sheet, we actually have a new one, which actually we'll be kind of checking out today. So again, feedback was given on the previous one, which I kind of agree, it wasn't the most realistic one, because it was like brute forcing back-to-back-to-back MPs with, no face cards taken into account, etc. So this list, I'll give you like a TLDR. This is a new version made by Trevor. Maybe, I'm not sure if I pronounced the name correctly. But, so, to keep it short, in this sheet, these are going to be like more realistic numbers for the DPS. And Oberon is just straight up omitted from all the comps, because again, during a fight, you probably won't be finishing the fight in the third turn, for instance. And it's also calculated with non-MLB Black Grail. Now, in the list itself, there will be 3 columns titled Normal, Peak, and Potential. Normal is basically, with support buffs and your own buffs, granted there are 3 turns, it's like the lowest ceiling you can expect to see, right? The peak is like with all buffs active, like even including the 1-turn buff some servants have, max damage, usually on turn 3, right? And potential is like the all-time craziest, like peak of the peaks. It's like perfect RNG, face cards, everything, high damage rolls, maybe even support MPs that can help with OC or just give you buffs that help with damage as well. So yeah, I do agree that the peak is, it's sorted by the peak one, which I think is the most realistic one. But yeah, it's always nice to see all the other columns as well. Now, this will also be linked in the video. So if you want a better understanding of how the list works, please check this first tab. It explains everything. There's a lot of notes. This was just a very, bare minimum of me talking about it. So do read it yourself. But I do think this is a much more realistic scenario. So it's going to be fun to refer to this as well. And of course, big shout out to Plushie once again for taking time to, cooperate me in filling up this writer tier list. Very, very awesome. Cool stuff, okay. Oh yeah, and George's list, it does have explanation tab here as well. So for people wondering how exactly it works, check this one as well. But this is a little bit more straightforward, I feel like. Okay. So there we go. I think we're done with the intro. Oof. Now, again, apologies in advance. My throat will start dying sooner than later. So if my voice starts to sound a little bit hoarse, whatever, rough, I might start coughing a bit, clear my throat. Don't worry. Again, my doctor has given me the okay. It's not going to damage my voice. It's just like fatigue while I'm dealing with my reflux, okay? It's just going to happen. But don't worry. It's not like anything too serious to worry about. Okay, so yeah, I think we are good to go. As usual, we will be starting from the lowest rarity all the way to the highest, from 1 star to 5 star. And then within the rarities themselves, the servants are ordered in the order of release. So oldest to newest inside the rarities. So yeah, let's just immediately kick this off. The first term we're going to talk about is going to be the only one-star rider, aka Mr. Bartholomew Roberts. So he's like an AoE, quick rider, kind of a supporty type as well. If anything, he can be used in some setups too. But I would say, he's kind of a mixed bag overall. Now let me also grab my stat references here. Not that they're truly super important for like the really low stars, but it's always nice to get a reference. Attack-wise, as a DPS, mostly his attack is pretty much average or just slightly below it. But even if you're high on the 1-star stat, it's still gonna be on the weak side anyway. It's just a low stat. Now his deck is a double quick, double arts one, which honestly, yeah, it works. I suppose triple quick would be probably better, but usually they don't give that out to, servants outside of Assassin too much, but sometimes. Skill-wise, as a pirate, he obviously has Voyager of the Storm, because, it's a pirate thing apparently. He has a pretty good rank on it. It's not a great skill though, I'll be flat out, it's not good. I like that it gives you 2 different damage buffs on AoE, which is cool, because, they multiply MP damage and attack, that is, but it's a very low 17% each and only for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown, so not a good skill. The only upside is that, you get a bit more damage for your big whammy turn. Pretty old though, they need to start updating these two at some point. Now, his second skill has been buffed, so it's like one of his supporty type skills where he reduces his own absorb by 100% for 3 turns. Now, the way absorb works is that if you're going to increase someone's absorb, you usually need a lot of it, right? Like, for instance, you have a base like around 10 or so absorb for a berserker. To actually make them get stars, usually triple digit isn't even enough. You might need to give them like 4 digits, like 1000% or several. But when you go down, it actually is easier to calculate. So for a rider like him who has a base of 200 in this case, what this does is it reduces it by 100%. So it basically eliminates his star weight. Now that doesn't mean he can't get any stars unless, there's no one else to give stars to. He can, but it actually does make a big difference. So in this direction, this basically kind of nullifies his high rider absorb, which is cool because it also gives crit damage to the party. And I believe he has stars on the 3rd skill as well soon. So, besides that, party 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Actually very good for a 1-star. Super solid. And a pretty neat 10% AoE battery now with the buff as well. So, for a 1-star, I think it's a fairly good skill. Makes sense. And then the 3rd skill, sadly it's only self quick up for 3 turns, 20%. And then AoE crit chance down for 3 turns, 20% on the enemy. I always like that debuff. And then a fairly good 20-star bomb as well. So for a 5-turn cooldown, it's actually a good skill. This could even work on like, gold servants too, no worries. And obviously the stars go well hand in hand with his 2nd skill. So, his allies probably are going to get those stars instead of him. Because he himself probably won't be doing the highest amount of DPS. I really do wish the quick up was AoE though, because everything about him kind of seems like not so selfish, but I guess they wanted to keep this for himself only. Oh well. Riding D, actually not bad. Obviously useful for him as a quick rider. Could be a higher rank though. Now obviously most riders will have this passive of some rank, but yeah, he he could use a higher one, I suppose. And then a base magic res of E rank, so not a whole lot of debuff res right there. Berserker append, always nice, even if he might not be the highest DPS ever, it's good. And then his fun MP, I don't know what to call it otherwise. So a normal effect besides damage, we have a 20% defense down for 3 turns on that AoE. Sadly, after damage would be really good if it was before, would help a lot with his lacking stats. And then the OC, which is a damage mod against bronze enemies. So any enemy that is like bronze in color of the nameplate, he deals a lot of damage against. Now sadly this doesn't even include like silver enemies, let alone gold. So it's a bit limited, and usually bronze enemies are only in the easiest of the easiest content. maybe mixed in sometimes with some of the harder content, but really it's not that big of a deal in my opinion. This is like the anti-poor MP, yeah. The MP, I wish he had like a supporting MP instead, and then maybe if his third skill was AoE, he would actually be a very legit support. But as he's kind of a mixed bag in my opinion. I don't think we even have numbers for him in the loop big sheet. Yeah, no, I probably can't even loop, honestly. I'm just gonna make that assumption. So Plushie, what do you think about the Bart? I think he has some cute uses for like a, you know, when you level him up to like, what is it, level 30 or is it 40 to get all these skills? Oh yeah. And then, you know, just don't foe him and he's still easy to kill. I think that's a pretty cute use, but what else do you think?
I mean, that's the only thing I use him for. I don't really use him for anything else. He is usually a buffer, a throwaway buffer if I don't have enough cost or I need or the enemy boss deals very little damage, so I would need a 1-star to be killed. But a lot of the buffs that I feel like he's like on the edge. A lot of the buffs that you suggested would push him over the edge. Like for example, if the quick up was AOE, I might even pick him over Wu or like a
true,
secondary quick support, right? So I think he's solid. The 50% crit up is definitely solid, and it comes with the stars. And once again, as you explained, the star weight down really nullifies the problem with rider supports. So I think he's solid, but I really don't know like anything about him being a main DPS. I've never used him as a main.
I don't think it's really viable to. It's just there's so many better options that you probably would never really consider it, honestly. And the niche on the damage mod on the MP is just it's not really that good.
Yeah.
Last year it seems like I placed him on C+, which I feel like is, you know, kind of fair. Pretty much. What do you feel like?
I think bronzes are the hardest to rate because there's like no.
I do like the setup potential though with the 1-star cost as well.
Yeah, there's like it's really hard, right? Because you can't really compare. How do I put this? Like, there's nobody to compare it with, right? So
yeah, true.
Bronze are always hard. Yeah.
Okay, some chat members seem to say B, but I think I will maybe just slide him back into C+, honestly. I feel like they could still give him like one more buff of sorts. Yeah. But he's not useless, at least. You can use him, mostly for setups though. I probably wouldn't use him like a full-blown support, like I expect him to live for long, or even for DPSing, but for setups, yeah, not too bad.
Which is kind of a shame. His like a part of his buff was the cooldown reduction. It went from 6 to 5, but it never like comes into play ever because he's not gonna live for 5 turns. So
yeah, I guess people are saying he can be compared to Alexander, but honestly, I really wouldn't compare them too much. Yeah, they're both AoE quick riders and low stars, free MP5s, but I think Alexander is the more legit DPS, and I wouldn't really pick Alexander for support, even if he has like 2 AoE buffs. I would just mainly think of him as like a okay DPS. Whereas Bart, I think he will mostly, he's the opposite, where I would just pick him for like a setup support, never for DPS. So even though they might seem similar, I don't think I really like the comparison too much.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like I don't know much about a lot of these writers, but I never use Alexander as support. Like it's never gonna happen.
I mean, he has a buff removal as well. We'll get to that later. But yeah, even then, you can do a lot better, even on like free to play accounts.
Yeah, I'd pick Phantom for buff removal.
Ooh. Shout out to the Assassin tier list incoming next week, or actually next week is 2 weeks, but yeah. Okay. So we'll move on to Mr. George then. Now we're going back to day 1 for a little while here. So he's a fun one. So if someone doesn't know, he is a rider tank, either used for setups, or you can actually use him outside of setups as well. Like, no joke, even with 2-star stats, sometimes it's not enough, but sometimes it actually can be quite good. Like, he with his skill sets, he can actually live for several turns despite having a 3-turn taunt. So let's take a brief look at him then. So among 2 stars, he has 9.2k HP, which is actually on the high end, probably one of the highest, if maybe not. I'm not sure who has the highest, but he's definitely one of the highest HPs for 2 stars, which makes sense because you really want the HP rather than the attack on a tank. Deck is pretty simple, same double arts, double quick as Bart. Sure, it works for him. There's no, I don't think any deck changes will really change his playstyle too much, so it's not really all that relevant in his case. His first skill, his bread and butter, 5-turn cooldown, you get a 3-turn taunt, and a big 40% defense up for self for 3 turns. This actually is pretty big. If the enemy does not have defense ignore, even with his like 9k HP, just over 10k with 1k foes, and maybe even more from some CE equip on him, he can actually take hits, for sure. This really is the thing that makes him what he is, this skill right here. Not only is it an amazing taunt skill, but yeah, it just works for him and gives him a place in the game. Then the second skill, self-mental debuff rest, 100% for 3 turns. I wish it was debuff rest fully like Daeon, for instance, but you know what? It's something, it's a defensive thing. You really don't care too much for offensive buffs on him. They're kind of just a waste, so, you know, the more defense, the better. A decent 2k heal as well, 5-turn cooldown. It's an okay skill. Even if it's old as hell, it's not the worst, it's not the best. It works for his kit, I suppose. And then sadly, he has a base guts. There are still some base gutses in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if they buff this at some point, like Leonidas, for instance, comes to mind of the recent, similar servants. But his is only a one-time 5-turn guts and a 7-turn cooldown, which is very standard, which is kind of weak nowadays. 2.5k HP. Maybe if you also have, after you live the guts, if you have like the second skill and the first skill up again with the heal and the defense up, you might even be able to tank even more after the guts, but it really depends on your cooldowns and or other skills and MC abilities available. But yeah, the kit itself, while it's basic, and I wish they buffed the third skill, it makes sense. It's all full defensive stuff. He's a tank, he doesn't care for DPS, memes aside, so yeah, it's not bad at all. Magic Grisey is very lovely because, again, he can be used in serious boss battles. Writing B, it helps a little bit. I don't think you really need the MP or the star gain or anything like that, but, it's there. It's the writer passive. Berserker Bodus, again, good affinity, but, again, he's really not a huge DPS. Then the MP. This is there's going to be a lot of mixed opinions about the MP. Some people will, they love the dragon meme train and they think it's legit. I'm still of the firm opinion that it will never be a legit thing, like to make, get him be a dragon enabler for your anti-dragon servants. I would much rather just pick like better supports instead of this. But you know what? People can live their dreams. It's fun. So the dragon part, I don't trust it. I don't like it. I wish he had more defensive focus. In fact, I wish he had a support MP instead. Now, however, outside of that, at least the OC has use because it's a base 20% defense up for 1 turn on himself. I wish either the number was a bit higher or I wish it was more than 1 turn, maybe like 3 times 3 turns. That could also be cool. This could be still buffed in the future, but at least the OC is fine for his playstyle. Damage is gonna be very, very terrible though. I don't think I even need to show you the numbers on the sheet. You're just not gonna pick him for damage. There's no point. So, what do you think of George Plush?
I mean, he's pretty staple, right? Like everybody knows George is the tank. The level 1 thing for solos and.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm going to cut you off for a little bit. I forgot to mention the Bond CE. I forgot to mention. This is one of the rare cases where the Bond CE is very much worth noting. So in his Bond CE, when he dies, your allies that are alive get an invul for 1 hit and a 1k damage cut for 3 turns, which is actually pretty good. This is very usable. This is usable on a level 1 George for setups, for solos, etc. But this is also usable on a full level George on tanking. It is a fine CE. So, very good on both cases. You can continue now.
Yeah, it's very good. So, of course, for solos, probably, arguably, sometimes not the best pick because it's ridiculous, but sometimes he doesn't die, even at level 1, right? He's ridiculous. And as a normal tank, of course, 3 turns. It's really easy to use. It's just on a skill. You can just press it. You don't have to use your MP to sustain it like Leonidas. And in the short term, like sometimes when you're fighting a boss, you can just put him in the back or put him in the front, and just buy yourself an extra 3 turns or something. It's really, you've seen George been used in like every situation ever. I've even seen like people who really like George. They can solo bosses with him because the defense up is actually pretty ridiculous combined with the MP.
Like if it's a boss that has like a multi-hitter, so he gets enough MP game to also sustain the defense up from the MP. Yeah, it's very doable.
Yeah, for sure. So he's like a very, very, very good tank. There's kind of not much to complain.
Like I would say the only stuff to complain is the guts is still very basic and his 2-star stats. If he was 5-star stats and he had a better guts, he would be the best tank in the game easily. Like just flat out easily the best tank. High uptime on the taunt, full defensive stuff, easy to keep alive. But yeah, that's the only downside is the stats and the guts being kind of basic nowadays.
Yeah, and even the dragon thing, I know it's a huge meme, and I have seen specifically Crimhild use him as a,
she has that
as
too.
as a giver. I have not seen him with Sigurd much, which is kind of weird, which I'm gonna assume that they should work the same, but like regardless, it's a really solid servant. I don't think there's much to complain.
Well, last year I plopped him into like A, which I feel like is fair, but I'm thinking maybe even A+, honestly, because he's very unique in what he does.
I mean, that's fair.
Like he's like the best in this category, kinda.
In terms of usability, he's definitely still one of my most used servants, even though most of the time it is
for setups, but still, like it matters.
Yeah,
when it's that common.
The Bonsi is so strong. The Bonsi is so strong. Like if you guys like you're farming stuff and you want to backline a low star to farm Bond, I recommend him.
Yeah, everyone should get his Bonsi. It really is that usable. Like if you already don't have a Bond 10 George, just plop him in every single one of your party. He's cheap at 2 stars. Just get his Bonsi. You won't regret it. You will have uses for it.
Yeah.
I think I'll actually upgrade him to A+. So usually I'm gonna try and be a bit more savage this year, but I think maybe I kind of a little bit undervalued him last time. I mean, A is still a fine rank, obviously it's not bad at all, but I feel like because I still use him to this day as well a lot. Over the years, I always find a use for him, even if it's mostly for setups. He just works.
Yep.
Okay, now we're gonna move on to the last of the bronze servants. We got Blackbeard. Okay. So another AoE pirate. This time we have a buster one. On the 2-star stat line, his attack is just above average, but again, keeping in mind it's still 2-star stats, so you're not really gonna make him suddenly like DPS like insane amounts. He has the more standard rider deck, I feel like, which is the double buster, double arts deck. We're gonna see a lot of this today. You know what? It makes sense. It's fine. And we're back with Voyager of the Storm. 1% less for the buffs than Bart. Big deal. So yeah, again, I already said what I wanted to say about this skill. It's weak nowadays. It needs better uptime or to do something else as well. I like the mixed buffs, but that's it. That's the only good thing I can say about it. Second skill, actually not terrible. So it's a self-attack up for 3 turns, 27% 5-turn cooldown, so not too bad. And then I like that it has like quote-unquote unlimited guts. So he gives himself a one-time guts, which only revives him in 1 HP, but the thing is, this guts has no duration. So what you can do is immediately use this turn 1 to get the attack buff and get your guts rolling. And also it's on a 5-turn cooldown. For an unlimited guts, if you actually want to use him as a DPS, I would say in most fights, you can absolutely get 2 gutses off of him with this skill alone. Because of the fact that it doesn't expire, and you probably won't be dying in the first 3 turns if you're trying to protect him as a DPS. Now, there is a demerit as well, which is a minus 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. Sometimes can be annoying, but it's not the biggest deal ever, I feel like. This is actually still to this day kind of a legit skill. Even if it looks kind of basic. Now then we got the absolute simp EX skill on the 3rd skill. It's an AoE heal for 2k, and then another 2k heal for female or feminine looking trait allies. Yes, that is a thing. So yeah, he himself gets a 2k heal, and everyone else that's a female or feminine looking gets a 4k heal. This sort of 6-turn cooldown is garbage. Like, it's just flat out garbage. I love the lore though, it's absolutely simp. I love it, but as a skill, it is terrible. This should be at most a 4-turn cooldown because it's also niche, and even then it wouldn't be amazing. It has no business being a 6-turn cooldown. It's trash. So overall, his skill set definitely hasn't aged too well. Magicress E, the only passive, not much to say. You know, it's the baseline, so you can only go up from there. Well, I guess Matahari would disagree, but that's the one case, I guess. Anti-Rider Append doesn't really help him too much, I feel like. Now, he actually does have an MP upgrade, which is cool, I suppose. And they actually increased all of the effects. You get the standard damage up. They increase the stars to 10 stars when you use the MP. That's, you know, in addition to the stars you get from the hits. And then, well, the OC. So it's an AoE chance to drain gauge. It used to be base 30. They increased it to base 40. I still hate it, because you guys know me. I hate chance-based drains. It 100% should always be the baseline. I don't know why these still exist. It makes no sense. You can't rely on them. It's just annoying when you miss it. Obviously, if you're shooting your MP on like turn 1 when they don't have any ticks, then, you know, it doesn't really matter. But when they do have ticks, you really get annoyed when you know, miss them. Especially, like, if you're fighting multiple bosses and they have like the same amount of gauge ticks, right? Let's say you're fighting 3 archers, right? Or actually, let's say sabers. They have 4 ticks, right? Not sabers. Wait, casters? Do casters have 5 ticks? Because that's the best case scenario. I think casters might have 5 ticks.
I think so. Yeah.
So yeah, if you have like 3 casters against you, they're all on 3 ticks, then you MP and you drain like 1 or 2 of them, suddenly they're like misaligned now. So maybe if they're all DPS casters, you were supposed to like use like a Merlin invul on the MP turn to block all 3 of those. Suddenly they're no longer gonna be fully synced, and one of them is gonna MP you the turn after, so you're gonna have to use more of your defensive cooldowns. So this is why, especially on AoE, I hate chance-based drain. So all in all, this MP is very meh. Is not that good, even after the buff. But it's an early buff, so, you know, can't expect miracles. And we don't even have looping numbers for him, because you just don't. just don't. Do you have anything nice to say about Blackbeard?
I mean, after the MP upgrade, his 1-turn burst damage is actually pretty high.
Yeah, true, with the mixed buffs, yeah.
Yeah, but that's about it. I don't really use him. I really like the skill too, but you know, another servant who has this skill is I mean, it's not the exact same skill, is Kama.
Yeah, Kama.
And that is like one of the big reasons why she's really good at soloing.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he obviously doesn't have anything else to support it, so I don't know. Like I don't think he's like unusable if you like him, and I know a lot of people like him. And you know, if you like grill him, maybe, but kind of one-dimensional, I'd say. It's just he's just a big like damage stick. So
yeah, but again, with just being a DPS with 2-star stats, it's just like borderline unpickable territory at that point nowadays.
Yeah, kind of.
So last year I put him on like D+. I might even slide down to D. I feel like E is too harsh, because he's not like bottom tier, like absolute trash. His kit still makes sense. He's just mostly held back by lackluster skills and low stats and a funky MP. But yeah, I feel like D is fair. Would you agree to that?
Sure. I have no idea about the bronzes, to be honest. It's so hard.
Alright, so that's it for the bronze. There really wasn't too many. I'm gonna move on to the silvers. We have, what, 7 silvers? 3 stars, that is. First up, I believe, is Miss Medusa. A pretty, you know, fan-favorite character. I still am kind of sad about her gameplay-wise, because, man, she hasn't aged super well. I feel like she could use another buff or 2. But what do we got? An AoE quick rider. I feel like I can't even call her a farmer. She's definitely more on the DPS side, because her kit just doesn't really make sense for farming. Now, at 7.2k attack, she actually does well among the 3 stars. Nothing groundbreaking, but a little bit above the average. Double arts, double quick deck, you know, because it's not triple quick, so I guess this is as good as it gets. Although, nowadays, with maybe because she's supposed to be a DPS, Maybe double Buster, double quick would be nicer to see with, Summer Scotty. But at least this enables her to MP a little bit more often, I suppose, for DPSing. But yeah, not much to say about it. Skill-wise, we got the iconic Mystic Eyes for Petrification. Now, Stun is actually, or Petrify is different from a Stun, which is fun. So if enemy has, like, mental debuff resistance, I believe, like, some kind of, stun resistance, this just bypasses it, right? Which is cool. Now, the opposite also works, that stun success rate up doesn't work, but no one really has that, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. So on a base, you have a 100% chance to petrify. Oh, did you have something to add?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I think I found this out recently. I think stun is not a mental debuff.
I don't think it is, actually. I think
terror is.
Like
it is very weird.
Yeah, you're right, actually. I think, it's the terror stun.
But then with that being a thing now, I'm not even sure what is stun resistance. Like, does that even exist in the game?
Yeah, actually can't really... maybe a slow rarity CE or something. I can't really think
maybe
of my head if someone has stun resistance. But anyway, like, I'm not even sure if, like, for mental debuffs resistance, is it like terror stun or is it the terror debuff that applies this? I'm pretty sure it might be just the debuff, the clock thing.
Yeah,
it doesn't actually like if the clock gets applied to you, your mental debuff doesn't work. The res doesn't work anymore for the stun afterwards.
Yeah, so I don't know when this is gonna come into play, but it's kind of funny.
So you can kind of, like 99% of the cases, you can think of this as a stun. Yeah, it's basically the same. So on 100% base, it's okay, 6-turn cooldown, but again, that doesn't factor in like debuff resistances, which this still doesn't bypass. I think this should totally bypass debuff res, by the way. They should do that. Like, sure, it ignores what stun resistance that may or may not exist, but come on, it's Mystic Eyes. It should be 100% base always. Only debuff immune should prevent this, in my opinion. So it's a bit sad. So not the best skill ever. Second skill, a self-attack up 30%, 2 turns and a 5-turn cooldown. It's not the worst rank of monster strength for like 1 turn, but it's certainly not good either. So, pretty meh as well. Third skill, self-battery 20% with 30% self-MP generation as well. This on a 6-turn cooldown, it's just weak nowadays. It's not good. The numbers either need to be both higher or just reduce the cooldown or something. It's just too weak. As you can tell, this was like very early on added into the game, when Subservients didn't even have their third skills from the get-go for some reason. Weird game design. But yeah, honestly, her skill set is just, I would say, bad overall. It's just lacking in every sense. Passives-wise, we got some stuff. Magic Res B is nice, because again, she is mostly a DPS instead of a farmer, so it can come into play. Some bonus crit damage, very good on a rider that has the highest natural absorb. Riding A+, very good. Sadly, her hit counts are still very low. Her MP is a 1-hitter and her only 2 quicks are 2-hitters. But, it's still a damage buff for her MP, at least in those 2 quick cards. Divinity E does... Okay, here's another thing, by the way, feedback as well. Okay, maybe I shouldn't necessarily say that the trail, because some people were kind of getting annoyed by it. Yeah, the passive itself is not really a demerit, I get that, but my argument is that you can't have divinity passive without having a divine trait as well. So it's basically associated with that, which in most cases is just a demerit to have, because outside of Steno, what good bonus divine stuff do we really have for our own side, Obviously, if you're fighting these guys, then you have more options for anti-divine stuff, but yeah, there you go. I hope no one is too annoyed when I say, like, divinity itself is a demerit, even if, like, it's just directly connected to the divine trait, so that's the reason I'm saying it. So hopefully no one gets too mad about that anymore. Alright, anti-saber append, I would totally just scrap. Doesn't really make too much sense. MP has been upgraded, and they did give her a nice buff. This is like not a terrible buff. They added a new normal effect for 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. I like. And then the numbers for the OC went up from Party Stargen from 20% to 50% base on the OC. So it's like a 2.5x increase, which I like. Maybe not the greatest stat or buff, honestly, that's star generation, but, it's AoE, it's 3 turns. You're gonna get some more stars over the turns. But yeah, it's a 1-hitter MP. There's a huge problem. It really isn't that spammable because of that. Very, very, very unfortunate. I don't think we even have her looping numbers either. Yeah, we just don't, because I'm pretty sure it's impossible. Do you have any thoughts on Medusa?
I mean, I don't hate her as a damage dealer because 3 stars. I do like her better as an AOE damage dealer than Alexander, but I don't know how much that's how much.
Yeah,
that,
it might not say too much.
Yeah, it probably doesn't say too much. I guess there aren't AOE writer welfares if you don't count Habetrot, but Habetrot's so good. I don't know. It's weird. She's weird. She's just I don't find her too bad because like I've seen her in low star comps and stuff. The MP gain up on the battery is kind of useful. She can, and the petrifies, stun's always pretty decent. But I don't know. It's kind of
yeah. Also, regarding the welfare
really
thing,
notable.
we do have Santa Alter, who is kind of trash, honestly. But at least Summer Ishtar, who's also quick, is way better.
Oh,
Just flat out,
Ishtar.
so much better. Like, so much better.
I keep forgetting about her.
Yeah.
True. That is great. I mean, yeah. I don't know. She's weird.
Last year I had her on B, which I honestly think is a bit too high. Yeah, because you're probably not going to pick her too much unless you're a big fan of Medusa. So, and because this is a gameplay tier list, I can't really put favoritism into play. So, maybe a flat C. Because I feel like even Bart has more uses as a setup support. Obviously, I'm not saying like this doesn't mean Bart is a better DPS. He's definitely not, by the way. But I would say in his like because he actually does have the support presence in the setup wise. I actually do like him more. So yeah. This is she needs more love. If she was designed these days, not only she would probably be a gold servant from the get-go, she would just look a lot better. Very gimp numbers all across the board. The only redeeming thing is mostly her high attack stat, which is not even super high. It's alright.
Yeah. This is alright, yeah.
Alright, then we're gonna talk about an interesting case. It's Boudica time. So what do we have? I guess a artsy support writer? I can't even call her a tank because she doesn't have a taunt. But yeah, she's like a defensive art support. Something like that. We'll go with that. And very comparable to Mashu because of the MP, I guess. But yeah, spoiler, that's the biggest problem. Anyway, stat-wise, 10k HP, because, we really don't care for damage or any support, so 10k HP is actually good for 3-star. It's not huge, but it's better than most. Double arts, double quick deck, makes sense, I guess, because you don't really need damage from her, because she won't be doing any damage. Skill-wise, we used to have the biggest meme on the first skill. Nowadays, actually, a fairly legit skill. Now, the Roman damage is now AoE, 3 turns, 60%. It's still mostly just a funny meme, but hey, now we have 50% crit damage for the party for 3 turns. Now that is actually solid, much like Bart. So yeah, not a terrible skill anymore. Not amazing, but certainly usable. Her Guts has been buffed, which is cool, and I actually like this. So it's now a targeted Guts for 1 time 5 turns. So they increase the duration as well. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the uptime is great. Pretty okay 2.5k HP, and then also the target now gets up to 2k max HP and also for 5 turns. So this is actually a very solid targeted Guts, I would say. Even if it's basic. Good uptime, the buffs make sense, they complement each other. Yeah, not bad at all. And then the third skill remains the same as always. So it's an AoE arts, 20% for the team, 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown. Good uptime, but if that's the only thing it does, it is a bit outdated at this point. But certainly not like garbage or anything like that. It won't really help herself too much. I kind of wish, honestly, now because the Guts is targeted, that they would buff this as well and make this like single target arts buff as well. Maybe increase the number, or maybe just add like a second effect in addition to making it targeted. I feel like that could be cool. But yeah, right, it's not bad, it's just a little bit... it doesn't do enough, I feel like, nowadays. Magic Resist D could be higher, riding A, to get her MP a little bit faster. Not that the MP is anything groundbreaking, though. Anti-Append Saber, whatever. The MP has been buffed because it used to be absolutely garbage. So now, what do you get? MP5, you get 20% party defense up for 3 turns. It's alright. And then on OC, you get a further 20% defense up on base for 1 turn. So when you activate this on the turn, all your guys get at least 40% defense on that 1 turn, and then 20% on the subsequent turns. It's alright. And then now with the buff, you also get 20% attack for the party for 3 turns, which again, similar to OG Lord Camelot, I suppose. Still not as good though. Even after the buff. Really pays dividends to Bashu, I guess. So I don't know, man. Like, here's the thing about Boudica, right? Like, her biggest problem is the fact that Mashu exists, and I like that they gave her more tools with the 3 buffs, I guess. But there also the one problem with her being like a crit support as well is that she's a rider, and unlike Bart, she does not have the minus star weight on herself. So sadly, she will be hogging still most of the stars unless your other DPS are riders as well that have a chance to compete on neutral. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think about Boudica?
I mean, from a low star perspective, I think she's pretty solid as a support. Like, she kind of has everything. Obviously, the first skill being one of the most insane skills for Romulus. I don't think any
that is
that's
true.
a 60% power.
That's
mod,
absolutely
right?
the best case use, yeah.
Right. So obviously the Romulus factor, I think, makes her in one specific scenario.
Hey, this give her a good use. Well, maybe not like an amazing use, but a fairly okay use.
Yeah, so you can even keep her at level 1, so she just... I mean, it's skill 1, it's 60% anti-Roma for 3 turns, 50% crit. That's huge, right? And I would say she is actually pretty unique if Shufu didn't exist, because she was like
that's another problem,
kind
yeah.
of arts crit support. She kind of has a bit of everything. I don't think she's horrible. I think she's actually pretty decent as a low star support if you're trying to do a low star run stuff. And I don't know if you should consider this, but like maybe it's a story chapter where you're locked to using Ortnox Smash, so you can't. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm obviously trying to find use cases for her, but I think she has a lot of potential. She's not horrible. She has an MP upgrade, she has 2 skill upgrades, and pretty okay support. It's just, once again, especially being a quote unquote art support, like there's so many choices that people can pick from, and it's just
true.
Yeah.
So where should I place her? Last year I gave her a B. I'm not sure if I still agreed to that. Maybe, or maybe slide her down to like C plus. Maybe B is okay. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think people would like for real. I don't think people would actually use her outside of Romulus. But
yeah, like actual usability taking consideration, she really doesn't see a whole lot of use.
Yeah.
Even if she's not terrible, she just won't really see too much picks, right?
Yeah. It's basically just Romulus, which yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll maybe slide her down to C plus. Yeah. Oh well, maybe they can still buff her 3rd skill at some point. They could make her more cool and maybe more usable. Maybe give her like a niche as well, on like another niche, like besides the Roman thing on the 3rd skill. Something fun. Something no one else really does either. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then we're gonna talk about Ushi. This is a cool one. My free-to-play account also got her very recently, even if at MP1. So we have a single target, quick DPS. Pretty cool. Attack at 7k is pretty much the average, but the rider mod it's above 1, right? Damage. Oh, actually, no, it's never mind. It's a base 1, so it's basically average for 3 stars. Okay. But then deck-wise, we have double quick, double arts. Obviously, nowadays, double buster, double quick would be better, but obviously they didn't know that back then, so at least it gives her a little bit more MP refund potential. Not that her face cards are still like super amazing for it, based on the hit counts, but not the worst there is. Now her first skill has seen a buff, like a lot of her stuff. So what do we get now? Party 20% MP generation 3 turns, and also self quick up 3 turns 20%. This on a 5-turn cooldown? Yeah, it works. I don't really see a big problem with it. It's not too bad. It's not amazing, but it's fine. I like it. Then the second skill, this is the buff I like the most. This is the most recent one as well. We also have this on NA now. So 20% attack up for the full party, 3 turns. Self crit damage, 50% for 3 turns, and then 20 star bomb. This on a 5-turn cooldown, like this could legit be like an SSR skill. This could be on a gold servant easily. And this is on a 3-star. This is on Ushi. This is now really good. It makes so much sense. The attack up with the crit damage, the big star bomb with the Rider natural absorb being high as is. It's a really good skill. This is how you do a charisma, basically. The best part about her kit, in my opinion. Besides the, super hard hitting MP. Third skill, we got the self dodge, 1 turn. And then her unique version gives her star generation for 1 turn up to 100%. Now, it's a high number, but then you realize, again, the MP is a 1-hitter, and at most she has a 3-hitter on the extra attack. So the star gen doesn't really help too much. But, it's still a defensive skill. So at least it's not going to make it super awkward, because you really never want to use it for the star gen. So you can always save it for the evade, basically. But it's a bit bare bones, but, most of the time it's okay and kind of does the job. So overall, nowadays, I would say she has a nice skill set. Especially the first and the second skill. Really good. Yeah, I'm actually surprised they did go for the 50% crit damage. It could have been like 30. But this is good. This is high. Magicracy, average, but not bad. Writing A+, good for damage mostly. Doesn't help too much with the gains with these numbers, but yeah, nice. Plans to Repent. Unless you have like the fattest Ushi, I wouldn't really go for it. And then the MP. Notorious, it's like the most simple MP ever. There's no normal effect besides damage. OC is another self-star gen, for this time for 3 turns, base 50%. So FX-wise, I would say it's kind of close to hot garbage, but it's still gonna hit really hard. The only thing she's like missing is like an MP damage buff, but she has a quick up and she has an attack up. And the it's a single target quick MP, which has the highest modifier as well, and this is a buffed version. So everyone basically knows that, Ushi lives and dies by the MP. Although nowadays, again, she's very much a viable crit servant too. I just can't emphasize how much I like the buff to the second skill. It really solidified her playstyle more, because before that, she didn't do much outside of the MPs, right? But with this, you now suddenly have a real potential for a crit DPS. Now this time I think we could take a look at the MP looping damage sheet, because she actually does fairly well here. As you can see, even as a 3-star, like outside of niches, she's like behind Ozymandias on and again, these are more realistic setups. These are not like brute forcing back-to-back MPs. You might need some, specific face cards and whatnot, obviously, to make this work. But yeah, she is peaking pretty high for a 3-star, like really high. Very much worth, mentioning. She absolutely fights gold servants as a 3-star, which you rarely see in this game nowadays. What do you think about Ushi?
I mean, she is one of the best budget single target riders. Out damages the other the other 2 single target welfares, which is really good. And she has a all around kit. Really good not really good, but like she has hard survival, she has sustainable crits. That skill 2 being 5-turn cooldown is pretty much insane. And the MP once again hits super hard. I don't know, she is like you said, she's giving a lot of gold welfares and gold 4-stars in general run for their money in terms of damage. If you need to deal with a caster, you just raise her. You can even use her in like super late game and stuff. She's able to take care of some nasty challenge quests. I remember soloing like a challenge quest with a 3-star Ushi or something.
Oh wow!
It was a while ago. It was like Gouda 6. It was like the Okuni one. It was kind of ridiculous. Like she's like just so good. I don't know.
Now last year I did place her on A+. But I think I'm still thinking whether I'm going to keep that or maybe bump her into EX. The only thing that I'm kind of thinking about maybe being a reason to not give her an EX is because we have 2 extremely good single target welfare riders. So that's like the only thing why I'm considering maybe keeping the A+. Because they're still free as well.
Pretty fair. Like like she isn't. I don't think she's game breaking yet, but
Definitely super good among the 3 stars though.
yeah, she's like one of the best 3 stars. Period. Not just she's like
not
arguably
even
the
among
best
the
3 star
class. Yeah.
writer. Yeah, it's just one of the best 3 stars. Period. Right. So I think A plus is extremely fair. I'm not sure about the.
Yeah. I think I'll keep the A plus, but yeah, don't sleep on Ushi though. She is still to this day, if anything, more than ever, she is like just looking good. So yeah, great DPS. Okay, moving on. We got Shota Iskandar, aka Alexander. So AoE quick DPS definitely doesn't farm like Medusa. 7.3k attack is pretty okay. A bit higher than Medusa for what it's worth. We got double arts, double quick deck. Same deck as well, so more comparability, I suppose. Would like to see double buster, but oh well. He still somehow has a base charisma. There's not that many of these anymore, but yeah, to this day, weak, just kind of underwhelming, low number. Only good thing is the uptime, but one effect, low number, doesn't do too much. Second skill has been buffed, so now you have a 100% base chance to charm all humanoids. So basically 99% of summons are susceptible to this. And then it also comes with a full buff strip. So honestly, this is actually one of the best single target charms in the game. It is a hefty 7-turn cooldown, because I think some are 6, but because the buff strip as well, I like it. It definitely has some uses. In fact, you might even want to say, like, usually you just don't want to pop this immediately, because you kind of want to get value from the buff strip as well. So, not bad at all. Third skill is his, like, other supporty skill. It's the AoE quick up 3 turns, 20%. Again, good uptime. So this is basically Boudica's skill, but for quick is the same thing. So I wish it did a bit more than this. Maybe a star bomb as well or something like that to help you get going as well. But it's not garbage. It's just a bit weak, I feel like. And he himself doesn't really complement this skill well because, again, same problem as Medusa. 2 2-hitter quicks, 1-hitter MP. Just, he's not that, like, you might as well be attack up at that point. It doesn't really give you that much more gains. Now, Magic Resd could be higher, obviously. Riding A+, again, a high one. I've noticed a lot of these riders have a high rating despite them having, like, not the best scaling with quick up, but you know what? So be it. And then you guys know what I think about Divinity. Anti-Zerk, pretty cool for a DPS. Nice. MP has been buffed with Man. It is a bare bones buff. No new normal effect, just the damage up. And then the OC was upgraded to 15 star bomb on base. It could be like a 30 bomb if that's the only effect, I'm not gonna lie. It could easily be a 30 bomb. Just, this needed more. It's just so bare bones. I don't like the MP. I like Medusa's MP more with the crit chance down, honestly. What do you think about Alexander?
I don't know. I don't really have a lot of experience with him. It's the case for a lot of low stars, but I don't know.
Like, I don't think I've ever really picked him outside of my randomizers. I don't think I've ever actually picked him.
He's a good low star quick support, but I don't know. I also kind of don't agree. But I don't know.
People seem to say he's maybe C+, but I feel like he should be in the same tier as Medusa. I don't think he's higher than Medusa. Either same or lower, but I feel like same is the fair. They're so comparable. Both have a hard like CC. They both have an upgraded MP. Same hit count, same numbers. They're so similar. Stats are also similar. I feel like they should absolutely be on the same tier.
Yeah.
His support stuff with buff removal. Yeah. But I feel like I wouldn't just pick him just for buff removal though, right? And I mean, Medusa has some stuff I like more than him as well. Like, she has a battery, MP gain, the MP is better. I don't know. Like, sure, the buff removal is nice. And also, his charm is on 1 turn higher cooldown than her stun, so that's also one thing worth mentioning.
I mean, you might. I don't... Who are some low star options for buff removal? It's just... all I remember is Phantom. Phantom, him, and...
we have Benkei.
Benkei is
Yeah,
on
yeah.
MP or something.
Yeah. It sucks
Okay,
though.
on MP is a little bit worse. Like if you're doing on MP, maybe you'll just do Medea. I don't know. It's maybe.
Oh yeah, Media's
Maybe.
MP is way usable, way more usable. Yeah, maybe because Media exists, I'm just gonna keep them in the same tier. Also,
I don't
Paris
know.
also has buff removal.
Oh, Paris. Yeah, true. I
Yeah,
don't know.
there's actually more than we thought. So yeah, I feel like I
I
can't
don't
give
have
him
enough
that edge then.
experience with him.
Yeah.
I don't have enough experience with him to judge. I think either C or C plus could be the case.
He has the support aside the MP. But okay, here's the thing, Rip. Okay, I'm gonna go down on that as because you really insist on him being higher. Like, yeah, he has 2 support skills. Man, they are really low numbers though. The only good thing is the uptime. And again, who are you gonna buff? Are you gonna run double DPS? That means you're trading another support to be Alexander instead to do subpar DPS and subpar buffs. Like, who's gonna do that? No one is gonna do that, okay? Either make him main DPS with double support, in which case those skills might as well be single target and way better. So, I'm just being real with you. I would not pick him for a double support lineup either, honestly, too much.
I mean, I guess you can like taunt kill him. I don't know.
But even that requires a CE or a targeted taunt, so that's just so much work for a 3-star support / DPS.
I mean, I like once again, if I need buff removal, I'm using a quick DPS. I can't see using him, but that's just very specific, right?
And people are saying who else could support quick other than him, but man, it's like bare bones. Like just pick. I would even pick Shufu for quick at that point, honestly. Even though she doesn't buff quick, I would still pick Shufu instead for like quick supporting than this guy. And we have what's his face, the Chinese caster as well. I forgot his name. Zhang Yue or something like that. I can't pronounce it anyway. So we have him too.
I mean,
so yeah.
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend I have like nearly enough experience to rank this character. Maybe I need to watch more low star runs or something.
Like he's just okay, and I think that's where I'm gonna leave him at. We've all said our arguments now. Alright, moving on. Pretty cool servant. Most people kind of hate him, but so be it. We got Columbus next. Yeah, I would agree. Hans is better quick support, by the way, easily. Anyway, AoE Buster DPS, and also kind of a farmer. He can be used to farm, funnily enough. But I feel like for farming, there's another problem, which is that he's story locked, and it's going to be harder to get those MP levels, for sure. So on attacks, he's also a bit on the lower side, sadly. 6.5k, not the greatest. I like the standard rider deck on him, the double Buster, double arts. Makes sense for DPSing as well. Once again, we have Voyager of the Storm. It won't be the last of today either. Yeah, again, subpar. Maybe gives him a peak on Wave 3 farming, but that's really it. Otherwise, again, weak. Now, second skill, we have a Self-Guts, 1 time 3 turns, 1 HP, 7 turn cooldown. So it's not only is it a bad uptime, it's 1 HP. So that's pretty bad. But hey, at least it comes with a 30% battery, so you know what? He can loop, yay. Maybe still not the best, but you know what? It's there. This battery definitely should have been on like this skill or this skill. Even though this skill is already kind of okay, but it's just, it makes the guts so much worse. There is a lot of downtime for a subpar guts. Third skill, not too bad. Self-buster up 20%, 3 turns, and then a 15-star bomb. And again, he's a rider, so he's most likely going to get most of those stars on just natural absorb. 6-turn cooldown. Maybe this could be 5 turns, honestly. Or maybe they could give him even still a little bit of a small buff. But it's not a terrible skill by any means. It still works. If anything, again, they should start buffing Voyager of the Storms. Just weak. So this is the reason why he can kind of, peak on Wave 3 farming damage, because he has MP damage, he has attack, and he has Buster up as well. So that's pretty funny, actually. Magic Resist D could be higher. Riding B is kind of useless on him, not gonna lie. Anti-Rider Append. Don't think that's really gonna be relevant. The MP has been buffed, which I really like. Now, they didn't do much, seemingly. But yeah, I do like the change, kinda. So there's sadly no new normal effects, it's just a damage buff. But if you look at the OC, it used to be a AoE 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. Now it is an AoE 50% crit chance down. Like, wow. That's kind of cracked. Like, that's an absolutely cracked OC for boss battles. 50% crit chance down for 3 turns is... They're not going to crit. They're just not going to crit you after that if you land this, which obviously is 100% base. So while it doesn't have any normal effects, it's still a pretty cool buff, I would say. For farming, it's obviously pretty... It's not the greatest buff ever, but for bosses, hey, pretty good. I think his numbers were actually on the sheet. Yeah, they are. So he does have to run the full system and a super scope. So yeah, and even with these, the numbers are written down as MP5. Now he can, again, he can actually peak fairly high on wave 3, but outside of that, you probably will have better options. Really, yeah. It's doable, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be pretty, you know? So you need the full system, super scope, level 100k scope, everything, you know, MP5 for even decent to good numbers. So it's a lot of work. It's like literally the max amount of work for, you know, not the best result. What do you feel about Columbus?
I mean, his biggest problem is obviously the MP thing, right? Like, when you're this MP centric, but you're like a story lock 3-star, it's just not everybody's gonna have MP5, and
most people will not.
Yeah. The 30 battery is really good though. Like it's really that's like the good number for batteries. That's why I also kind of see quite a bit of people use him if they have him at high MP. But I don't know. He doesn't even deal that much more damage than Teach. Which is sad.
I do think he is still like a straight up upgrade to Blackbeard though. Like just basically definitely. In all ways, minus the guts being a bit worse.
I think the battery is a huge point of that, and of course the crit chance down, as you said, for boss fights.
I like that for bosses a lot. Now caster enemies don't even have a high crit chance to begin with, so yeah, they're definitely not critting you after that. Again, that's the best case scenario, and I wouldn't run him outside against casters anyway.
So I don't know. He's like if we truly take the MP problem into consideration, which I think we should, as a 3-star. He is a lot less accessible than a lot of options. Then, you know, I don't think he's very good. Like he's probably not even like him at like MP1 or even MP2 is not going to compare to like Medusa or Alexander, and it's not like we even put them really high, right? Yeah. So I don't know.
I feel like because the story lock, I still like him more than these two. So I think C+ is what I'm looking at, honestly. I'm bumping him down like a minus because I had him on like somewhere in the B last year. But I do still like his stuff way more than those two. But yeah, the story lock, he could be a bit higher as well if he wasn't story locked, honestly.
Yeah, that I agree, but
he could easily be a B or a B+ if he was permanent.
I mean, I would have bumped him down, but you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just don't like 3-stars at MP1. Like unless you're a very cracked 3-star or your MP level doesn't really affect your function like Asclepius, right? But like he's just I don't know. He is so MP centric, and his MP level is a problem. So I personally like him even less, but like that's just me. But like I personally like.
I do think there's like a small advantage to a rider DPS being lower MP level because of their super high natural absorb. So every rider can actually still focus a bit on crits, and he still does have a star bomb and a 3-turn buster up as well. So he does have crit potential too, despite not really having like any real crit damage on his kit. That's where you can kind of like bring a support like Koyan in, for instance. So he still has that at least, even if the MP might not, depending on the account, be the most hardest hitting thing ever.
I guess that's fair.
But yeah, I fair enough. I could see him lower as well, but he's definitely okay among the 3-stars with his kit. All right. Next up, we're gonna talk about Huan, red hair, Lubu's mount, or I guess Lubu himself, if you want to go with the memes. So what do we got? AoE quick DPS. Man, do I wish this guy was single target as well, like the Loobster himself. I think that's, again, I'm gonna be real with you. I think that coupled with the attack not being super high is his biggest problem. So, double quick, double arts. I honestly have no idea why he's like this. He should have absolutely been double buster, double quick, especially with some crit focus in his kit. This kind of doesn't make too much sense to me, honestly. But you know, at least he has a bit more modern numbers, so he has like 4-hitter quicks, which I like. But yeah, maybe it's still not the best type of deck he could have gotten. Now, skill 1, we got self quick up for 3 attacks, 5 turns, so we're back again to these like funny hit-based stuff as well. Is there, for the record, these are still better than 1-turn effects, absolutely, but obviously they're still not like flat 3-turn effects. And then you also get self Stargen for 3 attacks, 5 turns. So 30%, 50% respectively, 5-turn cooldown. Definitely could be better. I feel like they could both be flat 3 turns. I don't know why they weren't. Were they scared he's gonna be too OP? I don't know. I feel like they just could have been 3 turns with these stats and numbers. But oh well. Second skill, fun. We got some chance-based stuff. So chance to 80% chance on max rank to get 600% absorb for 1 turn and a 1-turn invul pierce. Luckily, you always get the 1-turn evasion, so on a 5-turn cooldown, it's actually better, at least on the evasion side, than most 1-turn evasions being on 6-turn. But again, it's RNG, so you don't need to tell me how I feel about RNG. Definitely should scale to 100% or something. Or maybe he should have like debuff or buff success rate up somewhere. Invul Pierce maybe not the biggest thing to miss out on sometimes, but the absorb can be nice. Although again, he is a rider, so it might not be the most best thing ever. But you know, it's still kind of annoying. And then the third skill, we got more of these 3 attacks thingies. So self crit damage 30% for 3 attacks, 5 turns, and self attack up 20%, 3 attacks, 5 turns. So he has a good mix of buffs. He has quick up, Starjet, crit damage, and attack. But again, they're all hit-based. So for everything that is not the quick and the crit damage, like this only consumes when you crit and this only consumes when you use a quick, you're gonna like run out of them pretty fast, honestly. You're like, maybe you could even run out of them all in 1 turn, depending on your hand and stars, etc. So the downtime can be quite significant. So sometimes they're flat out 1-turn effects. They should just make them 3 turns. So overall, I don't think his skills are all that impressive. They're not the most worthless things I've ever seen, but could be better. Now, riding EX, that's very nice. Again, he has better hit counts on both his deck and his MP as well. Berserker anti-append is very nice. The MP sadly also hasn't seen a buff, so that doesn't help his MP doing mostly very lackluster damage. It does ignore defense on normal effect, which again, always nice to have. And again, remember, he has a chance to get invul pierce on his second skill, so he can sometimes have the nice double effect of, you know, basically guaranteeing hits on your MP, which is cool. And then the OC is a base 60% chance to AoE skill seal for 1 turn. 1 skill seal sometimes a demerit, sometimes is really good, but again, it's also chance based, so like, the MP is the problem. It's the problem. It's AoE, it doesn't have a buff. Effects are maybe not the best, besides the ignore defense. What do you think about red hair?
I mean, like, I feel like you put it very well. Like, a lot of his stuff, if it was, like, if even if the number remains the same, if it wasn't hit-based, if it wasn't chance-based, he'd be extremely solid, right? Like, Invul Pierce is...
I give him a single target MP as well.
Yeah, I mean, it'll still be hard because Ushi, right? It's you know, you're not really beating Ushi, especially not as a story lock. But
oh yeah, that's worth mentioning too. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Invul Pierce is really rare on most stars, and same with Ignore. I'm not sure about Ignore Defense, but Ignore Defense, like, both of these are effects I really like. But with these being chance based and his crit and his kit being like hit based, so you can't really even fully commit him to being a crit DPS because a lot of his buffs just go away. and him being story locked, I don't know. I just once again, I don't see people using him over. Maybe I guess if if the enemy has high defense,
like it's like the comparison is so brutal when you think about Ushi, right? Because Ushi's attack is way better than this, and then when you think about it, his crit buff is only 30% for 3 attacks, and Ushi gets 50% for 3 turns. Like, how is that allowed? It's so much better, right? Yeah, like, it's not even a comparison at that point.
If you're not dealing with anyone with like super high defense, it's not just anyone with defense, because if the defense is not something ridiculous like 100%, you can just punch through it with Ushi. I like, obviously it's not really fair because he is AoE, but I feel like both Invul Pierce and Ignore Defense are more like boss centric stuff.
Yeah, and right? In his case, only the Invul Pierce can help with face cards. The Ignore Defense is only for the MP, so it doesn't help with face cards for him.
Wait, let me check. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it doesn't give him Ignore Defense.
Yeah, it's not a turn buff, yeah.
Right. So it's I don't know. He's weird, and like, once again, being story lock, I'm always going to be more harsh on story lock servants.
Yeah, that's fair.
And like MP level and stuff. Like Bedivere is a special case because even at like MP2, he's really good. So, but like him, he's not. He has to be at like MP5 to compete. I do think he's better than probably than. I'm not even sure about that. Probably better than Medusa as a main DPS, and Alexander if he was MP5, but he's not MP5.
I feel like last year I had him on C+, but I feel like now I'm almost looking at D+. Like, yeah. Like, he could be maybe on the same tier as those two, if he was like not story locked, but I don't... Or maybe a slightly higher. It's either D+ or C. I think his kit is better for DPSing than those two, but he also, like, I don't know, doesn't feel too good. And the attack is also lower than those two.
I guess C is fair. I don't know. It's, yeah.
I guess he still has some value for crit DPSing, but it's nowhere near, like, Ushi level, which, yeah, I think this is a very fair distance. Oh, well. We need to buff him. Okay. Last 3-star. Also a fairly popular servant. We got the Mandricardo. Single target arts DPS. The only low star rider that does this, actually. Now, sadly, his attack also not the highest. It's better than Red Hair for sure, but still below average above 3 stars. I think the deck is fine, because he's an arts DPS, double arts, double quick. They were not gonna give him triple arts, so as good as it gets for like MP spamming, which he really is all about the MP spam as a DPS. Skill-wise, we got self-defense up 30% 3 turns, and then AoE attack 20%. So it's basically a charisma that helps him survive a little bit more. So is it amazing? No. Is it better than charisma? Absolutely. So it's all right. I don't hate it. I wish the attack was selfish though as well. Make it like 30% self only. Then it would be kind of quite nice, because I don't think you really need the AoE attack on him. Now, second skill is a really fun one. So first of all, you need to be at least half HP or lower to even use this skill, otherwise it's a dead skill. So what it does is it gives you a massive 50% attack for 1 attack, 1 turn, 100% crit damage for 1 attack, 1 turn, and then a thing that happens when you attack, like the first attack you do for 1 turn. So also, I don't know why it actually has the healing down. It's kind of redundant. I don't really know why. I guess it's because of guts, right? Okay. So you get a 1-time, 1-turn massive healing down. You're not going to get any heals with that amount. And then you also remove enemy defensive buffs before attacking. And then you die after that 1 attack. You immediately die. You just die. Like, it's so funny. You actually just die. You attack and you die. It's just, even if you have Brave Chain, no cards 2 and 3 will be used. This just kills them immediately. Unless you have a Guts, then you can Brave Chain. So that's the only exception, basically. But if you don't, you just die after that 1 attack. So unless you have Guts, the one awkward thing about this is that obviously you might be thinking you want to use this with the MP, right? Because it's a lot of attack, and your MP is the hard-hitting thing, and it's really his bread and butter. But then also at the same time, you're not going to get any value of the crit damage, the 100% crit damage, right? But the funny thing is, the guts doesn't even solve the problem, right? Because it's still only, all of those effects are for one attack. So even if you MP first, you're not going to get crit damage for the rest of the cards, even if you rely with guts. And if you're going to crit first, your MP is not going to get that 50% attack up, even if you have guts. So even if you have ways around to like maybe make him live, which honestly,
Wait,
at this point...
Is that how it works?
Oh, do you have a comment on it?
I thought the MP doesn't eat up the crit. I don't know.
Actually... I think you're right. I'm stupid. Yeah, that's how like hit-based crit works. You're actually right. Yeah, true. So you actually can salvage a little bit. Though, yeah, yeah. You still need the guts though, which he doesn't have himself. Yeah, true. Yeah. So you can get an MP and then a crit after that with the guts. Okay. So yeah, good correction there. Okay, that's obviously how that works. It only consumes it on crit. Yes. I don't like this skill. I'm gonna be flat out. He's supposed to be alive. He's supposed to be spamming his MP. Most of the time, it's a dead skill. I don't like this skill. It's cool lore-wise and whatnot, but I dislike this skill, frankly. And then the third skill is actually not bad. Oh, you have something to say?
No, I saw someone bring it up in chat. I don't have enough experience with this servant, but apparently the death when you attack thing is for an entire turn. So if you guts it, he dies on the second hit.
Oh, well, okay.
Apparently.
But at least you can still get use out of that 100% crit damage, but okay. Yeah. Wow, that is, okay. So it's basically impossible to get a Brave Chain with this. Even, I mean, it's pointless anyway, because you're not going to get the attack or the crit damage for the full chain anyway. So yeah, what a funky skill. So it's even worse.
Check that out right now.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. It is, yeah, it is a one turn, like a death thingy. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it lasts for one turn. Anyway, the third skill is actually not bad. So it's self, quick, and arts up 20% for 3 turns, so the 5-turn cooldown, so pretty good uptime. And also self-taunt for 1 turn. And I actually like the taunt, despite him only really having like a 30% defense up for 1 turn. Remember, he's an arts DPS. You're probably going to pop this turn 1, right? And you're probably going to have Cast Story's Arts buff on him. So what does that mean? He has a 1-turn invul, right? So not only does he get more gains, he also gets more gains because he's getting hit as well on that turn. So it's even easier to loop that MP. So I actually like the taunt. And obviously when you don't have the Cast Story Arts buff active, because this is a 5-turn cooldown, that's a 6-turn cooldown, you can still, because this is a 5-turn cooldown, you can at least get value out of the 30% defense. So it's something. It helps you mitigate quite a bit of damage, especially for running casters. It's good. It's good. So I think this makes a lot of sense. So at least the first and the third skills I like. The second skill I just don't like. Lore-wise it's cool, but gameplay-wise is like not very practical. Magic Resist C could be better. It's about standard, of course. Riding B is actually nice with double quick on 3 hitters. Helps a little bit with the gains as well. Anti-Saber Append, I would probably not running on neutral, at least not on base numbers. And then the MP. So first of all, after the MP, you get a minus 10% attack for 1 turn, so it's going to make your Brave Chain for that turn worse. Not a big deal, it's only 10%, so I wouldn't really worry about it too much. But the OC is actually pretty cool. It's a full rainbow for 1 turn for 20%, so no matter what kind of Brave Chain you're going to have, you're always going to have a better Brave Chain, basically. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. His MP obviously hasn't been buffed, but even as is, he actually hits fairly hard with his MP, no joke. So, I think even on his case, we can take a look at the looping sheet. I think he's a bit on the lower side here. Like, he's right here. So, he does get beaten by a lot of servants. I mean, some of them are niche, obviously, but even a lot of the non-niche ones. But of course, most of them are gold anyway, like minus Ushi. So it's not the fairest comparison, but even as is, his peak is not too bad. Like, sure, it's not like, you know, Ushi peak, it's still quite a bit of a gap, but, you know, his MP, for the record, is still more spammable than Ushi, so it's a bit more consistent, is what I would say, you know? I don't know, why is Ushi... Okay, there's a mistake there, she's labeled as SR, okay, it's just, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, she's supposed to be rare. Interesting.
I mean, hey...
I mean, she might as well be, honestly. Yeah. I would totally rank Ushi in 4 stars at least, easily. Okay. But yeah, his MP is easily spammable though, so that's nice. How do you feel about Mandricardo?
I actually like him a lot. I think
Mm.
he's really solid. Like basically, let's just pretend skill 2 doesn't exist. All right. But
Mm-hmm.
I think obviously because his competition is Ushi Wakamaru, and that is just not fair.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, he's Castoria compatible. I
Very
think that is a
compatible.
huge
Yeah.
that is a huge point. If you're doing like free to play comps, you can even do like Shufu, him, and then Castoria, and that's pretty
Yeah,
solid.
that's already gonna
Right.
make him really good for sure.
Right. So I don't know. I don't hate him. I think skill 2 is just once again unusable. Like
Mm-hmm.
even if you try to justify it, it's just basically not a real skill. Right. But I think skill 1 and skill 3 is really solid.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Skill 1 gives me Vlad vibes, the attack, like you said, like it's
True.
very very close to the 30% attack
Mm.
up and defensive thing, but it's
It's
just
a bit worse, but similar, yeah.
yeah, it's a little bit worse. And the MP, because of the rainbow buff, actually deals quite a bit of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's really solid for like a free to play option. Yeah, I don't know.
Honestly, one guy
It's
said
just
that if he ever gets an MP buff, he might be better than Ushi. I might agree honestly, because he's easier to use, but his numbers are quite not up there.
eh.
But
I
yeah,
mean, you kind of like if you consider Castoria, maybe. If not,
mm. I
I'm
do consider
sorry.
the free
Like
support picks, yeah, though, in the
maybe because I
criteria.
like Tyra, but I don't think anything's beating Ushi anytime soon, bro.
Mm.
But yeah, he's solid. He's for sure
Man,
solid.
if he only just had a way more usable skill too as well. It's a dead skill most of the time, and Uchi has like a broken skill too.
Yeah.
Last time I think I had him on like A. I think it's a B plus or A for sure. He's still a very
Oh
usable
god.
DPS.
I just tested it out. It does indeed work like that. So he dies on the second hit if you
Yeah,
consider.
that makes sense. So even more unusable.
Yeah, that is not a skill. That's just
I
not
feel
fun.
like even with the dead skill, I think A is kind of not like I think it's fair, honestly.
Yeah.
Even if
Yeah,
it
it's
might
fine.
seem like the gap between Uchi and him isn't that big, because it honestly isn't even
That is
massive.
a
Like they're a
picture.
bit different anyway. They're both solid
That
single
could
target
be a
DPS.
that could be a justification, like in the end, to move
Mm.
Ushi to EX because of him. But I
Yeah,
don't know.
I
I
guess.
think A is fair.
When
But
we might bump
A
her
is
later. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it's a little maybe. I really think if we take into consideration Castoria, he's really solid. But like
Mm.
without Castoria, I think
Should
he's
I
just
just bump
never
it? Should I
like
just bump Ushi right now? I feel like I kind of want to do it.
sure. I mean, I like
I kind of
Ushi,
want to do
sure,
it, dude. Yeah,
sure.
dude. She's a top tier 3-star. I mean, yeah, just
Look,
flat
bunch
out
of Tyra, dude.
fights with golds as well. Pulls her own weights. Like, yeah, dude. Yeah, like
Yeah,
Mandricardo, absolutely workable and great, but Ushi is Ushi, and that's that.
sure.
So
Yeah.
there you go. Now it looks a bit better, maybe. I like this more. Okay. So that's it for the low stars. Babam or pon pokorid. Okay, bad pod. Anyway, moving on to the 4 stars. So first of all, we got day 1 stuff again. Starting with What's Up by Homies, we got Marie Antoinette. AoE quick DPS at or farmer. Maybe better on farming than DPSing. I don't think she's really particularly amazing on either, but not trash by any means. So among 4 stars, 8.2k attack, definitely on the lower side, like a 1k below average. So that's not the greatest thing ever. Quick double arts deck. I think double buster over double arts would be better nowadays, but again, day 1 servant and all that. So hindsight is 2020. Numbers are very sad. Like basically, in fact, I don't think you can get lower numbers than that. I think 1 is the minimum for both arts and buster, and 2 is the minimum for quick, and 3 is the minimum for extra rights. I think these are legit the worst numbers you can have on cards. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
I think so, because I
yeah.
remember them specifically bumping Carmilla's quick cards to 2 hits. It used to be like 1 in beta or something, apparently.
Oh, that's cool. But yeah, you can't really do worse than these hits.
No, Carmela has 2 hits. And I'm just saying,
Yeah, it's
talking
2
to someone
hits.
in.
Yeah, it looks like it's
Yeah.
a one hitter, especially with the animation. Like she does like one like slap thingy, but it's still 2 hits.
Yeah.
Anyway, skill 1 has been buffed, so you can charm any enemy for 1 turn, but it's only up to 80% base chance, and again, that doesn't even factor in innate resistances, so it could be even lower than 80%. I love that it's like universal, that's great. I love that it's not tied to anything, but man, does it suck that it's not 100% base, or even more than 100%, why not? But now it also comes with a charisma, so, you know, it's pretty okay. 6 turn cooldown, I would say it's a fair skill. They should have just bumped the charm to 100%. Then I would kind of like this skill. I would actually really like it. Now I have mixed feelings. So yeah. But luckily, yeah, I was about to get to that. She can actually help a little bit with it. Even though the skill itself, the thing that helps, is a terrible skill, it does help with this. Yes. Okay, you guys are getting a 2 ahead of me, okay? But okay. Anyway, second skill. This is one of the best defensive skills in the entire game. No joke, flat out. It's a 3-hit invul, no duration. Shout out to PFA. It's a +1 cooldown, yeah, for sure, but you also get some healing per turn. 600 per turn for 5 turns. Like 3-hit invul, no duration. I mean, that's gonna be very good to stay alive. Needless to say. Wow. I still like PFA a little bit more because of 5-turn cooldown. Because, you know, invul is better than dodge, but I'd still rather take the cooldown than that. But yeah, very EX for survivability. And then the third skill, which yes, does help with the first skill. So with this, if you max it, you have a 110% chance on base to charm the target. And this buff lasts for 3 turns with a 5-turn cooldown, so the uptime is good. And then you get a actually a fairly decent 2.5k heal for self. But man, this skill is trash, and this shouldn't be the reason this is like this, honestly. Like, this skill should be buffed as well. Like, come on, bro. This is a trash skill. The only reason why I don't absolutely hate this skill on her is because of it making the charm way more feasible. But man, this skill just sucks. It sucks. It's worse than some other servants, though. So maybe she's like the best servant to have this skill because of the first one. So there you go. Magic C, average, writing A+. Well, with minimum hits, it doesn't do much, but it's a nice damage boost, I guess. 11% quick. Avenger Append, if you're really lacking on the moon cancers, otherwise, don't bother. MP has been buffed, which is actually nice, and I actually do like this buff. So, it always had the AoE cleanse, which is really cool, actually, for boss fights. Nice utility to have. Someone like Saber Shiki does it too. But after the buff, your party also gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns. I wish it was maybe 30%. Feels a bit low, but, you know, nice new effect. And then a 1k party heal on the OC on base. Like, the effects are okay, but numbers could also be a bit better. Still way better than some of the MPs we've already seen, like, way better. For farming, these effects are kind of like pointless though, that's the problem. For bosses, some of them can be really good. For farming, they're kind of all useless, unless you're face carding with some crits maybe. Now, I think her numbers are up as well. Yes, they are. So, a lot of, you know, she's basically up against the SSRs here, and she definitely does not even compare. So, depends on what you have, right? She can be okay, but again, if you have the better options, you're just not gonna bother using her for farming. And honestly, I kind of like her more on bosses anyway, for the aforementioned reasons that her MP just benefits for bosses instead of farming. Oh yeah. She is fairly close to Taikobo, but man, he does so much other stuff too. Like, we'll talk about him a lot later, but yeah, like, it's not the best numbers even. Like even Taikobo is not the best for quick farming, I'm not gonna lie. So it's not the best comparison. But, you know, you can use her for quick farming. You could do worse, but is she like a top tier quick farmer? Not really. What do you feel about the Maria?
I think if her MP was just more loopable in boss fights, she would be a lot more solid. Like, because her MP is really good, right? Her MP,
yeah, so does a lot.
Buff, it's a heal, it's a cleanse, and she is very hard to kill off because of the, you know, quote unquote better PFA. and she has a lot of heal. Like 3 of her effects have heals, right? So she's just very slow. She's like a turtle.
Like she's also almost too defensive for a DPS. She needs more offensive stats.
Yeah, I can see like maybe if you spam riders against a caster boss and you just have Marie in there just so you have someone that never dies, and then
like yeah, if you want a DPS that never dies, then yeah, go for her. But if you want more damage, you can easily look elsewhere.
Yeah, it's very hard to find a use case. It's just how it is right now, because like most games, like most people beat bosses by trying to do double support, and she's just not the best for that. She's just not the best for that. And even though a lot of her effects are solid, I just don't see a lot of people using her.
Like Chad is saying, her face cards are terrible. They're just their minimum hit counts is not pretty.
Yeah, she needs a better way to be able to use her MP. Yeah. Because that is basically a support MP. I'm not even gonna really treat it as a damage dealing MP, which is really sad.
Last year I had her on B plus, mostly for farming numbers, but I don't know. Like, yeah, she can farm, but I don't think like it's like all that amazing. So probably will come down.
She's like C plus. I don't know.
It's C plus or B for sure. Like she's
better options.
I do like that she's super easy to keep alive, right? But I wish she had more offensive focus as well.
Yeah, and then there's another writer who's also like boss support. I guess we can't really compare them, but we'll get to. I guess.
Yeah. Maybe a B is fine. Maybe I can barely slide her in there. Yeah. Yeah. Because again, at least she's super easy to keep alive. You don't really need class because quick supports usually don't offer too much in the way of survivability. So there is a bit of stuff to like there, right? So yeah. I'll probably keep her in B then. But yeah, okay. Alright, moving on. A second day 1 4-star. We got the Saint Martha, the Rider version. AoE Buster DPS / support. 8k attack. Pretty damn bad. Not like the worst of the worst, but for a DPS, we'll have DPS, have support. It's low. Now, she has the caster deck, because, you know, fun. She has triple arts. And she also, much like Marie, has the worst hit counts of all time. Now, if you get like an overkill arts crit, yeah, you can see some gains, but besides that, don't get your hopes up. Alright. First skill, self-debuff rest goes up to 100% for 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown, so the uptime is nice. It's hard to debuff her, which is cool. Same 2.5k heal as Marie's third skill. Keeps herself alive, I guess. Second skill, I love this buff. This is so pointless. Like, look at this. Boom. Plus 500 healing. So, that's the only thing they did. Like, dude. Bruh. Anyway, it's an AoE 2k heal. And then an AoE buff cleanse. So, it's not the worst skill on a 6-turn cooldown. I like the cleanse with the heal, but... like, the buff is just pointless. What even was the point of that buff? I don't understand. This could be the worst buff in the entire game. This honestly probably is the worst buff they've ever done. Outside of like MPs that just got damage buffs. Like even those are more usable than this. Oh yeah, maybe the Spartacus one is worse actually. Yeah, you're right. That is worse. Yeah, that is absolutely worse. But this is also a trash buff. Skill-wise, it's still like average to bad. Third skill I actually like. So not only is it a 30% defense down for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, which is better than like torture techniques at like, what, 20% or something? I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's 30. Yeah, I think it's 20 and not 30. But this one, yeah, this one also comes with a buff strip. So not only is it better on the defense down, it also has that very nice utility. So this, honestly, for a while, until we get better servants, this was the best defense down in the whole game. This skill right here. Now, nowadays we have a lot of options, obviously. But still, among single target defense downs, this is absolutely decent. Like, very nice. Now, all in all, would I say the skills are, like, very good? Not really. If anything, she should have like a hit-based invul, not Marie. But oh well. Magic Rosé, pretty good. Writing A++ for that 1-2 hitter quick. Oh my god. And then Divinity, yikes. Okay. Berserker Appendo? Cool, very cool. MP has been buffed. Before the buff, it did 0 damage. Absolutely 0 damage. But hey, now you get the damage up, and also 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage, so hey, suddenly she has a damage buff in addition to the defense down, which is, again, sadly only for 1 target, and her MP is AoE. But yeah. And then the OC is the same, sadly. It's the 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage. It's a good effect, but man, would be so much better before damage. At least now the MP is no longer the wettest of the sponges. It's still not gonna hit like super hard with the low attack and the 1 defense down only being your, self-damage sources. But at least it does something now. Now, I don't know about you, but my main problem is, when do you pick Martha? I have a hard time really imagining too many situations with her. If it's like a CQ that starts with gives you 3 debuffs on your whole team or something, then the cleanse is nice. But do you have use cases for Martha?
Yeah, actually, I pick Martha quite a bunch, but it is exactly what you said. There are a lot of CQs that has a requirement of both debuff cleanse and buff removal. And
true.
She is a sort of, she kind of has both, but she is lacking in the damage steroid department. Yeah. Basically, if Santa Nightingale's buff removal and debuff cleanse aren't just 1, she would be out of a job. But
sometimes she is better.
Yeah, she's very niche use case. But I mean, I don't know if I can say niche, because in a lot of min turns and stuff, especially there's a lot of CQs that need both buff removal and debuff cleanse. It's just very common. But that's all she is. She is her second skill plus third skill, and everything else is worthless, basically. At least
it sounds brutal, but it kind of is the truth in practice for most people.
Yeah, and basically, if she would move that third skill to the first skill, I would save my essential materials.
Again, as harsh as it sounds, probably correct.
She's 2 skills. I'm sorry. She's 2 skills.
Ricardo 2.0, but worse.
I do use her a lot more than Marie, though, because 30% defense down is okay steroid, actually.
I might still place her in B, same tier as Marie. I like Marie because she can at least farm, and then she does better damage against bosses. Not a big difference though overall, I would say. But she can't farm. She has that use case for the full cleanse and the buff removal with a good defense down as well.
Yeah, I would say me using her a lot definitely is because more so for min turns and stuff. If you can wait a couple turns for the invul to wear off on the boss, then her value just drops a little bit, right? And just
at least she has use cases, even if it's not super common. Okay, I guess it's no longer day 1 anymore. Very close to launch though, because next is Yuri Pirates with the release of Okeanos. So we already covered their summer version in the Archer one. Now we got single-threaded Quick Rider this time, DPS. 9k attack, which again is still below average or so for 4 stars. And because the Rider class mod is exactly 1, is could be better, but it's not like Martha or Marie tier so far. Double quick double buster, and definitely would benefit heavily from double buster nowadays, but can't really fault the design back then. Honestly, actually, back then they absolutely should have been double buster too instead of double arts, because they actually do have some crit potential in their kit. So I don't know why they're double arts actually. So just kind of weird. Also the worst hit counts ever. So despite not being day 1, they still get the same numbers. Alright, they have actually seen some buffs, which is cool. The first skill used to be garbage. Now it actually is less garbage. So they get a Self Guts 1 time 3 turns for 1 HP. On a 6-turn cooldown, it's not the best, but it's just one effect of the skill, so that's cool. Then they also get a taunt now for 1 turn, cool, and MP generation for 30% for 3 turns. And for people that don't know, MP generation also boosts MP gain for hits. I know there is a separate MP gain buff that is specifically only for damage taken, so usually that scales higher because of that, but this one also works for hits as well. A lot of people don't realize that, so that in combination with the taunt actually makes it easier to get their MP, right? This MP gain probably won't help too much with the face cards because they kind of suck, but it does help with the taunt turn, especially if the enemy has multi-hit attacks. So it's cool. And then they still have the same 50% star gen for self for 3 turns. So now on a 6-turn cooldown with those 3 new effects added, I like this skill. Is it the best skill ever? Like Guts Taunt? It's not the best in anything, but it's a good skill. It kind of makes sense. Second skill also has been buffed, so it's a self 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Used to be that on a 5-turn cooldown, and now you also get a 25 star bomb, which again, they're riders, so they love the stars. It is a big downtime, but they can have a good crit turn for sure. So their peak can be fairly okay. But again, remember the downtime. And then the third skill, the only one that hasn't been touched, which on base effect was the best skill, I guess. They do get 1 turn of absorb, 600% and 30% attack. Again, big cooldown though, or downtime 4 turns. So, if anything, if they can't really spam their MP reliably, they kind of look bad because of the downtime on the skills. But at least the first skill helps in being able to spam the MP a little bit more. Maybe get a back-to-back MP without needing like the best case scenario for face cards. The MP itself won't be refunding too much, sadly. But nowadays, with these 2 buffs, their skills are acceptable. I would say acceptable. Not amazing, but they're okay. If it was no buffs, they would be terrible. Alright, Magic Res D, pretty low, and that's the only passive. Sadly, they don't have a riding passive. Rip that quick buff, which they are lacking. Anti-Rider Append, whatever, and the MP also has been buffed, but yeah, it's only a damage buff, so again, we're back to the really early buffs. This was the first buff they ever got, so they did not change anything besides add damage. Now, their MP is one of the ones that, you know, deals more damage based on lower HP, which, again, this taunt also actually goes well with, and in this case, the 1 HP Guts can be a merit, because, again, the lower the HP, and 1 HP is the lowest you can have, you know, it gives you max damage mod on the overcharge damage mod as well. So for both being able to use the MP more and both getting more damage out of your MP, the taunt plus guts combo makes a lot of sense, right? So really, the first skill buff is the one that truly, you know, kind of saves them nowadays. Pretty much. Let's see. Are they on the list? I assume they are. I assume everyone is here. So they are doing okay there. I assume, does this account for like the potential assumes 1 HP and overcharge 2. Okay, so the absolute peak is actually really high. In fact, they actually topped the entire thing. If you can get that 1 HP MP off, they actually just nuke. Even out, like, better than the best of the damage niches. So that's kind of cool, I guess, you know? That's not nothing. So their peak is like their absolute best case scenario. It's a slam.
Yeah, and then the Black Grail kills them.
Yeah, they will die after that, most likely. But hey, at least they go out with a bang.
Yeah.
What do you think about them? I actually think they have gotten a bit better. I love the first skill buff. It's really truly the one thing that truly redeems them to an extent.
I mean, yeah, of course, right? It's the Hijikata thing. I like because he's the most known for that, right? The MP,
even and with the 1 HP guts as well. Although his is stackable, so it's also easier to use.
Yeah, and taunted guts has the problem of it doesn't. It's like Rasputin. If you played with him, like enemies don't stop moving after.
Yeah, they would keep going. So
yeah, so like I think obviously they have really high damage potential, but without that, they're kind of bad, right? Like
they're kind of average, maybe just without the peak.
They're very burst heavy, and also the burst also requires them to go down to a number where they just can't really sustain afterwards. They have no way of pulling back that pulling that HP back. So I don't like that much. Like Hijikata is a lot more explosive, and he has to crit the skills with it as well. So
he has good uptime on his
Buster.
crit too. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if this is a good comparison, and I think they certainly become a lot better. Like I think they're borderline unusable without the
yeah,
guts.
honestly, yeah.
That's why I like the archers one a lot more, but I still don't like them that much, to be honest. There are a lot of good single target riders. Obviously not dealing nearly as much damage as they do, but maybe they can just use a second MP and maybe you catch up on damage. Right? So I don't know.
I think a B or a B plus is fair for them. Maybe just a B. Because nowadays they are very usable, and their peak is really good. But outside of the peak, they're just gonna be like okay. They're all right.
Yeah.
But certainly they used to be like around these, if anything. So certainly has improved over time.
Yep.
Pretty cool. Maybe still buff their third skill. Do the full quad buff. Alrighty then. Then we're gonna talk about the first welfare, and easily the worst one of the bunch here in this class. Santa Alter. So AoE Buster DP has no farming whatsoever, pretty much, at least not loop farming. Attack 9.2k, around average. Is not like Salter high, sadly, despite being Salter, but oh well. And once again, we have the same garbage hit counts, but at least he has the basic Rider, deck, the double Buster, double arts. Is fine, but numbers are still like whatever. First skill. We already saw this on like Santa Jalter, I believe. So it's a targeted heal for 3.5k and also gives the target 30% star gen for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. The heal is pretty big, but this on a 5-turn cooldown is weak. It's just weak. It needs more. Higher numbers, or honestly, the numbers are okay already as is, but just add like a third effect, like a damage buff or something. I don't know, crit damage. It's just weak. Second skill is I believe this is the only instinct left in the game that is not buffed, right? I'm pretty sure. That's funny.
I don't know, but
I think I think this is they buffed Saber Lilies, so I think these were the only 2 ones. So this is the only base instinct left in the game. Okay, here I'm pretty sure, because we are gonna get the new welfare shop, right? And they're probably gonna add new stuff in waves. When they add her, if this is not buffed by the time they add her, that is craziness. They will definitely buff this when they add her into that shop. Otherwise, there's no sense left in the world. Now, it is 15 stars. It's okay. But on a 5-turn cooldown, that just sucks. That's the only thing you get. So, needless to say, instinct kind of dog poop. And then a mana burst A-. So you don't even get the 50%. You get 45% buster after 1 turn. Yay. So your 1 MP can hit fairly high. And that's it. Otherwise, you're just not really doing anything. You're just going to have shitty face cards. You're not going to do anything. Magic Rosé, pretty cool. Riding A, absolutely bad. Saber Bodas, yeah, I don't think so on the append. The MP, I believe, has the same gimped modifier. They're really, higher than normal that Salter herself has. And as a free MP5, it's kind of cool, I guess. And then you do get the Arturia refund, 10%, but, she's not looping anyway, so no. So the MP hits okay, but that's it. There's nothing else. There's literally nothing else. Do you have anything good to say about Santa Alter?
Why would you ever use this servant?
They need to give her like the biggest, they need to give her the best instinct when she comes back, and then we can maybe talk about her more.
There is no reason to use this servant, in my opinion.
I kind of agree, yeah.
There's literally no reason. I mean, like, on technicality level, she's probably not E, but
yeah, I mean, you would still pick her over Blackbeard because you have a free MP5, right?
I won't.
Okay.
I won't. I actually won't. I like the guts. Also,
yeah, true.
Also, his animation's cooler.
Oh yeah, the cannons, yeah. I mean, they haven't even, like, Salter, at least, the Saber, has a cool animation nowadays. It looks pretty good, but they haven't updated Santa. It looks garbage.
Yeah.
Oh no. So where did I place her last year? She was a flat C. Probably because the MP damage, but maybe a bit too generous, honestly.
Yeah,
Probably
I
too
don't know.
generous.
She should be with Blackbeard.
Yeah. Like, honestly,
Him a
Blackbeard has ever so slightly better skills, but she does hit harder. But honestly, both of them are kind of, you're probably not going to pick them too much, honestly. So,
He's got a friend
yeah.
now, look.
He is honestly one of the worst. Who would be a worse welfare than her? Is there a worse welfare than her? Maybe there isn't. I mean, Saber Liz is not amazing either, but maybe even still better.
I was gonna say Caster Liz, but she did get a buff.
Also, Irisfield. Yeah, Irisfield kind of sucks big time. True.
I mean, Irisfield has her use cases. Like even Asclepius doesn't guts himself, so there are some very unrealistic.
Some people are saying Cha-Cha as well, but at least she's an AoE Zerk who does okay damage. And she has arguably the best single target defense down in the game. It peaks on turn 5, so that's cool. But
Cha-Cha is not as bad as her. See, okay, here's the proof that Cha-Cha's not as bad as her. Against casters, I would use Cha-Cha over her. There you
go.
That's true.
Damn, that's savage. Okay.
Right? Like, this is how it is.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I mean, again, we're not saying that Cha-Cha is amazing solo. We're just saying she's probably better than Santa Alter, which, again, if you're looking at this, is it saying much? No. So don't take it too hard, man. Anyway, let's move on to a fun one. We got arguably one of the faces of the franchise here. Astolfo, the OG rider. So AoE quick DPS. Definitely not looping. Never gonna be possible. Attack slightly lower than you would like to see, but not trash. He actually does have a full quick deck, which, fair enough. At least he can get fairly high damaging MP chains then, easier. But again, he still has, at least he has a 2-hitter quick, or an arts rather, so it's not the worst numbers ever with the 4-hit extra as well. But if anyone's ever used Astolfo, you know how absolute garbage his face card gains are. He will not generate stars, he will definitely not generate MP, and the reason is the MP, pretty sure. So we're just gonna, you'll see when we get there. People already know though, but yeah. Now skill-wise, what do we got? We get a monster strength that is only 1 turn for 28% attack, with a 5-turn cooldown. Trash. Straight up garbage material. Second skill, 90% chance to stun enemy on an 8-turn cooldown. What? Trash. So the first 2 skills still to this day, not good at all. Now the third skill actually is good, although I hate the RNG. So after the buff, you always at least get a 50% battery. That's great. But then, a lot of people don't even know how the skill works, by the way. So every turn, for 5 turns, you have a chance to get 10 stars, 50% star gen, which honestly kind of useless anyway, it doesn't really do much on him, and then 40% crit damage. Now the way this works is that when you activate the skill, it's not a snapshot, sadly, that would be way better. So you always get these icons, right? They cannot whiff. The way it works is it checks every turn. And the worst thing is the game doesn't tell you if they're active. Why don't the icons go gray when they're not active? I don't know. Like, you seriously do not even know if you're gonna get stars, if you have added star gen, or if you have added crit damage. You cannot tell until you actually use your cards. It's stupid. It's not. I hate the RNG, but on top of that, there's also like bad UI design. Like, it should tell you if the buffs are active or not, if it's a check every turn, which it is. So it's just weird, dude. I don't understand. So it's mostly for the 50% battery. The crit damage is also good because of Rider, but it's on an 8-turn cooldown. And most 50% batteries are on a 6-turn cooldown. So even though, let's say, the best case scenario, somehow for 5 turns you have all of these active, it's still not a broken skill. It's like okay at that point. So it's like, before this buff, it was kind of real trash. So yeah, skill-wise, Mr. Stolf is definitely not doing very well. At least he has the battery, thank God, because his gains are dog shit. Straight up. Okay. Magic Res A, hey, that's nice. Writing A, mainly for crit damage, because again, gains won't be really helped by this. And then, hey, crit damage, that's nice. So passives-wise, he's actually fine. Saber bonus on the append, pretty bad. Now, at least his MP is absolutely broken. This MP is insane. It is so broken outside the one hit. It is ridiculous. So this is the reason why he has so gimped gains. His MP ignores defense, great. And then it gives you a 3-hit evasion that doesn't even expire, like, bleh. How is that a normal effect? Insane. OC could be better. It's 10 stars on base, but man, that 3-hit evasion is really insane. It's just flat out insane. That's the reason where he can actually do some soloing, despite his really awful gains. There is some solo possibility for Stolf. Now, as a DPS, it's easier to use his MP, but honestly, at that point, you might as well pick someone else. Because, yeah, it's easy to keep the evasion up so he doesn't die, but at that point, you're basically Marie 2.0, right? Who probably does a little less, maybe. If anything, I kind of rated Astolfo a bit too high in the past. I really love the MP. Like, the MP is amazing, but... Because he's not even a farmer, right? You're going to pick him as a DPS. It's easy to keep him alive with the MP, with supports helping with batteries as well. But man, his skills they're bad. They're so bad. Oh yeah, and his attack could be higher too. What do you think about Stolf?
Well, he certainly hasn't, aged very well. I think when he first got the buff, which was relatively early into the
back then he was like game, good. Just when
he
was
had a
fresh.
50 MP battery.
Yes.
But I think he is way over nerfed because they had to give him PFA on MP. Right? That
he suffers so badly from that.
They basically made every other part of him trash just because he has a PFA on MP. And that is very like yes, you have seen videos where he soloed like the Herc Neurofest challenge quest, but that's because he only has 2 hits. Like his MP is so not spammable that I don't even yes, he has solo potential, but it's so hard.
Like the enemy has to have really high hit count attacks for him to get enough gains to reliably use the MP often enough to get a good solo off.
Yeah, like I've definitely seen some impressive solos with him because of that PFA. Because like Ku is also, the PFA is like his bread and butter. So technically he should be good, but he suffers so much. Like his skill 3, as you've said, it's so annoying that it's more.
It has 2 problems: the RNG, and then it's unclear. So yeah.
Yeah, and the skill 1 and skill 2 are just so basic, and skill 2 isn't even 100%. Right, so it's
and the massive cooldowns on 2 and 3 are so insane.
I don't really see a good reason to use him anymore.
He has not aged well. I think every year without him getting another buff, he just looks worse.
Yeah.
Last year I had him on B+, which I think is way too high now.
Yeah, way too high.
I would place him maybe even below Marie, maybe at C+, honestly. Would you think it's even lower? Ooh.
I mean, nah. I mean,
his MP is still amazing, besides the 1 hit. But
I wanted to bump Marie down a little bit with him, but I don't know. I mean that we can leave that for later. But I don't think he's.
Maybe it's
his kid is.
Then.
I mean, he can still be C+, I guess. I don't know. His kit is just his MP, yeah, exactly. And the only notable part about his skill set is him trying to get his MP.
Yeah. I think I'll maybe just do C, honestly. Like, at least Marie can farm, and she also has similar crit potential too.
Do you really want to use her farm?
Well, maybe you will never really do that, but it's like it gives her a place, right? Stolf can never farm. It's impossible. Only back in the day when we didn't have looping and you had to do MP comms, that 50% battery, yeah, it was valuable, but it's not special anymore.
I mean, I don't think there are 2 tiers apart. I think maybe he can be C+.
It's not 2 tiers though. It's only 1 tier because we have half tiers basically.
I mean, I don't know. He's kind of bad.
Either I think I'm gonna keep him in C and either bump Marie down to C plus or keep her. I think that's the thing. Either Marie comes down or stays where she's at. I think Astolfo is gonna be on C.
Unfortunately, yeah. He's one-dimensional, and that one dimension is slowly not good enough anymore.
Yeah, maybe he's even lower next year. I don't know. I still use him sometimes though. Like, you know, he's easy to use, at least for basic stuff, but And he's good for like new accounts that don't have like big supports and whatnot, just because of that big battery, but
yeah.
Anyway, let's just move on for now.
Yep.
So next up is gonna be it's time. Oh my god. I didn't even realize. Okay, we're gonna talk about Ryder Kentucky next. Very timely actually, because he's very soon coming back to JP. So in 2 years in NA, if you missed him, hey, you too could have yourself a lovely Kentucky Ryder. So what do we got? A single target quick DPS. Very MP spammy, needless to say. His bread and butter. Does it extremely well, needless to say. 9.8k attack, so far the highest we have seen. Definitely above the average. Very good. His deck has aged well with the double buster, double quick, because now we have Saber Scotty as well. His quicks are very strong as well with 4 hitters, and it's ridiculous that he has 4 hitter quicks and then 1.15 MP generation. That's an insane combination. That's Jack tier basically. It's just absolutely nutty. His quicks will gain you so much, and then when you realize he has 2 quick buffs as well, oh my, like even from his own buffs alone, it is easy to just loop with a Brave Chain if cards align. Like that's not even accounting for supports. So this side is looking, this has aged really well. Alright, so first skill is just self quick up for 30% 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown. So not only is it already better than most of those, usually when it's a self card type up, that's a gainy one. Usually it's 20% if it's a 3 turn effect from 5 turn cooldown. He has 30%, so it's the better one. And then honestly, the 50% star gen on him is actually, it's noticeable. He can actually dish out a good amount of stars as a rider. Like this 50% can actually be fairly good. So this skill is very solid. This is literally what this skill, like, it's him in a nutshell. Good gains, good damage, just stars, MP, yeah, just go. Second skill, well, there it is. Like, when I said 50% battery is a base 6 turn cool, it's like, there it is. So it's not a great skill, but it makes sense, you know? Like, sure, usually these have something else nowadays on a 6 turn cooldown, but, you know, it's not a bad skill by any means. It still makes sense. And then the third skill, he has the same one as Berserker. So offensive debuff resistance for 3 turns, even going past 100%, so hard to debuff his damage, I guess. And then a pretty good 3k heal as well. Now, this is easily the weakest part about him, this skill. And this skill is not even complete trash. It is not great, but if this is the biggest weakness he has, then, you know, that kind of says something, right? So while his skills are very basic, he's one of those servants that the numbers really carry hard. Someone like Okita, someone like Jack, like basic stuff, but numbers are really good. Alright, passives-wise, it's a true crime that he does not have riding. You're telling me a guy that rides motorcycle doesn't deserve a riding? You're kidding me, right? Maybe it's a nerf, because, you know, he already has so much quick up, but yeah, his passives are pretty shitty, because he doesn't even have magic res, like, bro. So, okay, I take that back. The worst thing about him are the passives, not the third skill, so there's a small correction. Anti-Berserker pen, because, you know, that's really nice, needless to say. And then the MP. While it looks basic, it hits insanely hard. So there's no normal effects besides damage, but again, remember, single target quick has the highest damage mod, like damage roll thingy, I don't know what to call it, of all, like, MP types. And then the OC is also pretty good. It's 10% quick up for 1 turn before damage, which really complements his MP and potentially his follow-up as well. So yeah, he really emphasizes the fact that sometimes simple is beautiful. Like, to this day, he has aged well, especially with Saber Scotty now. He's still like, he just does the job. You have any? Oh yeah, we can look at the sheet as well. So yeah, he has no niches, but he's still looking like he's top 3 for no niches on a realistic setup as well. Like, he just goes, dude. Zoom, zoom. Very easy to loop. Like, Ushi is definitely going to be harder to loop, though. Way harder. than him. Ushi's not like terrible in looping, but Kintuki is like so much better in that. So while the damage is similar, I would say he still takes the cake overall because he's so easy to loop. Like, it's crazy. Oh, they change. Yo, shout out to changing Ushi's rarity mid-flight. Okay, someone's listening. Oh, that's funny. Okay, fixed. Anyway, what's your comments on Kentucky Rider?
All right, hot take of the day about to piss
here we
people
go.
off. He's obviously really simple to use. 50 MP battery is so good. Good hit counts, good MP. I wouldn't say the MP effects is good, but I would say because like,
Yeah, the MP effects wise is kind of basic. Yeah.
I think it could have like with OC5 being 90%, OC1 should have been a little bit more than 10%.
Oh yeah, how does it scale that well? Oh wait, what?
It's really
what?
ridiculous.
I've never noticed this. It scales from 10 to 90%?
Yeah, but like,
wow,
like the 90 is unrealistic, right? So it's unfortunate.
but
I think it should have scaled down.
Honestly,
like,
you know what's funny though? Because him being a free MP5 means you can go above 100% gauge. With good supports, you can actually easily go to like 200% or higher with face card gains. I'm not joking, by the way. So in that sense, the OC is actually better. And you can even maybe bring some OCCs. Like, his face card gains can be so good that the meter just zooms. That 1.15 gain is just absolutely unreal with these numbers.
Yeah. I mean, it's just slap it and go, right? You just slap a Black Grail, slap 2 Scotties, boom. You're trucking. But I think his skill sets are. I don't know about boss fights anymore. Like if the boss is easy and you can just slap 2 Scotties on him and just go to town on the boss, you just MP every turn. Of course, that would never fail. That would never fail. But I just feel like
Yeah, true. If the fight isn't fast, he kind of suffers a little bit because there's no defense, right?
Yeah,
proper defense. Yeah.
If he runs out of gas, which it's kind of funny.
No pun intended.
Yeah, if he runs out of gas, it's kind of like he can solo loop, as you've said, but like right now, I don't think there's many bosses that allows a servant like.
Yeah, I wouldn't really solo with him, to be honest. He's so good on team comps.
Yeah, so I don't know how to rate him. He's like spoiler alert. If I show up next week, I'm also not gonna rate Jack like ultra high, just because I feel like skill sets these days are really important. Obviously, gains are so important. We just looked at a Stoffel who has like some of the worst gains ever, so that's a big problem. But I don't think he's like EX. I know maybe some people want to put him EX, but I don't think he's EX. I just feel like he does one thing extremely well, but that's
that's a fair take for sure. Yeah, the thing is, like, I want to put him in EX because when he can go fast, he just does it so insanely well. But a part of me also wants to do like an A+, just because there is no good defense, and even among the best quick supports, there isn't that much defense to be shared as well. So you really have to like go fast. And if that sometimes doesn't work, a lot of the times it does work beautifully. But yeah.
People are going to call me biased, but I think there is another single target rider welfare that is clearly better than him. But,
I wouldn't say clearly, but I could make an argument to saying better, yes. I think Kintuki Rider is still absolutely busted, yeah.
I don't know. I think, here's the divergent, right? But I just feel like in terms of pickability, he's still really pickable because of how convenient it is. Like, people will naturally gravitate to someone who has a 50 MP battery. That's just.
I mean, it's attractive, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe with so many battery charges these days, with his gains, maybe he doesn't even need 50 MP battery.
Sometimes he doesn't. Yeah, sometimes it's just that like it's like insurance.
Yeah, and without that, he's.
Although I guess if you start with that, it's easier to use Black Grail as well, which is it's totally good for CE for him.
I don't know. I don't think he deserves EX because there are some other servants in mind that I think.
I do like even Summer Scotty benefits him really well now.
I don't know.
Like, I have him on EX last year before Summer Scotty, and that kind of made him even better in what he does.
The thing is, there are servants that I think are better than him that I'm still hesitant to put in. So I would like just personally, I know, like, once again, it's a hot take of the day, of course, it's just gonna be pretty hot. But personally, I don't see him in EX ever. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean, honestly, you did have good arguments, so I don't think anyone can really roast you too bad on that. But I feel like I would not sleep well tonight if I didn't have him on EX. But I absolutely do see your side. I do see it. So for what it's worth, yeah. So let it be known that Plushie would disagree a little bit for sure. But yeah,
Plushie,
there you go.
I have him in 2 accounts, not in JP, which is really exciting because we'll be getting him soon. So
yeah, when you have all your fat stuff on JP, yeah.
I do have him on NA and Taiwan, which I do have Scotty on both as well. So I know how good he is when he is good, but you know.
All right, let's move on for now. Again, we can maybe adjust later. These are not final yet, so no one get too mad yet. Anyway, let's talk about the first summer unit. Also a fairly well-known one, Surfbows, Suburboard Dread. So one of the OG arts loopers before we had stuff like Castors and whatnot, because she just loops that well. Her MP refunds insanely well. It has to be like top 3 most easily refundable arts MPs in the game to this day. That really is. She lives and dies by the MP. Her kit itself, kind of mediocre, but the MP, zoom, so good refund. It just goes fast. But what do we have overall? 9.2k attack, average. Double arts, double quick deck. It's okay. Nothing really to complain about because they're not going to give her triple arts, most likely. First skill. Helps with the refund. Self 30% arts up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So, there you go. Easy loops. Second skill is a 1-turn evasion, but for some reason they made this 7 turns. Like, remember Ushi's evade? This is the same skill, but for some reason they had to up the cooldown. I don't know why. It's weird. This should never be 7 turns. But yeah, it's because the 7 turn is pretty weak, is not a great skill, is huge downtime. But if you're looping, this is kind of relevant anyway. The star gen usually doesn't affect her MP too much from what I remember, even if it has like, 4 hits or something, right? Oh, it's 5, never mind, stupid, yeah. Even then, it doesn't really generate a sound. It's not like Caster Gill or anything, but yeah, okay. Anyway, third skill is a self-guts 1x 3 turns with 1k HP on a 7-turn cooldown. So again, bad when it comes to guts up type or average, and then a 30% battery. I guess that's why they bumped it up. So sometimes, like, honestly, if you bring the good supports, you never even need this battery. She loops so well. But I guess it gives her some options of maybe looping nodes that are not 3-3-3. Because, then you might need this. So, could be a thing. But if you just bring the really good arts loop supports like Castorias and whatnot, you don't really need this. He loops easily from 0 to 100. Magic Wrist B is alright. Of course, her passive has to give her more arts up, 5%, and also more star gen. So it's like the first skill, but a mini version, or not the first skill. Well, a combination of the first and second skills on a mini version, minus the dodge. Is good. Good passive. Saber bonus, because, lore, funny. Would not use her on neutral, probably. Like here's the thing. She loops insanely easily. But unless you have a really good copy, her damage is not that good. I have an MP1. I've used her a lot. Damage is kind of poo-poo. So yeah, in the MP normal effects, we have nothing besides damage, and the OC is a 50% chance to rate again. It's back. I hate it. Okay, so FX-wise, it's a garbage MP, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, but 5-hitter AoE arts combined with the 0.7 on the MP gain, it refunds insanely well. So on the sheet, she's not even in there. Oh wait, she is. I'm stupid. She's back down here. So yeah, even from this, you can kind of see that. Obviously, well, it's kind of unfair because, most of the competition is 5 stars, but then we have a certain welfare that just kind of shits the bed. Actually, that's bad. No, that's not how the saying goes. She crushes her. Okay. Mordred is the one that kind of shits the bed in comparison. So, and her being limited, it's tough. Like, Surfmo is an amazing looper, gains-wise, but her damage is just it's hard. Like, you have to have a really good copy. You have to be like pocket chalk to be able to really just go crazy with Surf Mo, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna stick to farming doors, basically. So, I don't know. I might be a bit more brutal on Surf Mo this time. How do you feel about her?
If there's one servant that embodies the term overkill, not in a good way, not like Melusine overkill.
Like, refund-wise, absolutely overkill.
I think with Castoria, it's just she just lost all of her value. If her MP
true, because she used to be one of the only ones that could art sloop before Castoria, but then now all these other possibilities happened. And then they released Da Vinci as well. Obviously, again, not fair comparison, but, we have, still a lot of people rolled for her as well, both limited.
And it's especially painful that her overcharge effect, which is because it's funny, because I very often get to 200 overcharge with this character if you do double Castoria, but her overcharge effect isn't even good. So
it only goes up 10%.
If she had an MP upgrade and maybe her overcharge effect is like a ridiculous attack boost or something, maybe suddenly she'll become really good. But like as of now, it's just
like, imagine if it was like 30% MP damage for one turn before damage or something, or even more than one turn. Like, MP damage would be so good on her, so good.
Yeah. But like as of now, she just has those 200% extra MP. She can't do anything with, and it's just such a shame.
You have all the MPs in the world, but they really don't do the most things ever,
Yep, they don't do anything. They're basically stars that are over 50. It's just it's not important. I'm just saying it's useless.
Yeah, fair. I had her on A last year, but I don't know. I think I gave her an A because she's so easy to loop. But honestly, even if she's like super easy to loop, because it's just not all the damage. Everything else is just, besides the refund, not super impressive.
And then of course we got a thing after Lost World 6. We got a thing.
Yeah, we got a thing. Oh yeah, we'll be talking about the thing soon, which is kind of stupid. So yeah, that also hurts her a lot. So maybe a B? Is that too harsh? I feel like it's fair.
No.
Like, it's just fair. Above average, just because she's so easily loopable. You can absolutely work with her, but man, don't expect miracle damage or like crazy other stuff. She doesn't really bring too much to the table. So yeah. Like, even a single caster would probably makes her loop, like Rib is saying. So there is some, charm in that, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna stick her to B, even though some people might want to see B+. A bit brutal, maybe, but so be it. Imagine if she was permanent. Oh my god. And even then, she would probably lose to the thing, but
yeah.
It would help a lot. Anyway, moving on. We got wow. Was there no 4-star rider releases between first 2 summer events? I guess there wasn't. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Because next up, we're going from summer 1 to summer 2, and we're gonna talk about Summer Ishtar, the welfare for summer 2. Very cool. So AoE quick DPS. I don't think, does she have the looper numbers up here? No. Can she even loop? I actually don't know. Maybe she can be brute forced to loop, but I'm not sure if the damage is going to be really good.
Berserkers. I'm not sure on Berserkers.
I actually don't know.
She definitely loops on casters, but it's her refund.
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah, true. Riders have that advantage against casters, obviously, because they refund the best.
Yeah.
You can loop.
Her refund is not good.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, she's a looper / DPS, or maybe, like a support. And also, she has a bit of esports value as well because of her first skill, which is kind of cool, I guess. Anyway, 9.6k attack is nice. Definitely above average. She has the gains deck, so, that's fine. Her face card gains are actually not terrible. Those double 3-hitter arts can actually generate a good chunk, for sure. And having a 5-hitter buster, that sometimes when you open with an arts, if you want to, you can even make the buster gain a little bit. Why not? Alright, first skill is kind of cool. You have 3 AoE effects for 3 turns. Buster up, quick up, MP gen, they're all 20%. That on a 5-turn cooldown, honestly, is still not bad. That's actually a very legit skill to this day. Like, wow. This could be an SSR skill too, in my opinion. This is pretty good. Good uptime, good effects, it makes sense. And because it gives his first skill, if you played both of the versions of the event, or for some reason you don't want to level a copy of her, this is great for esports. This can absolutely be used for level 1 copy and then just kill her off. One possibility. Maybe not the best thing ever, but it's an option. Second skill is a 1-hit evasion, but at least the cooldown is a low 4, thank god. And then 50% crit damage, but only for 1 turn. So it's the same skill that Ryder Da Vinci has, I believe. Is not amazing, but it's not the worst either. Low cooldown is still a thing, so it's not the worst downtime. I still kind of wish it was like 5-turn cooldown with 1-turn evasion and maybe like 3-hit crit damage, 3 turns, something like that. So, I don't know. Could be better. Third skill, she has one of these goddesses morphs again. This one still has the merit of the delayed stun. So for what do you get for 1 turn? You get 1 hit invul. Sadly, not 1 turn like the other ones. So this is a 1 hit invul, like the second skill is a 1 hit evade. So if you activate both, you can still be hit once in a turn, which is kind of sad when you use 2 defensive skills. But what else do you get? For 1 turn, 50% crit damage, so combine that with second skill, 100%. 50% crit star gen, we get 50% MP gen, which can actually be really nice. 50% debuff res, 50% more healing, and then after 1 turn, aka after you're done using this skill, your cards, you get stunned for 1 turn. Now you can preemptively remove the timer already, or you can just later remove the stun. Debuff cleanse works for both. You have mirror command codes as well, but yeah. So it's not the best version of this skill. It's actually probably the worst version because the 1-hit invul, but it's a cute skill. 6-turn cooldown, so the downtime is big though, but it can give you a nice turn sometimes. Real highlight is the first skill though. This is easily the best. Riding EX is amazing on her. Actually, well, it's still like base quickline, but at least her MP is no longer a 1-hitter, so that's nice. So, damage at least for face cards. You get some more crit damage, nice, and she doesn't have base divinity. Hooray for Goddess's Essence. So she's lacking magic resistance, but she does get 22.5% debuff res from the Goddess's Essence, which is nice. So overall, actually pretty great passives. Ruler bonus is a good joke for her. And then the MP. Tell me you're a welfare MP without telling me you're a welfare MP. So yeah, no normal effects besides damage, and then it's basically Kentucky Rider OC with less scaling but higher base. So 20% quick up 1 turn before damage, and a free MP5. Means that it does pretty decent damage. Nothing crazy high though, because you really only have this skill from herself and then this OC to help with it, and it's also the same type of buff, so it only it's additive basically. I do think Summer Ishtar is pretty good though, honestly. I think she's a fine welfare. What do you think about her?
I don't think she actually aged that well, but like even the esports aspect, I don't see her use that much anymore, just because it doesn't really provide much utility. It's just a gain up. But
she's added to the sheet.
But I don't know. She's fine, I guess. I don't particularly like her gameplay because I don't know, it's just very like the skill 3 still having the stun is horrible. Like sure you can use the command code, but it's I don't know. It's it like people give Tamalancer skill 3 a lot of shit. It's the same skill, right?
But Tamalancer is so much better now after the buff. It's it's a really good skill on now after the buff.
Yeah. So and the 50% crit up is only 1 turn as well, and the MP.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah.
I just, and also her not having particularly amazing refund. I just don't see her being.
I think as a DPS is pretty good. The triple double Artier cards, they're actually fairly good for refund. But for farming, apparently we have the numbers now, so you do need to run triple Scotty. You can get some pretty good numbers actually, but again, it's the triple Scotty, so it's a bit higher than the others because it's triple support. So I guess in that way, she kind of has aged a little bit better because now we have the triple Scotty option. I suppose.
You can always plug Oberon. I don't know, but it's just.
Wait, is this not doable? It says the refund 99% on wave 1 and 98% on wave 2 against Saber.
Interesting. I mean, so that means it works against like.
Yeah, she only does
Caster.
casters basically. Then okay.
And Rider, I don't know if Riders is higher.
Oh yeah, 99 goes to 100. Yeah, true. So, but she can't do the refund on wave 2. Yeah. But you probably wouldn't use her neutral looping anyway. So yeah, it still works against casters.
I see.
So
Well,
she is an option for sure for both DPSing and farming, and I don't think she's garbage in either. Honestly, I think she's fine.
yeah, I mean, I don't think she's garbage, but I just feel like in comparison, there's once again not a lot of reason to use her.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, not just the LB6 thing, but like
Yeah.
in general, I don't know. In general, I don't see a good use case for her. I don't particularly like her gameplay. I apologize. But yeah.
Last year I had her on A. I might honestly bump her down to B plus now. I still think she's good, but maybe not that good. Like she's fine for sure. And I think I would probably pick her over Surf Mo, honestly. At least for DPSing. But I think B plus. I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
You would probably bump her lower, but yeah, fair enough.
Look, I mean, it's just me, right? It's just me. It's I don't know.
Yeah, I like B plus personally, but yeah, fair enough. Okay, moving on to another welfare, because that's how the release order goes. We are gonna talk about OG Sakamoto Rider. We already talked about Lancer last week, so now it's the OG. So single target Arts Rider DPS. 8.5k attack, sadly on the lower side, could be higher. Fairly modern hit numbers though, double Buster, double Arts, the standard Rider deck, I think works fine for a DPS like this. So yeah, at least hit counts this time, looking pretty good. Base Charisma, oh boy, probably will never be changed because they hardly ever buff welfares, unless maybe they will when he comes back to this new shop, you never know. So yeah, it's just okay, again, it's not good, it's too basic. Second skill is a party 10% battery and also party debuff rest 20% for 3 turns. I wish the numbers were higher. It's a 5-turn cooldown. They could be a little bit higher. Maybe make it 6 turns, bump the party charge to 20%, and then maybe like 40% debuff rest or something. Could be a thing. Could give him more use cases. So right now, it's like kind of weak. It's cute. It works, but doesn't really do a whole lot. And then the third skill is probably his best skill. Self 20% arts up for 3 turns with a 15 star bomb on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, it's okay. I don't hate this skill, but also definitely not amazing either. I think they could have made it 30% arts as well, honestly. Oh wait, it's AoE, of course, that's why it's 20. Yeah, I'm stupid, I said self only. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, this is definitely the best skill, for sure. By quite far. So yeah, I'm okay with this skill. This works. Everything else could be better on the skills. Magic Wrist C, standard, riding A+. It's only 1 quick, but at least it's a 4-hitter. And Divinity B Bite is okay. Anti-Archer Append, pretty irrelevant, I would say. And then the MP. So again, tell me your welfare MP without telling me. No normal effects besides damage, and then oh, it's back. Riders love this apparently. Chance to drain. So 60% chance on base OC. If you want the guaranteed, you literally have to get 500%. Unless you're willing to hold off on using your MP and gathering that 300%, or you're maybe stacking OC buffs or CEs. Not really gonna be guaranteed. So I don't like the effects, they're pretty trash. But at least it's a free MP5, so the damage is okay. What about the sheet then? So his peak is basically his normal because he doesn't have 1-turn effects, so he's not bad. He's alright, I would say he's not doing terribly. I would say he's like a basic good DPS, still to this day. But nothing amazing. What do you think?
I might use Mandricardo over him. There could be a hot take. I mean,
I don't think it's a hot take, honestly. They're very comparable.
I don't know. He's he has a whole lot of nothing on his skill set. That's all I'm gonna say. So
Yeah.
Like the drain is good though. Like a loopable MP
Yeah, when
on
it
drain,
lands.
boss fight, yeah, but
Yeah.
but you know it's 7%. I
Yeah.
guess
I'm
at
guessing
least
they
he
had
got a cool
PTSD because of Kentucky Rider. So they probably didn't want to make
Dude.
another really amazing welfare rider.
It like yeah, I think that could be the case because his skill effects are also really simple, but
Mm-hmm.
his numbers are not like if they made an insane art servant. I feel like they just like especially early FGO, they have a fear of art servants refunds.
Yeah, even before
right?
Castoria was the thing, yeah.
Right, yeah, like with Vlad and with a lot of stuff, and ironically, after Castoria, they actually stopped putting a limiter on these arts.
Yeah, they're like, fuck it, we already reached the best servant in the history of the game, and you might as well just,
like,
release the brakes.
Whatever, yeah. And so I feel like a lot of early like arts servants suffer for it, and he definitely is one of them. And I don't even think he's like on par with the 3-star, bro. And I don't know about that.
So Mandricardo was an A. I feel like I could put him into B plus or B. One of the Bs, I think. I think that's a fair rating for him.
B.
Just a flat B.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can
That's
maybe see
me,
that.
but...
Yeah. I think B is like it's just above average. It's good. Is he amazing? No, but he's fine. Like even at MP5, I feel like it could be B.
Yeah.
Because again, we have 2 other single target welfare riders that kind of just make him look worse. Yep. And then we also have Mandricardo and Ushi on the 3-star side, so he definitely has a lot of competition.
Yep.
Anyway, I guess now it's time. Summer 3.
Oh.
Alright, so let's go through the kit and then we can hear some opinions. Alright, Summer Carmilla. Rider, AoE quick DPS, because she doesn't farm, I'm pretty sure, right? Okay. So, hey, at least her attack ain't too bad. 9.6k, definitely above average for 4 stars. She's got the looping deck. The double arch, double quick for the gains. Even hit counts are pretty good. So far, looks to be a very promising servant, right? Okay. Move on to the skills. I think we're going to have Debuff City. So, first of all, chance-based skill seal, but luckily, it's a bit more modern design, because it scales up to 100%. Still should never be a scaling-like thing if it goes up to... Let's just make it base 100%. There's no reason for it to be like this, but okay, at least it's not that bad. So for 1 turn, you can get a guaranteed skill seal, minus debuff rest, so there you go. And then, this is an interesting thing, it's a defense down against crits for 3 turns, about to 50%. Does anyone else in the game do this? I'm not sure. Maybe no one does this. That's kind of cool.
So I think this is
obviously
unique,
it's still a defense down. It's not like a brand new debuff that multiplies your damage. But it's cool. I like it. It's actually very cool. It's a big number too. And then we got the 15 star bomb. So that on a 6-turn cooldown, I think it's not a bad skill, honestly. I kind of like it. And yeah, she can generate a lot of stars for herself too, right? So crit defense down. Pretty cool. Next, we have a fun little skill. So, you have basically a guaranteed chance, unless they're immune, to give the enemy a delayed debuff, and after 1 turn, their MP is drained for a tick. So, there you go, guaranteed drain unless debuff immune for the initial placement, that's cool. And then also after that 1 turn, your party gets an interesting up to 25% MP battery. Like, it's a good battery. Sadly, it's delayed. This would be amazing if this was immediately, like you get this on turn 1. Oh well. But hey, then you also reduce the target's crit chance by 30% for 3 turns, which is cool. So, gimping the enemy even more. Like, honestly, effects-wise, the drain, the fairly big AoE battery, the crit chance down, effects-wise is good. I just kind of wish maybe make the battery 20%, but, just get it out of the delay, right? I feel like that could be cool. To be used easier, but yeah, definitely not a garbage skill either. But there's going to be one pattern that we're going to notice here that, while she has a lot of debuffs, she just might be lacking on the opposite side. Now, the third skill, AoE HP drain. So for the enemy side, it barely matters. They lose like up to 2k HP. So if you're fighting bosses, it's a tickle. But, you know. So you can heal herself by up to 2k, though. In your side, it does actually matter, because we have way less stats. And then this one is a defense down for 3 turns. And this is an AoE, right? So AoE 30% defense down. That's actually fairly strong. Like, honestly, skill set-wise, it's good.
This heals up to 6,000.
Oh, yeah, because the drain is also AoE, you're right. Of course. Yeah, that's actually very considerable.
And if you face a really funny 6 enemy node, it heals 12,000. Oh,
yeah. But only Grail numbers would even match that at that point, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, honestly, her skills are good if she was like a full support, I feel like. But like, there's nothing really, no real problems with her. But then you also, there's like there's no buffs for her either for her own damage, really. It's just all debuffs. Anyway, independent action A, quite lovely, especially with the crit chance or crit damage defense down. Presence concealment B, because you know she's originally assassin, she has to bring it here. Actually helps with her multi-hit MP as well, and the double 4-hitter quicks. Anti-rider, sadly not assassin anymore. And then the MP. So a normal effect, we have an AoE buff block for 1 time 3 turns. I'm a big fan of buff blocks, so that's pretty cool. More gimping. And then AoE quick rest down, base 20% for 3 turns on the OC. But again, sadly, after damage, right? So that could actually help a lot with damage as well if that was before. So she's not even on the sheet, I'm pretty sure, because I don't think you really... Yeah, she doesn't loop, right?
She can do it with double Oberon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the ugly comp.
Double Oberon plug Scotty. Yes.
Ooh, yeah, it's pretty ugly. Okay. I guess I should give you the spotlight, because you definitely have the way more experience of using her than I do. So go nuts.
I mean, yeah. I have her at 120 and all that, and you know, maxed out deck as well. But here's the thing: she's still, like, even today, a very good esports servant because all of her skills are debuffs. The delayed charge actually has some merit, because usually on the first turn, I'm going into min turn stuff again. But like usually in the first turn, you have like already good like matching number batteries. Right, so you have like Scotties, you have your Castorias, so you already have like good numbers to match for full charge. But some servants just don't have really good refunds, and this can very much make up for it. So the delay has its like own merit, and of course the first skill is a good crit boost skill. It also comes with stars. It's a bit of a shame that she's a rider. And the third skill is, you know, AoE 30% defense down is also good, and even sometimes the MP has a buff. So she's a good utility pick. Like, I remember her being really good against Demeter because she can block her like defense ups. But here's the thing, right? This character is designed to die. This character, all of her skills are good support skills that are casted on the enemy. So that means the body is not important. The body is arguably bad because it's a rider, because it steals your stars. So you want her to die as soon as possible. You just throw all her skills and just kill her. That is the best way to use her. Really unfortunate, but like, from my personal experience, letting her die is the best way to use her. And her refund is bad. Her crit damage is good because her crit boost skills are good. But what would be better is if that crit damage is utilized by another damage dealer. So, like, I know I like to, you know, I like to shit on the Carmilla a lot, and that's my excuse for not using her in videos. But that's just the truth, because all of her effects are better if she's not there.
So. Yeah, and honestly, I think, I mean, we're just gonna take your word for it, guys. I mean, you probably have like the best summer Carmilla in JP, which is kind of crazy, and definitely have a lot of use of using her as well.
I mean, level 60 is arguably better than level 120, which is
yeah, that kind of hurts when you say that, but yeah, it probably has some facts to it.
Yeah, and another thing is, like, a lot of people already brought up in chat, I saw, which is 1 debuff immunity.
Oh yeah, oh dude.
Not just her skill set, her MP effects as well both of her MP effects. So she would instantly become nothing if the enemy has debuff immunity, which, I mean, it is more or less the case. Debuff immunity is a very potent boss effect, but it has never been as effective against any servant as Carmilla, because she has nothing that is a buff. All of her effects are completely shut down if the enemy just has debuff immunity. And because how bad this problem is, it even extends to servants with just high debuff resist will shut her down, or you would have to like keep save scumming until you land every single debuff. So it's very hard to use her as a main DPS from my personal experience, but I think her place as a esports servant is definitely useful. The skill seal is actually like a lot of like annoying bosses have like, you know, scripted skills.
It can help with the esports stuff too, right? Because then they just hit you.
Yeah. So she's very good at not being alive and just still providing value even after she dies. Which I don't know how to rate that. Yeah.
Well, she is definitely a unique case, I suppose. I do like that she gives like a defense then of -80 against crits. That's a lot. That really can boost crit outputs for sure.
Yeah, that is a lot. Like still used today in esports. Like I thought I'm seeing her less and less, but like recently I saw her again. So that's pretty. It's pretty funny. Yeah.
Last year, it seems I had her on like B+. What do you think? I mean, even if it's hard to place her.
Okay. Can I look at the list? B+. I mean, I would think she is more useful than Ishtar, and her DPS arguably, like, of course for looping is worse, but I think like she can still do some crits. I think she can still do some crits, but I'm not sure at MP1. Like,
I feel like the free MP5 is also a good argument.
Yeah, and also the 120. Like the crit numbers I'm used to with her is 120, 2k foe, and all of her cards are max gold foe, by the way. So that is
like faux pod, you mean? Yeah, faux pod.
Yeah, faux pod.
That actually, because it's not just divinity, it's not flat damage. It actually adds attack to the card, so they scale really well with crits and stuff.
Yeah. So it is the absolute maximum, and I still feel like sometimes her crit doesn't do enough. So it's I don't know.
I feel like I can maybe keep her in B+, honestly. Yeah, I like the utility and stuff that she brings to the table, but yeah, she's a bit lacking in some stuff for sure. And honestly, I think like in her case, MP1 is not the worst because her skills are really all that useful, right? So you can just kind of go with MP1 too and do fine.
Yeah, you can certainly just not use her as a damage dealer and she'll perform fine.
Or you can even use her as a DPS and just focus on crits rather than MP damage, right? That's also an option.
True. Yeah, that is also an option, yeah.
So there it is.
People are screaming divorce in the chat.
Yeah. I wonder how many people are gonna skip to this point in the YouTube video as well, if they know you're in this video as well. But there you go. It's official. I mean, honestly, memes aside, I think you had some really well constructed points there. Like, you clearly know the servant very well, so.
Yeah. I mean,
at least now we have a truly expert opinion on this.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I guess we're moving on to another summer event again immediately. So summer 5, right? Is this 6? I forgot actually. This is 5. Yeah, this is 5. This is 5.
It's 5. Yeah, it's the same event with Abby.
Yeah. So we got Murasaki Rider Summer, single target arts DPS, pretty notorious one. I think maybe her biggest downside is the lower attack. It's below average, but still not terrible by any means. Double arts, double quick with some pretty good hit counts on the gain C cards, because again, she really wants to spam that MP, and she does a fairly good job at that too, so that's nice. So once again, we have the return of a seal. This time it's an MP seal. I really like it. So it's a single target MP seal for 1/3, 100% on base, max rank, minus debuff resistances, and then also a minus 30% defense for 3 turns. So on a 6-turn cooldown, while it is basic, I still like it. It delays an enemy MP. It makes you deal more damage. You can pop it turn 1, and you don't have to worry about it. Just it works. Second skill, also single target. You can first of all, you basically guaranteed to remove their debuff resistance. So obviously, if you're gonna pop shit, start with this. So that means everything else will basically have a plus 100% chance to land on them, because unless they're debuff immune, this debuff res down will always land. So start with that, and then it's also a skill seal this time for 1 turn. So with this active, it's a 200% chance to land it. And same with this arts res down for 30%. Now it's only 1 turn, but it's still a big amount of arts res down. And arts res down is really good for arts refund. Like for both the MP and the face cards, we've seen stuff like Saito and whatnot. It really adds up to their refund, not just damage. This on a 5-turn cooldown is fair in my opinion. It's fine. So you do this, then you do this. You get guaranteed debuffs unless they're immune. You're loving life. And then the third skill. Self pretty it's actually never mind, it's not a battery, I'm stupid, it's MP over turn, so it's 20% MP every turn for 3 turns, which is actually pretty good, and then a 20 star bomb 1 time on a 5-turn cooldown. It's I was honestly expecting this to be a 6-turn cooldown, but this is actually very solid on a 5-turn cooldown. So even easier to keep up that MP uptime for sure. Yeah, like then you remember she's a single target rider, and then you remember like Sakamoto, and you compare these skills. It's a bit brutal, and I'm pretty sure the MP is gonna make it look even worse. Anyway, riding B, very solid on her despite having an arts MP, because double 4-hitter quicks. Again, more refund. She just loves it. Anti-alter ego, I don't really like this because you don't really want to bring cavalry against alter ego. Knights I can see a case because they at least take reduced damage, but there really isn't a good minus comma. Maybe I don't really see a reason to bring cavalry, so this is sadly kind of just straight up bad. Now the MP, which for some reason they wanted to buff, like this is so rare for it, first of all, it's a summer servant that has an MP buff. Like even before this she was already pretty solid, but man, then the MP buff happened, and bleh. The only bad thing is the 60% chance to drain. That's the only bad thing, right? But then what do we get? Now they also added a flat 150% damage mod against Earth attribute. Again, second most common attribute. Pretty damn common on normal mobs as well for what it's worth, but fairly common on servants too. And then another 20% arts res down for 3 turns. Sadly after damage, but yeah, you can even stack it with the second skill one. And after the buff, even on lower MP levels, she deals a lot of damage, actually. You'd be surprised. So, yeah, I don't know why they felt the need to buff her of all the summer servants, but they did. So, yeah, Summer Murasaki. Let's look at some numbers as well. So, I think that against Earth attributes, she's gonna basically slam like crazy. But then, normally, she's doing fairly well too, right? You can easily run Black Rail too, by the way. With all the stuff that she does and etc., it's easy to, like, her, like, I feel like this sheet is honestly maybe even unfair against her. Like, her damage might not seem the greatest, but again, she's like Kintoki Rider of Arts. It's so easy to loop her MP as well with face cards. Like, you don't really need too much help. Easy looping for sure. What do you think about Summer Murasaki?
Plot twist. All right. Okay. I know I did this joke already with the
okay, go for it.
Lancer Ryoma, but this is the character I think gives Rider Kintoki. Like this is the one
you were talking about her. Oh,
but I mean I don't know if she deserves EX, but I think she's on the same level or like even better because I mean if we factor in the Castoria factor, I think she's better.
Yeah.
Her at MP2 does as like almost as much as Kintoki at MP5. I think. I mean I don't know if
that sounds about right. Yeah.
Consider and her skill set is just so solid, right?
Yeah.
MP seal, skill seal. I mean, skill seal sometimes can't get you in trouble because the enemy hits like a couple extra times, but in general, a lot of times, you just don't want like the enemy. If you seal the enemy from getting a crit buff, for example, then their attacks are not as potent. Right, so in general, I still like skill seals a lot as well, and the loopable arts down with the MP and the
MP having like, 3 turns of arts res down, you can easily stack that too. Like even if it's after damage, you can still stack it.
Yeah, that's insane on bosses, and the skill 3 helps her loop as well. One arts crit will get her to like so much already.
You just see the battery, the gauge zoom in.
Yeah, and she has anti-earth.
Good damage mod.
so common. Yeah, and a lot of non-servant enemies are also Earth. So this character is, as you said, I have no idea why they decided to buff her MP.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure her at MP1 deals like the same damage as Realm at MP5, which is just
maybe, yeah.
Sure, dude. I don't know why you buff her. I don't know why they decide to buff her, but that's really stupid. But yeah, she's definitely extremely solid, especially considering, like, once again, like, Arts is just so good for boss killing because of Castoria, and she just slots right into that system. And yeah.
Well, Ninja just said that her problem is that she's very reliant on debuff. You gotta remember as well, you have that, you have the this one as well. For one turn, you're basically going to land everything. Unless you're debuff immune, you're going to land everything. But yeah, against debuff immune, I would probably pick just Kentucky Rider for sure. But yeah, again, it's that one case, really. Everything else she's like really good at.
And she has anti-Earth as well.
Yeah, honestly, at that case, you could still pick her even without like landing debuffs, because her MP is just going to nuke against Earth.
She has the same problem as Carmilla in that sense, but like her whole thing is just like, if Carmilla had an MP upgrade and an anti-Earth, then I'll rate her higher, right? But like she doesn't, and this character is just so good.
Also, while her MP has a 60% chance to drain is not considered debuff, so you can land that on debuff immune as well. So that's cool. Last year had her an A+, but that was before the buff. So I think even in my buff breakdown, I think I did do the slide, I'm pretty sure. And I feel like it kind of has to be done.
Yeah.
She's just that solid.
If Kentucky's...
Even on lower MP levels, she's just going to be really good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The power of MP upgrades, right? It's just, like, when you see...
Especially when they add new stuff to the MP besides damage. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah. And they suddenly, their damage catch up to the free MP5s, and it just starts to become ridiculous, right?
All right. I guess now we're going to talk about the thing. So, we got a welfare, not just any welfare, a friend point welfare. We got Habitshot. Pretty infamous servant for sure. Very cool. So, she's an arts looper. She's an arts Arash. She's like even a kind of a female support as well. She's a really interesting servant. So, what do we got? 8.6k attack. Again, could be higher, but certainly not trash. She has a looping deck as well. No surprises there. Works pretty well. Can definitely loop, even like with just, without face cards as well, if you just bring the good supports. So this is fine. Skill-wise, what do we got? A lot of supporty stuff, needless to say. So it's a targeted skill, heal up to 2k, debuff immune for 1 turn, and 100% star gen for 1 turn. Now, effects-wise is not the greatest, but it's also a 3-turn cooldown on max rank. It's actually a really spammable skill, so that's not bad. I think it's a pretty okay skill on 3 turns. Not bad at all. And then the second skill is a pretty big one for her many use cases. So self-arts up 3 turns, 30%, great. And then an 80% battery. Like, bleh. Like, what you gotta realize, even with just her own append maxed, that's 100%. So that's already one use case. You don't even need anything else. If you want to rush her turn 1, go ahead. She can do it herself alone from 0 if you max the append battery. Like, no one does that. No one does. Like, Arash doesn't do it. Nobukatsu doesn't do it. Gang doesn't do it for anyone else either. Habitshot is the only servant that can do a sacrifice from 0 with her own stuff only. So, yeah. Now, the third skill is where the Arash comes into play. So, it's a pretty cool support skill as well. So, it only works on female allies. So, what do you get if you target a female ally? Invul for 1 turn. 1 time 5 turn guts. It's a 10 turn cooldown, but when you know what the skill does, it doesn't really matter for the uptime, I guess. So it's nice that the guts is 5 turns, up to 5k HP, so you can absolutely recover from that on bosses, depending on your comp. They get 2k healing every turn for 5 turns, so that's actually some pretty damn solid sustain. you also remove their dots. And then, after one turn, he goes poof. He just leaves. There she goes. So this is you can pop this turn 1, and then you can do the MP, and if you want, there's a Arts Arash. That's even better, honestly. Well, maybe not as high in damage, but way easier to use, basically. So that's one use. But if you're looping on her, you just don't have to use this skill. You can do fine with her own numbers. Now, passives-wise, Riding C, pretty good. Adds to the gains for, outside of farming. Now, this is definitely a lore passive, because I'm pretty sure she doesn't have debuffs, right? She has a debuff success rate, so this is just a lore passive. So it's kind of useless on her. But then she also has the Fae passive, which is pretty damn amazing. It's 12% crit resistance. Like, that's already very solid, so very cool. Yeah, I guess this is for, like, clothes making lore stuff, yeah. But yeah, this is a great passive as well, this Fae Eyes. Anti-Berserker Append, and she can absolutely be used to loop Berserkers as well, pretty sure. So that's very nice. And as she's a welfare you can get infinite copies of if you just keep using FP. You can definitely get all of her appends if you want at some point. Now, the MP. What do we got? We get an AoE damage, of course. So before damage, 30% MP damage for one turn, non-scaling. Pretty damn good. More damage buffs, different ones, multiplying. Ignores defense for farming. Maybe not the most relevant, but for bosses, always nice utility. She does reduce her own star absorb by 100% for 3 turns, so if you want someone else to get stars, not that she herself, besides the star bomb on the MP, generates too much, but yeah, she's gonna give the stars to everyone else. And the OC is a base 20 star bomb. It's a pretty cool MP, FX-wise. And again, while you might not get like an easy MP5 immediately, like with event welfares, because she's free friend points, if you just stock up enough friend points, it's not too hard to get up to MP5, and then, you're looking pretty damn good. So, then we can take a look at the looping numbers, because, yeah, these are pretty impressive, needless to say. So with just double Castor and a Black Rail setup, I mean, like, she just kind of makes even SSRs look bad. In terms of damage. Her refund is not going to be like, Da Vinci Lily refund, but damage-wise is like, bruh. Is pretty damn good numbers, huh? So, yeah, that's that. There's not much to say. It's just she's a very great looper as well, if you don't want to use her as an Arash or anything in between. Do you have any cool comments on Habitshot?
I mean, she is the best free character we've gotten, in my opinion, period.
That's a good argument. I could see that, yeah.
Like, okay, so of course, the arts looping aspect, I think we don't really, I don't need to like reiterate how
the numbers speak for themselves, yeah.
Yeah, and it's so flexible. It doesn't even need to have to be arts looping because 80 MP batteries, right?
Yeah, that plus the append is just so free.
Yeah. And one particular thing I like to do with her is to cheat on solos. Female solos has never been easier after Habatron's existence.
Ooh, the third skill is such a good defensive skill.
Yeah, when you stack it, even though the other effects don't stack, the 5-turn heal per turn does. So DPS will heal for 4,000 every single turn passively. So it makes,
and for 5 turns, that's crazy.
Yeah, for 5 turns. It basically makes female characters that has 0 sustain, be able to solo stuff. So
dude, I just realized I'm gonna love her with my NA Jinako. Yeah. Oh my god,
it's so ridiculous. She would be at full HP like forever. It's absolutely insane. It makes solo so easy, like for females, which is a shame because Tyra is not considered a female.
Yeah, kind of robbed, but yeah.
Yeah, but like, and the first skill being, it's also really good utility buff, debuff immunity, and it's 3-turn cooldown. It's 1 turn shorter than BB's, which is kind of impressive. I mean, BB has the cleanse as well, but. But
I would argue that the debuff immune can be better than the cleanse sometimes if you're anticipating shit.
Yeah, I think BB has. Wait, does she have both? I think BB has both on.
Oh, does she have debuff? Okay, you might be right, honestly.
I don't remember, but like yeah, and her MP is 20 star bomb. If you even want to like cheat more, like one thing I do in solos where the DPS really needs a lot of help is I use Habatrot's skill 2 on DPS, and I use her MP. So the next turn, the DPS gets 20 stars. So like,
yeah, because she will reduce her own absorb. Being a writer, she still will go to like 0 absorb.
And then she kills herself as well. So like, this character is so good in terms of everything she does, and it's just enables so much random bullshit, and I don't know.
Yeah.
And
I would say it's a pretty easy EX. I don't think anyone will really argue about. She has like so many use cases, and so many of them are so good. Like she does so many things that really well. She's like, you said she might be the best free character, and you might honestly be right, that we've ever gotten to this day.
I mean, general.
2 years later, almost.
But like with how much stuff she does, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right, so that's Habitrot arriving on NA this year. Very cool. So save your FP, maybe. I don't know. Definitely worth. Yeah. Wow, more summer stuff, because most 4-star writers are summer units, I guess. Or welfare. Alright, we got Summer Canis from Summer 6 then. Wait, is she Buster? I forgot. She's a Buster single target, right?
She's Buster, yeah, she's Buster.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I had to double check. It's been a while. Alright, single target Buster, DPS, unlike her Lancer counterpart who is AoE. But what do we got? 9.5k attack. Pretty good. Above average. Good stuff. She has the standard rider deck, which I like. Gives her good crit potential, and also not bad on the refund. So, not bad. Pretty good hit counts as well. I think her refund is also fairly good from what I remember. I mostly used her in the event itself, but yeah. Sure, she has the fun, like, summer charisma, but it's a little bit better, though, because it also helps herself, too, I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, where is that trait? I'm blind? Is it this one? No. Wait, doesn't she have this trait? Oh, wait.
Wait, which one?
Oh yeah, unknown. I don't know why I was against traits. It's the gender. Yeah. So she also gets this. I was pretty sure she gets this. Okay. So party 20% attack, and then party 30% crit damage if they are male or unknown gender, and she is unknown, so she always gets this. So in that sense, it's alright. It's pretty okay. Second skill, greed, not green, blue and red. Yeah, everything else. Up for 30%, 3 turns, and then 15 star bomb on a 6-turn cooldown. I would say it's alright. Pretty good. Nothing crazy, but you know, it works. For main damage types as well. And riders love stars. Third skill, self-guts, 1 time 3 turns, 3k HP. Then stars per turn for 3 turns, 10. And then, if you happen to be on water side, you also get absorb 500% for 3 turns, and then an additional 10 stars per turn. Now, if you use this on Waterfield, it's pretty damn good, right? That's 20 stars per turn. Absorb that, you know, it's good at making your crits way more consistent. She is a rider, though, so she might not need it that much. But yeah, 20 stars per turn is kind of nuts. So if you don't have water side, it's okay. It's just, it's passable, I would say. At least the stars also play really well with the crit damage here and the more stars here as well, so it's easier crits. Overall, I think the kit makes sense. Kind of plays off each other. Not too much in the way of defense, but at least the guts is there, so, you know, that's that. Riding EX. Not too useful for her, sadly. She has the fun version of, or one of the fun versions of Divinity, which also improves her arts up by 8%, which is pretty good with this stuff. Anti-Lancer, maybe not that useful unless you're like a Canis main. MP, we got some cool stuff. Actually, a lot of really nice stuff. So, first of all, 20% MP damage for 3 turns before damage. Pretty damn good. Doesn't scale, but still. And then on Waterfield, you get 20% attack up for 3 turns before damage. And the OC is 50% crit damage, much like her Lancer counterpart as well. Very good for 3 turns. Actually, very nice MP. It's all offense. Even without the Waterfield, it's still pretty damn good. I don't think her MP damage will be super high, though, if we're looking at the sheet, though. Yeah, like, probably pretty close to her. Oh, she's only marked here, I think, on Waterfield, right? Well, she's down here as well without it. So, while her MP damage might not be the greatest thing, she still has a lot of crit potential, though. Same as Lancer, basically. So she's really similar to her Lancer counterpart. But I kind of like her maybe a little bit more, despite... I mean, both of them are kind of hard to get copies for, right? One is story lock, one is limited, but I like the single target MP, though, honestly. What do you think about Canis? Summer?
I think I was a little bit disappointed because
Okay.
she has this like stackable crit buff on MP like normal Canis, which I really like.
Mm-hmm.
But I think her skill sets are intentionally nerfed a little bit. I think she's a little bit too heavily leaning on the water side thing. And like I think if you remove all the water side restrictions, she'd be pretty nuts. She'd be like Lancer Canis, but like single target, which is something that I really like. Oh, I really want to see, but I don't know. I did like just look at the EX. Look at how many good single target riders there are, right?
Yeah.
And then there's gonna be more later.
Yeah,
so
more
like,
later for sure. Yeah.
So like I don't know. I don't know about Canis. I think she's unfortunately, because I really like her art. Her art is very very risque.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like I don't know. I feel like she's a little bit overshadowed by some of the other options you might have, and
yeah. I mean, there's just so much like good free ones. That really is the main problem for her. The competition.
Yeah.
Where did you even place her last year? I placed her in A+, which might be a bit too high, honestly. Yeah. I still think A could be reasonable, honestly. Even I feel like you want to place her maybe even lower than that, but I don't know. She just works. Even her refund is pretty good, right? I kind of want to put her in A at least.
I mean, I just feel like she's a little bit too leaning on the water side. I mean, I guess she's not as leaning.
It's not like Nemo, for instance. But but she's still fine without it too, I think.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. There you go. Canis is still pretty good. Right. Oh, it's time for another really fun one. Oh boy.
Oh boy, that's spicy.
All right, we got well, probably not even arguably the best Liz gameplay wise. So Cinderella Liz, Rider, single target buster, DPS extraordinaire. Pretty much average attack, but better than some of, I guess, her competition for what it's worth. She has the standard Rider deck, which is good. Really complements the playstyle. Good buster, the crits, and then, decent refund as well with the double arts. While it's only a double hitter arts, at least her base MP gain is still fairly high regarding that, so don't be fooled. She still can, get some good gains. Now, skill-wise, surely she's better than all the other Lizzes, right? Yeah. She has a fun little thing that all the skills have demerits, though, but most of them can be easily dealt with. Right, so self-invul for 3 attacks, 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Needless to say, a pretty damn good defensive skill already. And then you get 30% MP gain for 3 turns. And then you have to pay the big price of 3 turns of 500 damage poison. Now, for some people that might look a little bit nasty, but don't worry, it's not big of a deal. It's fine. This skill is just really good. Very good. I love the flexibility of the invul as well, because you do want the MP gain most likely on turn 1, depending on your hand. So you don't have to worry about wasting the invul too much, because you're probably going to get value out of it anyway. You're getting a bit ahead. I was kind of teasing towards that. Anyway. Second skill, self buster up 30% 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So it's a high number and a good uptime. Good. Her damage mod is Wild Beast, so it's 50% for 3 turns. Sadly not the most common. Most bosses will not be Wild Beast, so it's mostly mobs. There are some cases like, a certain fun LB7 boss where I actually showcased her, so you can watch that video if you want to see Rider Liz doing some good work in action. But yeah, mostly that damage mod is not really going to be super relevant. And then another demerit of reducing her own defense by 10% for 3 turns. Again, you might be alarmed, but don't worry. It's okay. Overall, still a decent skill, because the buster up is still high on a good uptime, so not bad. Then we got the third skill. So it's a 30 star bomb. Fun. And then a 30% battery. All on a 4-turn cooldown. Pretty damn solid. Skills here for 1 turn. So if you want to use your other skills, do use this last for sure. So you gotta be aware of that. But again, don't worry. Like you are like, oh, but she skill sealed. Her skills won't tick down, right? Even if you used all the skills. So it's -1 cooldowns. Is fine. So overall, demerits aside, her kit is actually fairly basic but good for her welfare. It is very okay. It is good. It is great. Alright, Riding EX. Sadly, the only passive is not the best on her, but it's the thought that counts. Foreigner bonus, maybe not the most relevant. And then the MP. So here we go. Finally, we get to it. First of all, full self-cleanse before damage. So there it is. And considering the MP, despite being Buster, in addition to her face cards, is fairly spammable and with support help as well, those demerits usually don't really account for too much because the self-cleanse happens on every MP. And obviously all of them can be removed. And then her OC is Fairy Tail Servant attack up by 3 turns, 20% on base before damage, and she herself, of course, is also a Fairy Tail Servant. So that's nice. And again, you can definitely sometimes get her MPs like back-to-back or even back-to-back-to-back. So stackable OC damage is always nice. So on the sheet itself, it's funny because if you actually do have her damage mod, she just basically does the best damage. Pretty much. On a realistic scenario. Now without the mod, she falls off a little bit, but again, a lot of these are also niche-based, so there's that. But even then, she's still looking at pretty damn solid numbers. You can definitely feel the hard-hitting MP once you start using her. Alright, Plushie's comments on Rider Liz.
Another servant I've grailed because they're Liz. I kind of regret not taking her to 100, but I'm a little bit low on grails right now, so...
Fair.
She is definitely very nuts. I would believe you even if you increase 1 cooldown on her entire skill set. I would still believe you. Like, oh, that's still a decent servant, right?
Yeah.
So her skill 1, 3-time invul, 5-turn cooldown. That is very much like I see a lot of crazy solos with her. I haven't done that many solos with her, but she's definitely really nuts. And short cooldown, Star Bomb. I think the skill 2, if it's not against Wild Beast, definitely kind of a weaker link.
Yeah, this is the weakest part for sure, but it's still not a bad skill.
Yeah, it's still not a bad skill. And fun thing is that her skill 3 now is also, you can mitigate it by, there is a command code that is anti-MP seal and skill seal.
So right. I forgot about that. That's really new, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really new. So, she can solo, and the MP is kind of also ridiculous, because, the 20% attack ups is stackable as 3 turns on herself, and it applies to all forms of attack. It applies to her face cards and all that. So, she's actually surprisingly a very good solo unit. Even though she only has 1 survival skill, but that 1 survival skill is extremely nice. And she also has good burst potential, good in a team. I can't really complain anything about this Elizabeth, especially considering
I think the passives are the biggest downside. There really isn't much to say about passive, but yeah, that alone says a lot.
Yeah, and a lot of Elizabeths are not the best in terms of gameplay, so this one is certainly a welcoming surprise. This is a very, very solid serve.
It's also funny because someone mentioned her Kentucky Rider is also considered a Fairy Tail servant, so she even has synergy with him.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just you can just slap her against any caster boss. I'm pretty sure she can solo most not super hard.
She probably could, yeah.
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous.
They finally did Liz justice, right? This is it.
Yeah.
And I would definitely also place her at EX. I think I did this last year as well.
Yeah, the Diva is
one of the best welfares.
As well. Yeah, one of the best welfares. Yeah, she's not even that afraid of other debuffs applied from the enemy as well. It's a full cleanse. Yeah, nuts servant.
Yeah. Okay, now we get someone who's maybe not so nuts, but a permanent unit, I suppose. We got Dobrinian, AoE Buster DPS with crits as well a little bit. Hey, at least her attack is pretty good, 9.7k, not too bad. Standard rider deck, I think, again, same as her, makes a lot of sense, I like it. So up here, nothing to complain. complain about that is first skill. Self Guts 1 time 3 turns on a 6 turn cooldown with 3k HP. Pretty standard for Guts, but at least it does more, so a 1 time 3 turn debuff immune for Self. And also 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. I would say it's okay. I also like that it's very flexible, so again, it's just a skill you can pop turn 1. You don't have to really worry about losing value too much, so not too bad. Alright. Second skill, you get blue and red up for Self for 3 turns, 30% each, and then also a dragon damage mod for 50% damage for 3 turns. Well, if you can't make use of the dragon mod, it's a bit average to maybe slightly worse than average, but if you do get that, then it's suddenly a really good skill. So it depends on the scenario, I guess. Third skill, Self 20% battery, and then party crit damage 30%, and party damage against dragon 30% for 3 turns. So she also shares for the party. So she herself can get 80% dragon damage, and the party can get 30%. On a 5 turn cooldown, it's actually a pretty good skill, even if the dragon thingy doesn't land, honestly. These are not terrible numbers for a 5 turn cooldown. So skill-wise, you could do better, you could do worse. I think the skills are totally fine. Riding EX, again, much like with Cinderella, not the best. Magic Rosé, hey, that's nice at least, because she definitely doesn't really farm. Alter Ego bonus, again, don't like that on Cavalry, not gonna lie. MP, we got Ignore Defense, always a nice niche. Or not niche, utility, I guess, to have. 1k burn for 3 turns on all enemies. Maybe a little bit easier to use with like stuff like Honey Lake, but you know, not a big deal. A pretty meh effect. 20% defense down for 3 turns, but after damage. But that's still a lot of normal effects though. And 2 of them are actually fairly good. And then at least the OC is before damage, so self-busted up for 1 turn. Now I'm not gonna lie, this MP, it doesn't hit very hard. Unless you're fighting dragons, it just doesn't hit very hard. That's the thing. And I kind of wish she was single target as well. But she has some okay crits too, honestly. Not like crazy good, but, you know, decent. Like, she's just a pretty decent unit, I feel like. What do you think about Dobrinian?
I think she's just fine. Like,
yeah.
I guess we are like a little bit spoiled with a lot of modern server kits. So now, like, without dragons, she definitely seems pretty mid to me. Like, obviously she has some stuff. She has the guts. She has debuff immunity, which sometimes can come into play, but it's only 1 time. Star per turn, definitely good for, you know, feeding her own stars and stuff. And the battery is a little bit awkward. I don't like 20 batteries. 20 batteries match up not very well with a lot of stuff. I think she really needs to hit dragons. If she hits dragons,
I wouldn't really bring her too much outside of that.
Yeah, it's a combined 80% power mod against dragons, right? That's huge.
And that's for phase cards too, yeah.
Yeah, that's for phase cards too. And she has like a sort of a kit that can support crit a little bit, but like I don't know, I just don't see a reason to use her outside of dragons. I mean, okay, her MP has Ignore Defense. I'm guessing this is the other thing she has. But like she's definitely serviceable. Like if you like her a lot and then you grailed her or something, I can definitely see her, you know, performing pretty okay. But I just also think she's really mediocre. I mean, definitely not as bad as some AoE writers.
Like I would still put her above like Marie, for instance.
Yeah, I feel like I realized we haven't seen a lot of good AoE writers. But yeah.
There was also mentioned in chat that she actually has some pretty fun synergy with George because they're also the same class, right? With the dragon stuff,
yeah.
It's cute.
It's kind of okay, yeah.
So I think I had her like B+ last year. I think I still agree to it, honestly. I don't think she has really changed too much in my eyes. She's fine. Yeah. She does okay. But mostly you really just want to bring her against dragons. Otherwise, she's just going to be like serviceable. Not too crazy good, but you know, she's fine. Like if she was released like year 1 or 2, she would be absolutely cracked. But nowadays, like 6+ years into the game, you can do better.
Yeah. Yep.
But you know, at least she's permanent, so you know, she's probably going to be better spooks than most other servants. Or maybe not most, but a lot of other servants.
Yeah.
So I think she's a cute addition to the game. Alright, final 4-star. We got Huang Feihu, I can't pronounce his name. Kohiko in Japanese, for sure. So, single target buster DPS. He's an interesting case. He's also permanent, by the way. From the Halloween event with... who was in that? Was that Koen Shaku? It was, right? Assassin of Suikoden. Yeah, same event.
Yeah.
With, was that also Eliza Welfare?
Yeah, the little Elizabeth, the 5-year-old Elizabeth.
So 3 new servants.
The dragon. Yeah.
Right, 8.8k attack. Could be higher, sadly, but still is fine. Basic rider deck, I think matches him well too. Surprise, surprise. Pretty decent hit counts. Besides the attack, pretty good. We got party, blue, and red up 20% for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Pretty good uptime. And then he gets a unique buff for 3 turns, which basically changes his alignment from chaotic to lawful. Now, this will actually come into play with the second skill. So, on base, he is always chaotic, but if you use this, he will be lawful for 3 turns. So, let's see what we get. So, he gets 20% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. That already is a good start for the skill, I feel like. I like that, especially on buster units. Then he gets a 1-time 3-turn guts for 3k HP. Nice addition. I don't hate it. And then, depending on your alignment here, if you are lawful, you get self-crit damage, 50% for 3 turns. Pretty good chunk. And if you're chaotic, you get 50% MP generation for 3 turns. I actually really like both effects, honestly. I think I think depending on your comp, you want one or the other, but both are definitely really good effects. And it kind of makes me sad he can't get both at any given point. Like, both are really high numbers, and both effects are really good for him. So honestly, it just depends on what kind of support you bring, I would say. But overall, when you activate one of those with the other 2 guaranteed effects on a 6-turn cooldown, I think it's a pretty good skill, actually. I like it. And the third skill, we have self-attack, 30% 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and also 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. On a 6-turn cooldown, pretty fair. It's a pretty decent skill. So, I don't really hate his skill set, actually. There's a lot of offense as well, and a bit of defense. So, yeah, pretty straightforward servant to use, I would say, skill-wise. Again, you can tell it's a modern servant, right, for sure. This feels kind of good. Magic Resist D, pretty low amount, sadly. Not the best. Riding B, 1 quick card, so Divinity C, yikes. But then, 10% buster crit damage, that's pretty cool. And also, his other unique passive is 2 stars per turn. It's like Foreigner passive, but you also get 10% debuff risk, which is nice. That's a great passive. So overall, I think his passives are pretty good, especially the latter 2. They're the real highlights here, the unique passives. His append against foreigners, kind of meh. The MP is a fun one. Excuse me. So there's no normal effects besides damage, but you get a 3-turn rainbow, 10% on the base. That's actually really nice. And his MP should be fairly spammable as well, from what I remember. So that's actually great. All your Brave Chains are just going to be straight up better. Your MP is going to be better. It's stackable if you use MPs in succession. So, yeah. So, it's sad that he doesn't have any normal effects besides damage, but this OC at least I really like. Good, nice rainbow. Now, his damage on the more reliable sheet is sadly not looking too hot. You'd be surprised, probably. Maybe not. He is not looking like insanely good. Obviously not trash either. But I feel like it's also kind of unfair because he also has a lot of focus for crit damage. So this is not like the end-all be-all. This is mostly just showing like realistic MP looping damage stuffs, you know? So I wouldn't really put too heavy emphasis on this because he actually does have good crit potential too. What do you think about the Mr. Feng Huang? Or Huang Fei, who I can't pronounce his name.
I think he's actually pretty solid. He's definitely, as you said, a crit focused servant, and he can get his crit damage to quite high. It's a bit of a shame. I guess this is more interesting his skill 1 effect, but I think it would have been a little bit better if it applied the trait instead of swapped it, so he could get both effects on skill 2.
Yeah, then the skill 2 would be cracked.
Yeah, then the skill 2 would be really, really insane. He's I feel like he's pretty slept on. Like, people don't really use him
I never
at
see
all.
anyone talk about him, honestly.
Yeah, but his crit damage definitely solid. I definitely would have liked if his MP had a base effect or something other than the
like Invul Pierce or something would be cool.
Yeah, because I don't know, it seems a little bit lacking. Like, the tricolor buff is good, especially good now with mighty chains. A lot of times I used to think these kind of stuff is wasted because, like, you don't really use his quick or something, but now,
yeah, like a 1-turn rainbow buff used to be kind of trash, but at least the 3-turn was always good because you might not always get max value, but you're always gonna get good value out of it.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think, yeah, he is permanent. I think he's solid. So he's like, but like, what, dude? Look at the free one.
He should probably at least match Canis, right?
I think they're pretty close. I like Canis a little bit more because her MP stacks crit buffs, but
I like his skills more, to be honest, because he's also not relying on water field. So maybe it kind of like breaks even. Canis has the better MP. Yeah. He has the better skills.
And he is permanent, so his MP level probably gonna be high.
Ooh, so, yeah, most likely. At some point, at least. Unless you're like a Canis simp, then never mind. But, that's not like criteria. I feel like we can probably place them next to each other.
Yeah.
Like, he's a good unit, and people kind of do sleep on him a little bit for a permanent unit.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of guilty of that too. I have an MP5, but I don't use him too much. I mean, I also have like I have like all of these stuffs as well, and some more. So,
it's tough. You just can't. You don't have time to use all the servant. That's just
I don't. Yeah, it is what it is.
But, yeah, it is what it is. Right.
Yeah. Right. There's Mr. Pancakes, as I used to call him, because of my roles. Don't ask. Okay, so we're done with 4 stars. We got what, 16 SSRs? That's actually quite a bit. Okay, let's get going. So no SSRs are day 1, but one is fairly close. With the release of Okeanos, we got Miss Francis Doreku, AoE Buster, DPS, and Farmer, kinda nowadays as well. 11.3k attack places her in just below average among SSRs, more or less. But not bad. She has definitely the standard rider deck, and honestly, her gains are really good, especially with her Golden Rule equivalent active. Anyone who's ever used Drake knows that she can absolutely dish out her gauge. It's just, she just shoots her guns and you just see the gauge fly. These arts and this crit will gen a lot. So pretty good here. Sadly, she still has a Voyager of the Storm, is on the higher ranks, but yeah, again, to this day and age, it's gonna, in farming, you're gonna peak quite a bit more on wave 3, yeah, sure, or maybe if you need to pop it earlier turns, it's gonna help, but it's just a bit weak and kinda not great nowadays. And then the Golden Rules buff, which is really cool. I like this buff a lot. This is cool. So she gets 45% MP generation for 3 turns. That remains unchanged, but it really is good with her face cards. But now she also gets 20% Buster up for self, 3 turns, and 3 turns of Ignore defense. And that also really like combined with the 3rd skill. So that on a 6-turn cooldown is very solid. This is a nice skill now. This could be even better on some like full single target DPS and whatnot. But even on her, is great. So this is a nice buff. And then, because we had 3 turns of Ignore defense, now we have 3 turns of Invul Pierce as well. And hey, they share the cooldown, ain't that cool? So a 50% battery that comes with a 3-turn Invul Pierce and a 10-star bomb. Pretty solid to this day. Is not bad at all. So half the time, she can now have Ignore defense and Invul Pierce up, not just for her MP, but for all of her cards. There's some value there for sure. Pretty cool. Magigris D, sadly pretty low, and Riding B. Honestly, in this case, I don't think it's bad, because even though, yeah, she has 1 quick, but it's a 6-hitter, so it actually does help. Her 1 quick is really nasty, needless to say. Append is against archers, so unless you're like the biggest Drake fan, probably not that useful. MP has also seen a buff, but man, it's a bad buff because it's like year 1, so they only buff the damage. That's it. No normal effects besides damage, and you still get the same 20 stars on OC. The OC is fine, especially for DPSing, but man, it's an ugly MP, like gameplay-wise. It hasn't aged too well. This needs more. Please. So, farming-wise, I think we have her numbers in here as well. We do. We got both the Double Witch and the Obrod options available. Main thing that happens is that she really peaks hard on wave 3. But, yeah. Like, she does fine if you bring the full squad, right? Totally. But, yeah. I feel like arts might look a little bit more tempting, unless you're doing nodes that, you know, you don't have 3 enemies on. She's gonna full refund with 1 arts crit for a loop. Yeah, she absolutely can go crazy with the face cards, yeah. I honestly, especially after the golden rule buff, I just like her more as a DPS than a farmer. Like, you can absolutely still use her farming, yeah, totally. Even if it's a bit demanding. It's not bad numbers, but I just like her more as a DPS now, honestly. What do you think about Drake? She's kinda, nobody really kinda talks about her anymore.
I mean, she's still really solid. Like, Pioneer of the Stars, sorry, not Voyager of the Storm. Pioneer of the Stars is still, in my opinion, one of the best skills in the game, and it's
the battery, is good.
Yeah, 50 battery, Involt Pierce, Star Bomb, so good, right? And with that, like, I like Involt Pierce and Ignore Defense MPs, and guess what? She has it on not just her MPs, and for 3 turns as well. Really, really good. Of course, yeah, as you said, the first skill definitely falls off a little bit. But she has an upgraded MP. It is pretty disappointing because it doesn't add any effects, but it is still an upgraded MP, so that means her damage doesn't really fall off compared to some other options. So I think she remains one of the easiest to use AoE riders if you just need to blow some stuff up. She's just very, very solid, very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much else to say about her. Last year, I had her an A+, which I think I included all the buffs, and I think I might still go with that, honestly. She's just really solid.
Yeah,
Like, if you don't have a Drake and you get spooked by her, you're probably not going to get too mad, because she doesn't even need too much support. She has really good numbers, her kit has a lot of stuff on it. If anything, protection is what she could use from supports. She already has a lot of stuff on her own. So, yeah.
She's just so solid.
Yeah, she's like a Rider Tesla with a much worse MP. That's what she is, basically.
Oh, true.
So that's like if she had like a really good MP buff, she could probably be EX. But as is, the effects are so just meh.
If she had like a anti-sky or something rare,
something cool.
Nuts,
Yeah, Drake is still, to this day, she's aged pretty well, actually.
Yeah, I hope she gets the pirate costume. She has the.
Oh, you do, yeah. The one from Atlantis, right?
Yeah, from
people. There's also the one from Agartha, but that's like a color palette swap mostly. That's like whatever.
Oh yeah, Dahoot. Yeah, that one's cool as well.
Or yeah, they could also make Voyager of the Storm 3 turns. That would help a lot. That could be cool too. True. Anyway, maybe if they start buffing those at some point, she's definitely gonna be there. I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's talk about... I also love that Copy put this icon on her just to taunt me, because I'm too weak for this stupid costume. Damn you, Copy. That might be the final nail in the coffin for my NA account in regarding this girl and, you know, something regrettable. Okay, so we're gonna talk about Maeve. Single target buster DPS with, you know, honestly, nowadays, decent support potential too, actually. Depending on your units. So 10.2k attack is pretty low for an SSR, like 1.2k, 3k below average or so that's not too great. Standard Rider deck doesn't have nearly as impressive numbers as Drake does. Is not trash, but like it's not Drake numbers, so click on this kid. Okay, fine. I think it's this one. Okay, this one. Okay, there you go. Damn this costume. I'm too weak. Alright, now Maeve is one of the rare servants that everything about her has been buffed once. There's not that many servants that, you know, are like that. This is the latest buff, actually, I'm pretty sure. So, first skill now, self-debuff immune for 3 turns. That's pretty cool, actually. Really good utility. self-healing per turn for 3 turns, 1k. It's alright for sustenance. Then we get self-battery, 10% every turn for 3 turns flat. Pretty cool. And then now, it's a 30% battery for male or Fey allies. I think I really like this buff. Obviously, it doesn't really work for herself, right? Sadly. But I think this gives her some support potential for sure. It's a 30%, potentially up to 2 targets battery. Is pretty cool. So this on a 6-turn cooldown is a pretty good skill. I like it. Second skill, we got some more male synergy. So it's her charisma. So she herself only sadly gets the 20%, but male allies get a further 20% for 3 turns. So for males, this is a really good skill. You get 40% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. And then she heals for herself for another 2k, which is cool. So this is a pretty okay upgraded charisma, especially with the combination of this being another male thingy. So she actually can be used for some male supporting. No joke. Third skill has been buffed, and this is by far the worst of the buffs. I hate this buff. It's so bad. So what the only thing they did, it's still a male only charm for 1 turn, 80% chance. Cooldown also remains at 7 turns. Like, I hate it. I already hate it. And then it's a defense down for the target. It doesn't have to be a male, but it's only 1 turn and 30%. Like, at least make it like 50 if it's 1 turn on a 7-turn cooldown, for Christ's sakes. This was such a disappointment. I mean, it's an early buff. I think maybe even her first buff. Maybe the MP, I forgot which is first, but yeah, this
pretty
sucks.
Insulting. That
yeah, I would agree.
80% chance to charm a male for
yeah.
May.
Oh yeah, it's May. Why is it 80%? That's her literal existence.
Extremely insulting.
It should be.
There you go.
It shouldn't have a chance. It should be unresistible charm for males. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
Not even a chance. Yeah. Like 500% chance to charm male enemy for 1 turn. Do that.
I would expect something like that because theming and all that.
Anyway, disappointing skill. Not even among single target charms is bad. So these 2 are great. This one not so much. Magic Resist B, pretty okay. Writing A, funny. Not that good on her, sadly though. She doesn't have like that massive quick like Drake does. Lancer Append. If you bring her as a male support, it could have some value. Now the MP has been buffed as well. Sadly, not an amazing buff either. I mean, I still like this buff more because it's more useful than the third one, but not a great buff either. So it's only a damage buff, and they increased the debuff rest down on the target from base 10% to 20% for 3 turns on the OC. And it's only mental debuff rest as well. So I guess with this, yeah, you do get that 100% chance to charm on base, but even then, you know, it's still not guaranteed or anything. And you probably want to use it before you MP anyway, because it's a defense down. So, pretty anti-synergy when you think about it. Now, otherwise, it's her infamous, you know, male damage mod on the OC, the standard 150 to 200. So, against males, yeah, it's going to hit pretty hard. Against anything else, not really going to hit super hard. Combine that with her only getting 20% attack here, and the fact that her attack is pretty low for an SSR, so unless you're fighting males, she really won't be too great of a DPS, and obviously her charm will be useless as well against anything that's not male. So you're probably either going to bring her as a male support or an anti-male DPS. Anything else, I don't think is really that great. Her numbers against male, yeah, again, she absolutely claps. But against non-male, ooh, that's a big drop though, compared to the high she has over here, so yeah. Still beats Kets though, because of the MP upgrade, I assume, so that's pretty sad, at least on the peak. But the Kets has a much better, you know, like, low ratio, so, you know, maybe she's still better, honestly, for that. Anyway, what do you think about Maeve?
There's a lot of things I like about the Servant. I think it's a big shame because there's a lot of missed opportunities as well. The debuff immunity for 3 turns definitely one of the highlights for me.
I like that
in a lot
too,
of challenge quests, this is so good. And as you said, she has a upgraded MP and she's anti-male. So maybe it's because like I usually watch min turns and do min turns. She has like a very high damage ceiling amongst all the anti-male units still, because she's an SSR stats, upgraded MP, anti-male. But a lot of her skills just don't work on herself, right? Like without getting
Yeah.
into too many spoilers, I think her not being able to charge herself with the Fade trait is very, very, very much a missed opportunity.
That would actually help a lot, yeah.
Yeah, she should have gotten the 30 MP battery for herself, definitely. And of course the charisma doesn't work with herself either because it's only male. She's obviously not male. And the third skill, once again, as you said, the 30% defense now should have been 3 turns. It's just like, come on. And the MP lacking in a bit of effects, I think would have been fine if her other skills were better, because the anti-mail is a very strong niche. But yeah, I just feel like, as you said, without the anti-mail, it's not that easy to justify using her. Maybe on bosses that are very debuff heavy, then the 3-turn debuff immunity is gonna come into play like very, very hard. But other than that, it's just kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
And they buffed her so many times, and I don't think they can buff her anymore. Like
it's gonna be hard.
If you open her screen,
yeah, it's like she has one
3
buffs.
skill icons in MP. Yeah, she has buffs on all of them, and she has 4 costumes. Like she has not 4 costumes. She has 2 costumes. Like she got so much attention, but then after all of that, she's just okay. I wouldn't say she's bad, because of course, you know,
I would say she's good, but not amazing.
Yeah, she's just not amazing, right? I think a lot of I think her skill set is just not too supportive, not work on herself, which is also funny because come on now, like can you not be a little bit more selfish in terms of skills?
Last year I had her an A+, but I think I'm gonna slide her down to A, honestly.
Yeah, probably. Quite unfortunate.
When against males, she's really good, but I wouldn't really bring her too much against non-males, really. Luckily, male is fairly common, at least, because it's, you know, a gender-based power mod. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's fine. I think she's good.
Yeah.
But sadly, after 4 buff, you would probably expect better from an SSR.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And story lock, so she's like more exclusive.
Yeah. So most people don't even have 1 copy, honestly.
Yeah.
Alright, last row. We were there. Let's talk about Iskandar alert. Where is this man? Oh yeah, he's up here. Okay. AoE Buster DPS. Not really a farmer, sadly. It only did for Iskandar because he's like a fan favorite, I guess. So I don't know. I mean, he doesn't still fully reflect that. He probably should be like absolutely broken, but you know, he isn't. Anyway, standard rider deck, but pretty yikes numbers. His gains are not terrible post this buff though. Like you can still get okay MP gain, but again, it's not Drake good. It's not even comparable to Drake. Base charisma. Why? He's the king of conquerors. How does he have a base charisma like this many years later? I don't understand. Just why? Second skill luckily has been buffed. If he had a base tactic still as well, I would be kind of mad. This is pretty okay. So it's a party MP damage, 20% 3 turns, and party crit damage, 30% 3 turns. Good uptime. Numbers are not the best, but you know, they're both useful, easy to use, works for himself too, so yeah, this is fine now. Third skill is his Mana Burst, which is like, honestly, I would say maybe this is even worse than Mana Burst, because yeah, you get the Star Gen for 50% for 1 turn, but you add 1 turn of cooldown. I don't think that's worth it, honestly. I'd rather get a 5-turn cooldown. Even then, it's not a good skill, even if it was a normal Mana Burst. Like, buff these 2 skills, please. Like, if they buff these 2, I could really see him actually be really good. Like, just add him, like, maybe a 30% battery or something. Or if you don't want to make him loop, just give him, like, really good, like, DPS tools. These are so weak, these 2. And this is barely passable. This is fine. This is not amazing. So, yeah, these skills are yikes for a fan favorite servant. Magic Res D, sadly pretty low. Riding A+, doesn't really do much because again, he ain't Drake. Ability C, yeah, not really. Lancer Bodas, nah, dude. MP has been buffed, hooray! And I actually kind of like it, because they added a new nice OC effect. Sadly, still no normal effects, but hey, OC, 10% defense and crit chance down for 3 turns. Sadly, defense down after damage, but honestly, it's only a 10% down, so... I feel like both of these could, because there's no normal effects, both of them could have easily been at least like 20% on base. Like, at the very least. Especially because this is after damage, but... so be it. It's like, still pretty meh, even after the buff. If he got a 30% barrier, yeah, he probably would be the best rider looper. Yeah, you're right, actually. So, honestly, there is still a lot of hope for him, because both of these skills are kind of trash nowadays. So they could easily, like, they just need to flip the switch, and suddenly he's gonna jump tiers. But as is, he's still not, like, up there. He definitely not. Alright, thoughts on Iskandar? Plushie
Oh,
is
me?
speechless.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, what can I say? He has very high one-turn damage. Like, I have to admit, I don't have too much experience with the servant, but I have like a friend who's Pran. I don't know if you know. Like, he has a one-turn.
Oh yeah, Pran. I mean, we did the collab.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, I like very very.
Yeah, he has a really good Iskandar. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I don't want to speak too much because I don't have enough experience with him. But I feel like he ain't Drake is a very good summary.
Yeah, in so many ways.
Yeah, he ain't Drake is.
And he's also limited, and Drake is permanent. It's like, bruh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't Drake.
Yeah.
Last year I had him on B. I think he's gonna be one of the C's now. Maybe a C plus.
C. Oh, C's kind of rough, bro.
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know though.
Like,
but yeah, see,
like he's so close to being so good though. Like he just needs that. He needs like a 30% battery, and he's gonna be like at least A plus, right, for farming. But like, it is what it is, right? It's just the reality. So yeah, they need to. Come on, he has so 2 bad skills. Surely they will buff him again. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people honestly understand. People like him as a character for sure, but I'm pretty sure most people realize that he really isn't that good in his current state, especially compared to a lot of the competition. Like, just do the Altera treatment, right? Altera was the same, and then they fixed her. It was the same case. Just this is the year of Iskandar. They did it last year for Altera. Do it for Iskandar this year. Come on. If anyone from Lasagna is listening, do him good. He deserves it, okay?
Yep.
Alright. Okay. Speaking of good, or actually maybe even more than good, we're gonna talk about Ozymandias. This man right here. The King of Kings. Single target buster DPS. Big boy himself. Attack, pretty high. Not the highest, but definitely above average for an SSR. The standard rider deck is pretty much spot on for him as well, and he actually has pretty okay numbers too for the against cards. So, pretty good here, and it's only gonna get better. Now, his charisma has been fixed, yay. So, you still have the 20% AoE attack for 3 turns, but now, on a Sun Field, you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and 30% crit damage for the party for 3 turns. And once you know the MP after the buff, this skill suddenly looks like pretty damn good suddenly. Used to be bad, now it's very good. Second skill, people know what I think about Imperial Privilege, but luckily in his case, it's not a full fix, but it helps a lot, okay? So there is that. Now he only has an A rank. It could be like around like, what is the highest? Like 44% or something on EX? But it's still 40% each, which is a lot. That's a lot of attack and defense on a 5-turn cooldown with a pretty meaty 3k heal as well. So yeah, but this is the reason why, you know, there is reprieve. So 20% party battery, very great, actually helps your supports as well. And then party buff success rate up for 1 turn 40%, which means if you have this max, do the math, ding ding ding, guaranteed buffs on skill 2. That's a lot of attack and defense, oh my. So that's now 60% attack from these 2 skills alone. Ain't that nice? The only awkward thing is that this is a 6-turn cooldown and this is a 5-turn cooldown, so in some cases you probably want to just hold off on this on rotation too, honestly, because it's worth it to guarantee these 2, honestly, even if you have to wait 1 turn. These 2 are very much worth it. These are a lot of buffs. So nowadays, his skills, while they look basic, they really work well. And this skill, you'll see why it's really good in a second. Magic Grizz B, pretty okay. Riding A. At least it's a 5 here on the quick, so pretty good. It ain't Drake, but it's very close. Divinity B, meh. Archer bonus, maybe not that relevant. The MP used to be fairly okay. I like the guaranteed MP seal. The defense down sadly after damage, but then the buff happened, and oh my god, this is still one of the most disgusting MP buffs I've ever seen. It is beyond insane. Like, it's already cool to the damage buff, and then you get a guaranteed sunlight for 5 turns. So it's literally matching the cooldown of the entire skill. And that's not like, at that point, it was already going to be good, right? Already good. But then it's a cooldown reduction MP. He reduces all his cooldowns. How? How did this... Oh my god, this is still so disgusting. And his MP is so spammable too. Oh my god, it's disgusting. And now the defense down after damage doesn't even look that bad anymore when you realize how spammable this stuff is.
Yep.
This MP is a disgusting single target MP. It really is. The MP seal is also really nice for delay. Oh. This man. He is the Enkidu of riders, and maybe even then some. So on the sheet, pretty much no surprises. He's even on a realistic scenario. I'm pretty sure even on the old sheet he would be out there, but yeah. He's, without niches considered, peak-wise, he does peak. So, the King of Kings, there he is. Wow, wow, wow. Stacking that... oh yeah, with Koyani can also stack IP, oh my god. Oh my, disgusting. Alright, your comments on Ozzy?
What more can I say? Cooldown reduction is disgusting, honestly.
It is. It's so good.
Considering her skill 1 and skill 2 are only 5-turn cooldown. I don't even feel that bad missing the Imperial Privilege.
Yeah,
because I'm going to be able to use it again. I'm going to use it again, like very soon. And of course, you can fix it with the skill 3, but it depends on if you care about the cooldown more. Or...
yeah, if anything, the one awkward thing as well is the you want to probably hold off on skill 1 until after the first MP, but you're not even missing out on too much, honestly. 20% attack.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous, right? The cooldown reduction. It makes him such a good boss killer. I don't understand. And the upgraded MP has the upgrade MP damage, right? Remember, you know, just. I don't know. Like, I personally actually don't use him that much, not because he's bad.
Oh wow!
Because everybody
I use him all the time.
Yeah, because everybody uses him, but I don't think there's any doubt, like, compared to some others.
Like, this is just what a top tier single target DPS looks like.
Yep.
Just a class example.
Yep.
Okay, moving on. Damn, oh, this is gonna hurt. They're back to back as well. Okay, maybe this is the year for her as well. Although you would have thought LB7 would have already done something, but well, it kind of did, but you know, besides the point. Okay. Anyway, we're going to talk about Kets next. Oh man, I remember some years ago, 3 years ago, they were kind of equal, actually. They were very much considered interchangeable for the most part. They did a little bit of different stuffs, but very similar, right? So what do we have? Kets, single target DPS. She has a little bit higher attack. Not a big difference, but she does beat him on attack a little bit. 12k, pretty good. She also has the standard rider deck, which I like. Works really well for her too. No surprises there. Pretty okay hits as well, considering her MP gain is 0.9, so not bad at all. Now, luckily, her charisma has been buffed. In fact, I think this was even buffed before Ozzy's. Pretty sure, maybe. We get 21% attack. Actually, it's funny because it's higher than normal charisma. It's 1% higher for 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown. And now you get a 25-star bomb. Actually, not a terrible skill. Like, this is okay. I don't think this is a terrible buff. It makes sense. Second skill. Targeted guts 1 time 3 turns with 1k HP on a 7-turn cooldown. That's not the best for Guts uptime, and then also 30% Buster for 3 turns, so most likely you're just going to use it on herself, because she is probably going to be your main Buster DPS in the field. So yeah, kind of awkward with the offensive buff here, because it really, like, she doesn't have the cooldown reduction, so this Buster up is going to be down most of the time. It's kind of annoying. So, effects-wise is fine, but man, the downtime, I don't like it. Third skill, you know, her big crit turn, I guess. 600% absorb, 50% crit damage, 30% battery. 6 turn cooldown, though. It's probably because of the battery, but... Yeah, like, she can have a pretty good high, but, like, Ozzy doesn't really have any downtime, right? She definitely does have downtime. If anything, I think cooldown reduction would have made more sense for Kets than Ozzy. For sure, because she has lower uptime on her skills and probably overall higher cooldowns too. Or similar at least. So, if anything, the cooldown reduction would have made more sense than her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, these skills are not terrible, but, like, nowadays for an SSR, they are a bit behind, I would say, for sure. Magic Crusade is nice, and especially when combo with Goddess Essence EX. This is one of the best parts of Kets. 50% innate debuff res is actually pretty damn big. So it's really hard to debuff her, and you have this all the time. It can't be removed, it's always there. Is really nice. 12% quick up. Good passive, not so good on her though. Corner bonus again, not that great. And then the MP. Ouch. I love the MP seal, but then that's it. You get a burn for 5 turns on the OC, 1k damage. Like, you compare this MP to Ozzy's buff, the MP, you just want to cry if you're a Kets fan. Where is her buffs, man? Where are they? She needs a skill buff, she needs an MP buff. Come on. Get on it, Lasagna. She used to be so comparable to Ozzy before those 2 buffs happened. And it's also one hitter too. Which honestly is not the biggest deal for Buster, but
Yeah, this is so vanilla.
This is sad. If they released her now again, which, okay, I don't want to hear any clever jokes, but she would be so much better, right? Without clever jokes, okay? Like, man, she's a year 2 servant, and it kind of shows. And she's also story like, and Ozzy is permanent, so it's like all backwards when you think about it.
Yep.
So her damage, probably gonna not look like Garb. I think her peak is gonna be fairly okay. Actually, it's pretty similar to her, you know, like lowest case as well. So at least she's gonna be a bit consistent, even if she doesn't like offer, you know, these numbers for MP. And then, like, it's even outside of MPs, even the face cards don't really match, right?
Yep.
Do you have any more comments on Kets?
I mean, without clever jokes, and not really. I mean,
yeah. I'm sure we're gonna have those again once we do the extra classes.
Yeah, it's just kind of sad. I don't know. She's so much power crept by Ozzy and Ozzy alone. It's just God.
It really is all him.
My God, it's completely him. Like, if you put her against Maeve, but the thing is, she also doesn't have an upgraded MP. I think she would have been a lot more like serviceable if she had an upgraded MP.
That would already help a lot, yeah. Even if it was a shitty buff.
Yeah, even if it was just a shitty buff, the base damage increase would have been decent. But like, the charisma buff is just the star bomb. Like, it's pretty significant, but I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Last year I had her A, but is it too brutal if I slide her down to B+? Or does she match Maeve?
No, I don't think she matches Maeve. I'm sorry. I actually don't think she matches Maeve. Because okay, like, Maeve got 4 buffs. All right, it's kind of unfair to her. But the upgraded MP, the utility, the debuff immunity, the anti-Maeve, I don't think it's even close. I'm sorry. I just think she's just worse than Maeve right now.
He has a little bit better crit potential than Maeve, but that's not to say too much. It's only a 1 turn buff as well in the 3rd skill.
Yeah, and you can fix Buster crit so easily these days. Like, Star Bomb, Rakoyan Skya gives it for free. It's so ridiculous, right?
And Merlin still exists, so that's also good.
Yeah, Merlin still exists. So sad.
Damn.
Sad.
Just I'm just any day now, it's gonna happen, dude. The buff happens.
Any day
Even
now.
though it made no sense because he didn't have any lost build set on, but whatever.
Yeah. Not Jaguar Man, not her. This is actually a huge L, to be honest. It's both
It's sad for the Babylonia crew.
Yeah.
Alright, let's not wallow too much on sadness and let's talk about the Maid Altar from Summer 2. We're back here. Single target to quick DPS. Now, unlike some of the other ones we've seen so far, her attack is a bit lower, around Maeve tier from what I remember, with 10.7k. Not the worst, but could be higher. Now, she's full on gains deck, which may be fine, but nowadays, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Probably double buster would have serviced her better nowadays, but again, hindsight is 2020. Not too bad otherwise, honestly. First skill, self-attack up 30% and party quick up 20% for 3 turns each, 6-turn cooldown. I mean, it's a pretty okay amount of buffs for herself, for her main card type as well. So, is okay. Second skill has been buffed, and this buff is so weird. I don't even know. So it's a targeted cooldown reduction, though. Oh, what did you say?
I'm just saying contender for the worst buff. Like we mentioned something else being like one of the worst buffs.
This is a weird one. Anyway, it's a targeted cooldown reduction, which is cool. That's nice. But then it also gives star generation for 3 turns, 50%. So on supports, it's pretty shitty because they do nothing with star gen. You do 1k damage to them as well, which is not that big of a demerit, honestly. That's fine. Is not that bad. And then after the buff, it's a delayed buff that after 1 turn, they get up to 3k max HP for 5 turns, which, again, in most cases, max HP is probably better than a heal because it also works on max HP, but it's still at a 6. I don't know. It's not a very exciting skill, honestly.
It's a flavor thing, probably. Like you body build, and you get like
it's so weird mix of things on this one thing. Like there's, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
And then the third skill, it's a cool skill. It's like, it kind of reminds me of Ishtar, but yeah, it's a self quick up for 1 attack, 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown, 30%. So it's basically like meant to be like MP shots, I guess, because she's like reloading her gun or something. It can be a cute thing, but man, it's only, you get it. I wish it was at least 1 turn, like just flat out 1 turn. So if you have like face cards, you could use those as well. Even if it's low cooldown, it just looks weak. It looks and feels weak. So she can have up to 50% quick up with these two on the MP. So I guess peak-wise, her MP can probably reach okay numbers, but that's kind of unfair because, you know, her downtime won't be nearly as good, like face cards and whatnot, outside the MP then. Magic Resist B is fine. Writing B is pretty good on her. Independent Action EX, great. So passives is actually good. Anti-Saber, don't think so. MP, she refunds 10% from the normal effect plus the hits, so there you go, a bit of refund bonus. And then the OC I like, because it's a 30% crit chance down for 3 turns on the target. Pretty damn solid. Asters probably won't crit after that already. But the MP is fine. It's not amazing. I kind of like it, but, you know, could be better too. Her damage, it's not too, even as like, even the peak is not like, she's still losing to some 4 stars. And even Ushi, but okay. I don't know, I feel like she hasn't aged that well, honestly. I don't know, I just don't really think about her too much anymore. What do you think?
I mean, I like quick servants for damage dealer. For boss killing, just because of how much damage they do. But I don't know, bro. I don't. It's hard. I don't think she's nearly as like mid as Kets, but I don't know.
I would probably not, you know. I kind of like Kets even more, maybe. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. They're either going to be the same, or I'm thinking maybe putting her into B, honestly. I think one of these is going to happen.
I don't know. It could be like videos I've seen that are just have her at higher MP level, so it's not really fair.
I mean, I have a lower MP level one. I feel like it could be either of the Bs. Is not a big difference, but I kind of like Kits more. Even if Kits is still not the best nowadays, I kind of still just like her a little bit more gameplay wise.
Yeah.
Is honestly maybe they could be the same tier as well. It's hard to say. It's not a big difference. I'll place her there. I don't know. We'll go with that. Could see the same tier too.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Now there's a servant I actually really like, and I feel like a lot of people are sleeping on this man. He's actually really good, despite what his name might suggest. We're gonna talk about Yvonne next. Yeah, ignore the name. So we have an AoE buster, DPS, and a farmer. In fact, as far as I'm aware, he's nowadays like he's the best buster farmer for riders, right? Which is kind of cool.
Oh, I did,
but he's even before that, he was also a very slept-on DPS, despite being AoE. So 11.6k attack, just above average. It's alright. It's serviceable. Standard rider deck is perfect for this man as well. Pretty good gains as well, especially when you have his MP gain active. So he's actually very similar. He feels very similar to Drake in terms of his face cards. It really does. They're both really good. So that's nice. Yeah, speaking of which, his has also been buffed like Drake's, the MP gain. So 50% MP gain for 3 turns. And this is even better than Golden Rule because this isn't a 5-turn cooldown. So it's a really good uptime on that. And his cards love this buff. Then nowadays he also gets a battery, which again, 30% he can now farm. Great. And he, as far as I know, he's the best in Rider Buster numbers for AoE. We'll see that soon.
Yeah.
So now he gets lawful and chaotic damage mods as well for 3 turns. Thank God they're separate, so it's way more flexible. If they were combined, it would be a lot harder. And yeah, it's pretty good. 30% each for the damage mods. And also a self-cleanse. So that's a pretty nutty skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, even if you don't hit the either of the niches, self-cleanse, 30% battery, big 50% MP get on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, that's already super nice. Like, really good. Like, this should be 6 turns, like Golden Rule. I don't know why they just implement this as 5 turns. It was already really good back then. So yeah, really good skill. Toppers. Second skill, I really like, because it's 40% buster for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. It's not even 30. You would think it's 30, but no, it's 40%. And then, you know, a pretty nice 10 stars per turn every turn for 3 turns as well. So good uptime, good stuff, makes him farm better. DPS better, it makes sense. And then the third skill. Ooh, I like the third skill. It's a 1-turn invul on a 6-turn cooldown, which is the standard, but what else do we get? AoE attack down 20% for 3 turns. Pretty damn good. Undervalued, might I say. And then a full AoE buff strip on command. Like, that is so good. It's still pretty rare to this day, especially in a skill. There's not that many of them. So good utility. Like, this skill set now is just like, it's damage, it's survivability, it's utility, it's everything. Like, this is such a nice skill set. I truly think he actually, you know, looks like a true LB king now. Very good stuff. Magic Resist D, sadly, could be higher. Riding EX. The 4-hitter quick, so it does something, but not a big deal. Anti-Avenger. Probably not relevant. The MP has been buffed as well, which is really cool. So, sadly, the Buster is minus 30% for 3 turns. It's after damage, but considering his MP is also very spammable, this is going to be very relevant for bosses. Farming, obviously not so much for the bosses. You will definitely feel this, especially for follow-up face cards and the MPs as well. Now, the OC is also cool. 30% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. So, adds quite a bit of chunk of damage to the MP as well. Now, farming-wise, we can look at the numbers. He does, you know, no pun intended, kind of stomp the competition. I guess Drake with the full setup is close, but he definitely peaks higher. And he has better damage on the earlier waves as well. Like, he is, right now, the go-to Buster Rider farmer, I suppose. Really damn solid numbers. Woohoo! He actually runs sumo because he does not have an attack up as in his kit. It's really funny. It's the best C he has.
Oh. Okay, I did not notice that.
Yeah, it's funny. There you go. I think he's just top tier. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, I would agree. Like, 50 batteries are not like nearly as relevant like compared to 30 because of the append skill, right? And he definitely has a lot of like boss fight centric effects, like the buff removal and all that, and Nimval. And he also has really good anti mods, I would say. So he's definitely like I don't have enough experience with him to say whether he's EX or not, because I feel like Drake is probably still easier to use, but it's just hard to say.
He's
It's
super
not,
easy to use as well. You should try him out sometimes. He feels so good
yeah.
to use. So good.
I think I'm like underrating him. I'm always underrating him because
I mean, everyone kind of does.
So,
I'm always defending him.
Yeah.
I will always die on the Yvonne hill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't say for this.
Yeah.
I really can't
I
say
will
for this.
personally still definitely, after the buff to the first skill, I can't see him outside of EX. He's just top tier for farming, top tier for bosses. He just stomps, literally. So, there you go.
Oh.
Last build king. There he is. Alright, moving on. Actually, forgot. He was before Achilles, huh? They were like very close on release, like a month or so apart or something.
He definitely felt newer than Achilles for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, because he's like last build, so you kind of think like, oh, last build equals new. But then you remember last build 1, that was like how many years ago? Like 4 or 5 years ago? Like, oh.
Damn.
Anyway, Achilles time, Mr. Carrot himself. He's gonna see maybe a small bump because they actually did buff his MP, which I was hoping for. So 11.8k attack, pretty good, not bad at all. He has the gains deck as well. For his, I kind of really would have loved to have seen Double Buster because he wants to crit too. Ooh, Double Buster would have been so good on him. That would have made him such a better DPS. It still helps with the MP gain, but man, Double Buster would be like, it would be perfect for him over the double arts. Regardless, at least the hits are okay. First skill, self quick up 30% 3 turns, and self crit damage 30% 3 turns. It's like Scotty but mini, so it's still okay on a 5-turn cooldown because the uptime is good. It works. Second skill, self-invul 2 attacks 5 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Pretty flexible, although he's probably going to get consumed because of the third skill immediately. But also a 20% defense up for 3 turns. I like skills like this that are easy to use, like you can immediately pop it. They're both defensive skills, they synergize, you know. It's nice, it's basic, but it kind of works.
Yeah.
Third skill, there it is. There's taunt for 1 turn for self. And then 30% MP gain, which again, for people that don't know, it also works with MP gain when you get hit. Even though, yes, there is a separate buff that is like MP gain specifically for getting hit. But the difference is usually that one is much higher on the number because it only works on getting hit. But this one also increases MP gauge more when you get hit. So it works with the taunt, of course. And then a 30% battery on a 6-turn cooldown. It's alright. So, while his skill set is not like Yvonne good, it's not terrible by any means. It kind of makes sense. It works to an extent. I don't really see big problems in his skills. Magic Resi is average. Riding A+ is amazing on him. Really good. Divinity kind of meh. Archibald is pretty irrelevant, and then the MP used to be like super basic. It was like Riderkin to KOE, and now we have more fun stuff. So now it also applies a 3-turn confusion, so with a 30% chance to every turn to skill seal the targets. So that's on an AoE, which can sometimes be useful for, you know, bosses. It's an interesting thing. And then the overcharge is the same 20% quick up for 1 turn before damage, but now also we have the cool one again, which we've been seeing many times already. 50% crit damage for 3 turns on self. Ooh, I always like that, especially on riders, especially on servants that want to crit. This is the best part about the buff, in my opinion, is crit damage. And again, really makes me wish he had double buster, double quick. Ooh. Now, looping-wise, he actually, post-MP buff, he does pretty well among quick stuff, yeah. There is not bad at all. In fact, he's probably the best of all the quick riding loopers because, you know, Summer Ishtar is with triple support here.
Yep.
Maybe it's similar, though, because she is free MP5. But regardless, his numbers are definitely not bad. You can absolutely use him for farming if you want to farm with quick, that is. Okay, you have Achilles comments?
Is another servant I don't really have a lot of experience with.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually own him in majority of my servers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I've heard a lot of good things about him, but I actually feel like maybe he's a bit over. I don't know if he's overrated still. I feel like people starting to realize he's like just okay, but
Mm-hmm.
he's still really solid. I don't know. He's probably not EX because like I feel like
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
don't.
people
He's definitely not
used to
EX, but he's good. He's
will put him.
definitely.
Yeah,
The MP buff was really needed, and they did a good buff as well, which I like.
yeah, definitely.
Last year I had him on A, and that was probably before the MP buff. So I feel like I could easily see him A plus, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's quite top tier yet.
Fair. Yeah,
maybe in the future.
Yeah,
he's just solid. Again, a pretty good spook as well for people that don't have him. He's good. Ooh, trying not to be too biased moment right here, but I'm sure you can hopefully back me up here. We're gonna talk about Rhinus next. So we got a rider support. Okay. An interesting one. Attack is 11.4k, but honestly, you would kind of hope it would be lower than that because she certainly is no DPS. She has an interesting deck. Instead of the usual like caster support deck of triple art, she has double arts, double quick. But this is a fun fact that a lot of people know. She actually has the best face card gains of any support in the entire game. And I'm not joking. Yeah, stuff like Merlin, Castoria, etc. They all have good gains. You haven't seen Rhinus gains if you think they have the best. If she crits with one arts card, it's stupid. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely busted.
Is that after she MPs or not?
Before. That was even before the MP gave like MP again. So yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, okay. Especially post MP buff. It's so stupid. Like, yeah, she only has 2 arts cards, but trust me, the gains are still very good. I use her in like all challenge quests. I love this girl so much. JP and I use her all the time. Alright, let's talk about the skills. We have Waver's skill here. It's a slightly worse rank, but still, what do we get? 25% defense for 3 turns for the party. Still a very good number. Forehand damage cut, maybe not so relevant. It usually won't really make a big deal or a big difference. And then the 10% AoE battery. So, overall, I still think this is a great defensive skill. Slightly worse than the version that what Waver has, but certainly by no means a bad skill. It's still very good. We have a targeted 20% battery and a plus 40% attack boost for 3 turns. Pretty significant. She does reduce her own attack by 20% for 3 turns, but that literally makes no difference. And if you really care about it, the MP also removes it, so you don't have to worry about it. 6-turn cooldown, I think it's fair. It's not like a broken skill, but it's fine. It works. It makes sense. 3rd skill has been buffed, yay. So you give a target invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns, increase their debuff rest by 30% for 3 turns, and give them 20% battery. Now it actually is a fair 6-turn cooldown. Before this, it was kind of like, yeah, it's fine, but now now it makes more sense, right? So if you do the math, you can give one person in your party 50%, and everyone else gets 10. Or you can do 10, 30, 30 as well. So Rhinus has like those splits available, I suppose, which adds to some flexibility. I like that the skills are a mix of defense and offense. She kind of does a lot of stuff, and she's also not tied to any card type, which also makes her very flexible. I would know because I bring her on every single team, despite what card types I'm running. Magic Res B. Pretty decent. Riding B and Territory Creation B. So both 8% on these arts and crits. Very nice for the gains as well. And then the MP. I'm not gonna lie. Before the buff, I think the MP of all the mainstream supports, if you can even call her that before this, it was on the weaker side for sure. This MP, I liked it, but it wasn't like amazing support. It was an amazing support SSR MP. But the buff, dude, oh my god. I'm so glad about it. I love this buff so much. It's redonkulous. So let's go through this list. So first of all, you're basically guaranteed to land the defense down for 3 turns on all enemies because it's a 150% chance. So unless they're debuff immune, you're not going to whiff that. Then the whole party ignores class defense disadvantage. So let's say you're fighting assassins. So Rhinus no longer gets effective damage from them. She only gets neutral damage for 3 turns. That's an example. So, and then now, after the buff, we also get 30% MP generation for 3 turns for the full party on MP1, and that's a scaling effect. They added a scaling effect to the MP. Obviously, I'm still going to judge her based on MP1, but man, you can get up to 50% MP gain on a spammable MP on AoE for 3 turns. Wow. And then that wasn't enough with the buff. Also, AoE overcharge by 1 step 1 time for 3 turns, so you can also wait on that too. Oh, it's nice. And then a self-cleanse, and then the OC is 20% crit chance down for all the enemies for 3 turns, also basically guaranteed to land. Wow. Like, is that a support MP or what? Bruh. Freaking amazing. This is also the reason why she can be running those infamous Castoria unkillable comps as well, because of the overcharge edition and the MP gain helping a lot as well. Oh my. In fact, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, in the, like, arguably, well, not maybe the fastest, but the most safe version, Rhinus is in, right? Because, you know.
In my opinion, it is better than Himiko.
Okay.
I very much like it better than Himiko because of okay, first of all, your whole team, you will never run out of MP gain. You're like, period.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes Himiko teams, you're like, oh, maybe maybe you run out, you can't get the MP in time. This is never gonna happen with Rhaenys. Like,
yeah,
it's so good. Sorry,
like this MP later. Went from like pretty a bit underwhelming for a support SSR MP, but now to being like really nutty. Like, honestly, I had an argument a long time ago about Caster MP versus. Okay, I might be willing to admit that, yeah, Caster MP is still probably the best support MP, but I might say this is the second best support MP in the entire game, honestly. This is so good now. Like, seriously.
And it goes perfectly with Castoria's MP, so hey.
Yeah, it's like they just love each other, yeah.
Right? Yeah, they love each other.
So, I would say an easy EX for Rhinus, honestly. I don't think there really is a big argument. He's insanely flexible. For all card DPS types, she can be running unkillable. Just nutty. Just a great generic support. Like, just, I think every account should have a Rhinus. Is she like really a must-have? No, but if you have her, yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah. Rhaenys makes me sad when I look at waiver.
Yeah. I guess that's true, yeah.
Like, she has actually also one of the highest single target damage boosting effects, like, regardless of cards, of course.
Yeah.
The MP paired with the 40% attack up is really, really high. And once again, in the Immortal team, I really like this team a lot better than because the two comparing team is Himiko, Buster Merlin, and Castoria, and or Lady Avalon, her, and then Castoria, right? And I really think this team is so, like, how do you kill this team? You can't kill this team.
It's so safe.
Other than buff removal, you just can't kill this team.
They won't be critting either because of the OC.
Yeah. And your MP gain becomes so ridiculously high because eventually you will go into an infinite state where you almost get to MP with Rhaenys like every other turn, and just so stupid. It's so stupid.
And if you're fighting riders, she also protects your casters with the new defense neutralization as well. If they actually do get hits in.
Yeah, and she's so good. She's so flexible. She has Volumen on a skill. It's only 2 hits though, but like that's.
Oh yeah, for people asking in chat, yes, there is a Morgan version as well. Obviously, that's probably the has the fastest clear potential, but like safety wise, it's definitely not as safe as some of the other ones. But it potentially has the fastest clear speed, though, obviously, because Morgan is a straight up like good DPS as well.
Yeah, but Rhaenys in general is just so good. It is ridiculously good.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
All right, let's move on to another pretty nice unit. We are gonna talk about Rider Da Vinci Lily. So AoE Arts, Looper, and DPS. Does both fairly okay. Mostly known for looping though. 10-point NK attack. A bit on the lower side, but still fine. Standard Rider deck makes sense for her too, in my opinion. Because they're not going to give her triple arts. Pretty good face guard gains. She's also very good on the face. Like much like Yvonne and Drake, she also has pretty damn good face guard gains. It's not as good as like them with their MP gain skills active, but still very solid. First skill, self debuff immune for 3 turns like Maeve. That's pretty cool. Regens 1k HP every turn for 3 turns, and gets 20% battery every turn for 3 turns. That on a 6-turn cooldown. Still to this day, pretty solid. Does a lot. She has the same skill that Summer Ishtar has, so it's the 1-hit evasion with the 1-turn 50% crit damage on a 4-turn cooldown. I think this is by far the weakest part about her. This skill is kind of meh. I'm not a huge fan. I wish it was like a full turn evasion at least, but it can be serviceable.
Yeah.
Third skill, party MP damage, 30% for 3 turns. Very nice. 10% party battery and 1-turn overcharge for the party. 5-turn cooldown. Pretty fair, I would say. Even outside of farming, you can actually. This is actually not a bad skill. The OC obviously also being a great value thing for herself too. So it makes sense. Her skills are basic, but they're pretty good. Minus the second skill maybe being a bit underwhelming. Riding B. Not a big effect. Territory creation C though, 6% permanent arts, very nice. She has a unique passive with the 20% debuff res and 20% star generation. She probably won't be. She doesn't really generate too many stars though, right? She really doesn't. But you know, the debuff res is nice.
Yeah, because arts, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and her MP is like what? Yeah, 3 hitter. Yeah, not enough. Alter ego passive or the append is kind of a cruel joke. So you know. Like gameplay aside, but okay. MP though, it's good. It's really good. So it's a normal effect is a full 20% party gauge up. Like that's really good on a spammable MP. That's why she really like even as a DPS, she's really nice because she's gonna take care of your other friends as well. Because she just keeps going and going and she just keeps helping, you know, your allies as well. And the OC, like I said, scales fairly okay with her as well because she gets 20% arts up on base for 1 turn before damage. If this was 3 turn, it would be really nuts, but it's still pretty good. I like the MP. Both of the effects are good, for sure. Very nice MP. And on the sheet, let's see, we got the Da Vinci right here. So, yeah. He does pretty good MP, and I guess with the comment, yeah, George wanted me to mention this as well, so, you can actually do a double Castoria MP because of her charging them as well on wave 3. So you can get a higher spike on wave 3. Like a considerable spike because it also overcharges her at the same time. So if you want to spend the extra time, you can go for that as well. But otherwise, you know, she's maybe a little bit behind like some of the other two we're going to talk about in a second. But, you know, if anything, she has the easier time looping. I'm pretty sure her refund is still the best of the 3. That we're going to talk about. While her damage might be a little bit lower, the refund is definitely higher, pretty much. So yeah, like even with these numbers, you can absolutely farm fine with her words.
Yeah.
What do you think about Da Vinci, Lily?
I mean, she enables because like sometimes we discuss about like weird like 90++ comps.
Or like double looping comps.
Yeah, she enables a lot of weird stuff.
Oh yeah.
Right. So in that aspect, she is really, really good. She's also good in some boss fights where you get to just you know, continue MPing. Like for example, I think there are 2 boss fights like that. The Mephistopheles one from one of the Nerofest things, and the recent one with the Moriarty where you just have to like get to them.
Like a bunch of mobs, yeah.
Yeah, and then the main boss runs away, and Da Vinci Lily can just kill everyone, kill like the like 50 enemies or something.
Her MP uptime is really good because of the refund.
Yeah, she just has constant MP uptime basically. So
and it really helps your other allies get their MPs because of the 20% flat battery on every single MP as well.
Yeah, and I think, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if chat knows, but I think there's a way to go like infinite where you can continuously triple MP with like either Tamamo or Miyu with her, but I'm not
because
sure.
of cooldown reduction as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
it's probably Tomoka's cooldown reduction. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
just keep going, just MP every single turn. So yeah, it's a really cool
Interesting.
servant. I unfortunately never really got around to rolling for her.
Oh, I see.
But
Okay.
but I actually quite like Da Vinci, so I don't know why I didn't. But
Yeah.
it's just sometimes it's just how it is, and
Mm.
yeah.
Now the
I
thing
don't
is,
know.
do I place her in EX? I'm debating between A plus and EX.
There's so many EX though. Like
Yeah, but I mean,
I
the
think
writer has a
here's
lot
the
of really
problem.
good stuff, though. I like
There's
she.
God, there's so many
I mean, they're
EXs.
all so good.
But I would say she is better. Like I would think she's better. Like obviously not in the same aspects, but I think I would
I
say
kind of
she's
like
better
her more
than.
than Achilles as well, too. But even post
Yeah,
MP
yeah,
buff.
exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably. Oh, there's so many EX, but
Mm. I mean,
she
honestly,
deserves
there's
it.
so many good writers. To be honest, it is what it is. But yeah, so be it.
A plus plus. There's no A plus plus, guys.
Yeah, maybe not this time. Okay. We'll just move on now. All right, let's talk about Europa. Okay, spoiler: she definitely won't be EX. So we can calm down for a second. All right, AOE Buster DPS. I guess you could loop with her as well. I'm pretty sure, but is she even in the
30 battery.
sheet? Was she in there? Oh, she is. Okay. We're gonna talk about it then.
Plug Oberon should work.
Yeah.
Just a
Okay.
30 battery. Yeah.
So she is an AOE DPS farmer and looper then. 11.7k attack. It's okay. It's higher than average. Not a lot higher, but you know, it's okay. Double Buster, double Arts deck, the standard Rider deck. She definitely doesn't have as good of a gains as some of the other ones we've seen, but certainly not trash gain either. Her skill is one of the best defensive skills in the game. Fun fact. So it's a 3-hit invul for herself, no like duration on a 6-turn cooldown, and also 3-time 100% debuff resistance on max rank. So that's pretty damn bonkers for defensive stuff. Can't debuff her, can't hit her unless invul appears. She's good. Second skill, we get blue and red up for self, 30% for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. There it is, 6-turn cooldown. Pretty good skill, I would say. I like it, makes sense. And the third skill is that AoE Charm, 60% base chance to land, doesn't scale. Minus 20% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns, and minus 20% crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns. Pretty okay. It's like an improved version of the shoot. I'm pretty sure it's just a better version than Shootens, right? I think otherwise they're like identical, but this one just has crit chance down. I think even the cooldown, every single number is identical from what I remember. So that's kind of cool, I guess. It's not a bad skill at all. I like all the, fuckery, for lack of a better word, on the enemy.
Yeah.
So yeah, for maybe not for farming all that great because it's only for one wave, but for bosses, hey, this is actually pretty damn solid. Even if the cooldown is fairly high, it's still good effects. Skill-wise, I actually kind of like her. Not too bad. Magic Wrist C could be better, but it's okay. Fighting A+, not a big deal. Same as Divinity. Ruler bonus, nah. The MP is pretty weird, huh? I like the 20% Buster up for 1 turn before damage, but then we have a 50% defense up for 1 turn for herself before damage. That's definitely a lore thing, right? Yeah, for sure. It's like George 2.0, but she's not a tank. Like, yeah, okay, dude. That should definitely be something else in her. She's already so tanky with the first skill. You don't need that. You definitely don't need that.
I guess.
And obviously her MP also doesn't have a damage upgrade either. I'm honestly expecting them to buff the MP at some point. I really am expecting it.
She is permanent, so I feel like
that too,
yeah.
So the MP isn't bad. It's just a bit weird with it. I don't think this really does too much for her. Okay, so looping wise, what are we looking at? Definitely worse than Drake. Definitely worse than Yvonne. She, beats Columbus if he's not MP5. Okay, so, it's not gonna lie, not maybe the best numbers ever, but, it's doable for the big Europa fans. You can maybe make do with some high MP levels and maybe Grails, etc. So, yeah. But if you have an MP5 Columbus and an MP1 Europa, you probably want to use Columbus more. I don't know. What do you think about her?
I actually grew to like her for challenge quests and stuff.
Her kit, I honestly, it looks way better for challenge quests.
Yeah, obviously she has the Marie thing. That's the comparison.
She's like an SSR Marie.
Yeah, but I mean she's a lot more offensive. She doesn't have the heal, but she has a lot of defense. I do like her quite a bit more. Maybe it's my bias because I kind of like the character, but I don't think she's horrible because like
definitely not.
She's just like Marie.
Like even if I sign harsh there, she's fine. Yeah.
Marie. Yeah, I think she is better than Marie, but
I would probably place her in like B+ myself, honestly.
That's fair though. Yeah, that
if she were single target, maybe I would probably prefer her over kits. But being AoE, I don't know.
Yeah, if she was single target though, dude, 3-time invul, you gotta compete with the free Liz.
Yeah, true, that too.
She's yeah,
I'm surprised she has 0 buffs so far. Like, why not? Why is there no buffs? Especially an MP buff. Just give her a really, really nasty MP buff, and suddenly she just jumps. Her skills are already pretty okay.
Give an additional effect. Maybe make her defense like ridiculous. Like for maybe like 100% for a turn, and then.
Oh, funny you should mention that. We might see something like that later.
Oh, true. Never mind. She can't get that because somebody else has that, and he doesn't even have damage on the MP. So there you go.
All right. Anyway, let's keep moving on here. Another Greek servant from both of the Lost Belt 5s, I guess. Even though they should have been the opposite release. It was really weird, though. But okay. We got Mr. Odysseus, who honestly I think is highly underrated. This guy is really solid. Even with 0 buffs, he's actually solid. So he's an AoE arts looper and DPS, and honestly, kind of a duo tank. You'll see what I mean if you don't know what that means. He actually is nice. So basically 11.8 kit attack, so higher than usual. Pretty good. So he actually doesn't have the standard rider deck. He has the gains deck, which honestly I'm okay with, because he doesn't have a big crit focus anyway. I like the spammy MP one for bosses instead. And his face card gains are actually pretty good too, as with most SSR riders. Now the first skin, here's the duo tank thing. So how this skill works is you target one of your allies, and then the 2 that you don't target, they both get taunt for 3 turns. This is really cool. I love this. So you can basically protect one of your teammates, probably a weak support or something, and especially because you're probably running him on class advantage anyway. You don't really mind if casters hit him, most likely, so... yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, let's say you're running him, Rhinus, and like Castoria. Rhinus is also a rider, so you can easily taunt him and Rhinus and just protect Castoria, right? Like, that's so cool. It's a 3-turn taunt for both. Very cool. And then Party also gets both Quick at Arts up 20% for 3 turns. I think this is a pretty solid 6-turn skill. I really like it. It's like, I don't think anyone else has a double taunt in this game to this day. Really cool. Second skill, self 30% battery, and also star absorb for 1k for 1 turn. So considering he's a rider, he will get every single star that turn easily. And then he gets a charm, debuff, immune for 5 turns, because lore. But it's a 100% uptime though. So if there's ever like a charm CQ, which I think there have been some like charm heavy stuff, yeah, don't discount it. I guess it's an okay skill for a 5-turn cooldown. And then the third skill helps with, the taunt stuff as well. So self-invul for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown, which again, better than most, because usually the standard is 6. But then, dude, I love this because it's all defensive effects. Buff removal, resistance 100% for 1 turn, so that invul stays. And also defense 30% for 3 turns. If the enemy has invul, pierce instant value. If not, hey, 2 more turns of defense up. And again, 3 turns is key, because the taunt is also 3 turns. Great defensive skill. This is really damn solid. So despite his kit not maybe looking amazing, I still really like it. Magic Resist B pretty good. Writing B+, dice for those double 4-hitter quicks. And then also 10% arts from this passive, very nice. And he can't be pigified, I guess, so, anti-Cersei, let's go. Rider bonus, pretty irrelevant, I would say. MP, no buffs, but hey, it has the amazing utility of removing defensive buffs before damage. Always so good. And the OC also is really nice. It's 30% MP damage on base for 1 turn before damage, and it scales pretty okay with the overcharge as well. So, it's a great MP. I really like it. If they ever buff this, it will be insanely broken, but even as is so good. Now, even, you might think, like, he looks pretty defensive. He might not be that great at looping. He actually still dishes out great looping numbers. Like, look at this. Like we probably already saw, he actually out-damages Da Vinci Lily as well. Well, again, his refund might not be as good, but damage-wise, he is definitely a contender for a solid arts looper. That's for sure. What do you think about him? I think he's super under. I think he's really good.
He is really solid. Okay. I don't know. Probably not EX, but
I'm thinking A+, honestly.
Yeah. My favorite level 1 as well. And that's very cruel. You shouldn't do that.
Okay. Yeah, don't do that.
But okay. Yeah, like defensive buff removal on MP as well is really relevant.
It's so good utility.
A lot in CQs.
And it's AoE too. That's so good.
Yeah. And Aegis, I don't know how you pronounce that. That is like
I don't know either.
Defensive skills in the game, right?
I think so. It could be said like Aegis as well. It's a weird word.
Really good, and he's permanent. So
yeah, good spook.
If you're lacking a looper, he's really good.
Dude, if Chad is saying A++, and I almost want to make it here.
Because I do like him more than Achilles.
Yeah, he's not EX, maybe like an MP buff away from EX, but man, he's pretty damn good. Okay,
I feel like we already said that twice. Okay, maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, you probably did.
We're pulling Achilles again, but
okay, there you go. Woohoo! There you go. He's really damn solid though. People really underrate this guy. Super good for bosses and also can farm like a boss. Okay. Moving on. Okay, Nemo time.
Oh,
the little captain that could. So single target arts DPS. 11.4k attack, hovers around the average. Full classic rider deck. Makes sense on him in my opinion. I like it. Gain's also fairly good from what I remember using him, so not too shabby. He actually has a ever so slightly, arguably slightly better Voyager of the Storm, and you'll be seeing this gimmick a lot. Because, he has a lot of conditionals. So you get 12% attack and MP damage if you're not on water side or void space for 1 turn. So man, this skill is pretty bad if you're not on those, because it's even way lower than the other ranks we've seen so far. And if you are on those things, you get a bonus 20% attack for 3 turns for the full party. So then it's actually a good charisma. But not an amazing, even at that point, it's not an amazing charisma. It's just a bit better for like that 1 activation turn. I feel like they should have also given like 3 turns of more MP damage as well with the water side thing. Because you're hitting a niche, and even then, we still have better charismas in the game that don't even require a niche. So, yeah.
True.
They should have doubled the MP damage as well. Self-Guts 1 time 5 turns on a 7 turn cooldown, 3k HP. Standard is fine. 30% self-battery, pretty cool. And then when the Guts activates in 1 time 5 turns, matches the duration, very cool. You get 50% the battery. Can be useful, actually. Can actually help you if you're maybe losing the fight or what, you get more mileage out of your Nemo before he goes down. It's an okay skill for sure. And then the third skill, AoE, 20% arts up for the full party for 3 turns, and then if you're on water side or void space, you get a further 20%, and in that point it becomes amazing. And you get 15 stars always. So if you do land that 40% AoE arts, it's really good on a 5 turn cooldown. If you don't, it's just okay. It's fine. So it depends. So yeah, really a lot of niches, and that's not even all of it. We're going to see more in the passives and in MP as well. Writing A+, sadly not that good on him. Divinity A, whatever. Hey, arts crit damage, pretty cool. And then also 500 damage cut on Water Side or Void Field. Not a huge deal, that damage cut. This is like a pretty negligible bonus. The crit damage is way better. Archer bonus? Nah, on the append, no thanks. Okay, the MP. So, if you're not on those fields, you get 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. Pretty small number, I'm not gonna lie. They should make that 3 turn or something then. And then 150% damage mod against super large enemies, and a reminder that super large and large are separate traits. Not sure why, but yeah, it makes it a bit of a smaller pool, I guess. They should really combine those, it makes no sense. But if you are on Water Side or Void Field, you get a further 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, and also ignore evasion for 1 turn. So yeah, Nemo. So looking at the numbers here, if you have super large and you're on the correct map, he actually does really good damage, but that's 2 heavy ifs, needless to say. In that point, he's your guy. Just pick him, you're gonna be happy, you're gonna love life. Yeah. Super large, pretty good too, actually. And same with just the map effect too. They're very similar. But if you don't have any of that, oof.
Yeah, he's like
he falls off. Such a wide range. Yeah.
Without the Void Field or...
So yeah, honestly, if you're not on Water Side or Void Field, I'm not even going to talk about the damage mod too much. If you're not on the map, he's like okay. He's fine. He's not that exceptional at that point. If you are on the map, though, again, even without the damage mod, he is actually pretty damn solid. But it's a map condition. I really wish he could maybe apply the field himself. Because I don't really want to bring... I wouldn't bring someone just to apply the field if that means I have to get a shittier support.
Again. Yeah. It's the Chinese guy once again.
Oh yeah, he does that too, right?
Yeah.
He does all the... Isn't that chance-based, though? It's like 80% chance or something.
Yeah, it's chance-based. It's like
imagine you bring him for the Water Side, and then you like get all the other fields besides Water Side.
God.
Yeah, I guess Summer Melt is a good, guaranteed one, but she doesn't really help him otherwise at all, so...
She's super selfish.
Oh yeah, does Tlaloc do it too? Maybe, yeah, she does too.
Oh yeah, Tlaloc does.
Yeah, true. She's like probably the best case, but even then, I'd probably just bring Castoria. It's just more damage.
I mean, there are certain bosses, of course. Once again, LB7 spoilers that are really good with with him because of the super large, and super large are not that rare.
Yeah, honestly, for bosses, it's somewhat common.
Yeah, and he is art, so he can get carried by Castoria, I guess. But I don't know. It's really disappointing, especially with how little single targets we see these days. It's a missed opportunity.
I feel like I'm still gonna put him like next to Kets, honestly, because even he's fine, but he's like he really needs the Water Side or Void Field to actually become, a much better DPS.
I mean, would you say he is worse than Kets without Water Field?
I kind of like Kets more, honestly, at that point.
I guess. Then that's pretty fair to put him beside Kets, I guess. I think he's a little bit better than Kets, but maybe it's because of Castoria. Because dude, our arts teams are so easy to use. Yeah, I don't know. It's close anyway. So I think putting him there is fine.
Yeah. Okay, Dragon, you saying melt Water Side only for herself. You're not wrong, but when someone has the buff, it applies it to the map. So that means everyone benefits from it. So she only has the buff herself, yes. So if she dies, it's lost. But if she has it up, that means Nemo benefits from it too. So that's how that works with, map changing buffs or whatever you want to call them. Maybe a bit brutal. Maybe I'll bump him to A later or something. I don't know, but or maybe I'll bump Kets down 1.
Maybe we can get a buff for him during this collab.
I see where you're going with that.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about a pretty fun one. Some people say I may have snubbed him a little bit last year. You probably have even more experience than I do of him. In fact, I think when I rated him, I'm not even sure if I had him at that point yet. Yeah, we're going to talk about Tai Gong Wang, aka Tai Kobo, is what I usually call him. You have a quick DPS support, and honestly, like a divine expert as well, kinda. He's an interesting case. He's like half DPS, half support. So 11.6k attack, again, just passing the average, so not too shabby. He has the Gains deck, which honestly, I would love to see Double Buster on him as well over Double Arts. But, you know, I guess there can be opinion. I just really would like to see it on him specifically.
He has power mods as well.
Yeah, those are really nice with crits.
Yeah.
It's not a garbage deck, though. At least the hit counts are still good. But yeah, Double Buster maybe would have been cool here. Alright, first skill is actually really nice. Well, maybe minus the cooldown. So on AoE, you get 3 effects. 50% quick attack and MP damage, 3 turns. There it is. Just, you know, all the good stuff for all your quick DPS needs, basically. Now, it is a 7-turn cooldown, though. I feel like it could have maybe been 20% on a 7-turn cooldown, or something like that. But you know what? Okay, fair enough. I don't hate the skill, though. But the downtime is definitely 4 turns, so yeah, something to think about. Second skill is a full skill seal, and this is actually funny. This is a reason why he can be used as a support for Bazette looping. Is fun. Oh. It's funny, yeah. It's not even a complete meme. It's actually fairly legit, because it eliminates the RNG of enemy skills, meaning that Bazette can reliably counterattack every single enemy. It's pretty cool. Besides that, I guess it's an okay effect sometimes, the AoE skill seal. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Then here we go, sub-damage mod. Self, 50% anti-divine and anti-demonic separately, 3 turns. Both fairly common. Honestly, of all the traits, these are definitely on the common end of things, and sometimes they might even coexist. And in that case, Mans is hitting really fat numbers for that 100% damage mod combined. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the value really depends, because it's mostly about the damage mods. But if you're using him as a Bazette support, then you really don't care about the damage mods. Anyway, self-battery 30% and AoE 20%. So he gets 30, allies get 20. On a 6-turn cooldown, it's fine. It also helps with him also kind of being, you know, that loop support as well. This for Bazette and then this for everyone else too. So I kind of do like the skills. I don't think they're like completely amazing, but I think he has some good stuff going for sure. Yeah. Riding A+ is fantastic on him. Only passive though. Corner bonus, eh. And you think a divine damage mod from the skill wasn't enough? His MP also does a flat 150. So yeah, divine mobs, beware. This guy be slapping that ass. Sadly, the OC of 20% quick rest down for 3 turns is after damage, but his MP should be fairly spammable, especially on bosses when you can also use face cards. You can definitely benefit from it on later turns. I think the MP, while it's basic, it's pretty fine. I don't hate it. It's alright. Now, numbers-wise, he kind of loses to Achilles, mostly just because he has an MP buff and Taikobo doesn't. So if that ever happens, he's probably just gonna jump ahead again. So it also depends on your copies, obviously. That goes without saying. So he does fine in farming, if you want to do that too. But, you know, there might be more fun uses for him besides farming. You probably have some comments of him as well.
I mean, the anti-divine is ridiculous. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, when he hits divine bosses, it's really stupid. But of course, he also has the very unique self 30 AoE 20. That is a common number that sometimes people use for multi-core, where you do like multi DPS. I should say.
Oh yeah.
Where he can support one of the servants, but he can also clear wave himself. I think he's really solid. But I don't know. I mean, big battery as well.
Where did I put him last year? Let's see. I put him on A+, and I think some people still said I kind of snubbed him. I think that's kind of fair, honestly.
I think that's fair, because like
he offers more than Achilles, while maybe doing less damage. But yeah, he has a lot of stuff going for him.
Yeah, he definitely is a utility pick, and
yeah,
I don't know how much I should consider the anti.
Like, he's a great all-rounder, if anything.
Yeah, but yeah, and he has a super strong niche. Like the anti-divine is like I personally actually don't have that much experience with him outside of Anti-Divine, but like, dude, when he does Anti-Divine, it's so stupid. It's actually so stupid.
I mean, it has to be. It's two separate mobs. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah. It's actually like just completely ridiculous. It's like single target damage, right? So I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's like super crazy either, but really solid.
Yeah.
I guess you can put him Maple. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Someone say maybe bump him there and Da Vinci Rider as well down here. Like add them both here to A++. That was an interesting comment I saw. Okay, let's think about that after the initial placements.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
We'll move on for now. Okay, we'll do the final thing after these two have been placed. All right, let's talk about the defense guy. We have Constantine, the Emperor himself. I'm not gonna read his full name because it's a full library and a half. But Constantine, what, 11? I can do maybe Greek numbers, maybe not. I don't know. That's what it is, right? Yep. Okay. So what is he? He's an interesting case. He's a tank that's not a good tank, but he's also pro tech, and he's also a crit DPS of Buster kind. He's an interesting case. Maybe not in the best way, but yeah, he's a thing. Okay. He's a good tank. I would argue against that because you'll see why soon, but okay. 10.9k attack. Honestly, for the aforementioned tanking purposes, his attack doesn't need to be high, so that's fine. He has the standard Rider deck. When honestly, am I going crazy if I say I would have loved to have seen triple Buster on him? Honestly.
Oh, you're not crazy.
I think that would have been cool.
He definitely ended up more of a solo tank unit thing because he protects himself the best. And usually, if you have triple Buster, they will ramp up your arts card gain. So if you're soloing and you do the mighty chain, he might be able to actually loop his MP. And if he can loop his MP, he's really good. But, yeah.
He loves Buster crits too.
Yeah, he loves Buster crits as well. Yeah, he definitely would be a lot better if he was triple Buster, to be honest.
More consistent on teams too, for more Buster cards.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about the skills then. So first of all, taunt for 1 turn, and then 50% MP generation for one turn. Again, this includes when he's getting hit. So that helps with that too, cool. And it's 20 Star Bomb. Now the reason I'm saying he's a bad tank is because of this skill. Like if you argue about this, I don't know what to say. It's a 1-turn taunt on a 6-turn cooldown. If you think that's good tanking, I don't know what to tell you. Unless you're gonna have to rely on RNG otherwise. This, we have way better taunts for tanking than this. It's a 5-turn downtime, okay? Well, there you go. I don't think anyone will hopefully argue too much about him being, not so great of a tank. Okay, moving on. It's an okay skill. It kind of makes sense. Alright, second skill. Party attack up 20%, so his charisma, it gets a +1 cooldown, but what do you get in return? Another plus 20% Buster, and also crit damage of Roman allies, 30% for 3 turns. Now, he himself is also Roman, so he gets this crit buff, and again, this is why he likes them Buster crits, because he has the trifecta of these effects. They're going to be up half the time, so not the worst. You love these effects, so yeah. It's like his DPS skill, because really there really isn't too much. This helps a little bit too, so it's a self 30% battery, self 30% crit damage, another 30% that is, and then also a 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Now he also gets an on death activate for 3 turns, so when he dies, he gives the same buffs. He refreshes them and gives the same buff to the last ally in the chain, excluding himself, which I believe starts from the right? So let's say he's slot 1, he dies, they go to slot 3. He's slot 3, he dies, they go to slot 2, right? Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think so, because I remember that's how they set up the Chengong thing. There was a Chengong team with him.
What if he's solo? Then he fucking dies and you lose. What? Why is that a question? It activates on death. It's not an on guts activate or anything. It's a death activation.
We don't.
That's a good question. Yeah, nothing happens. You just lose at that point. But that's pretty funny.
God.
Okay, so in a 6-turn cooldown, again, they're up half the time for himself if he stays alive, and he's kind of easy to keep alive, so most likely, on a successful run, you're not even going to never see the on-death activate, honestly. At least not, you probably don't want him to die, if anything.
Yeah, you don't
He's not like an esports tank, not by it. He wants to be alive, so it's only a small bonus if, shit hits the fan. But
It's
yeah.
more of like a compensation rather than something you should try.
Like you can
to go
just
for,
like
but-
kind of not look at the 3 bottom lines and then just think of a 6-turn cooldown for the 3 upper lines. And in that case, it's not bad at all. Honestly, it's still fine. It's an okay skill for sure.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. It's just a little bonus if you just happen to die suddenly for some reason. So overall, his skills, I don't think they're too bad. I think they're okay. They do make kind of sense, This taunt especially with the MP that we're going to talk about next. Goddamn, this song. I should even comment on the music, but okay. Rating B+, okay. Yeah, he only has a 4-hitter quit.
What song?
It's just a stupid version of the song. Alright, yeah, this is not too good, but the magic was B+, actually, is pretty good. You want this, but it could be higher too. Crit damage, always more welcome, because he likes crits. This is basically the only way he does damage. Archer appendage. I guess you could bring him even on neutral for like some kind of protected tanky purposes, but he really loves protecting himself mostly. The MP helps a little bit though. So with the MP, it's a really interesting one. So he self-buster up 30% for 3 turns on MP1. Pretty okay chunk. And then self-invul for 1 attack, 1 turn. Okay, not too much. And then damage cut for Roman allies by 5,000 for 1 turn. So unless the enemy has a really insanely fat crit or they MP you, that damage cut alone will just, protect you for all. It's gonna be, you're gonna see a bunch of zeros. But if that wasn't enough, we get the OC. So on base OC, again, base, 100% defense for the full party for 1 turn. So, obviously, once the enemy gets to have some buffs, they're going to start chip away on that, but that really is like a ton of mitigation. So he himself with this and the damage cut will take 0 damage. Pretty much 99% of the time. The party might see some damage depending on the buffs on the enemy, but they could just take 0 damage as well, many times, right? So it's an interesting MP. It's like mostly defensive with the buster up being the offensive thing on it. Like, I really still to this day don't really know how I feel about him, honestly. I'm not even sure if I have given him even the fair, attempts yet and whatnot. He's a really weird case. I feel like as a DPS, he won't do enough, right? I feel like he just won't be like a great DPS. But he does offer other stuff as well.
He's like specifically good in some stuff, and I wouldn't even say good. It's satisfying. Like for example, I soloed Gatia with him, and it was really satisfying because when Gatia keeps doing the multi-hit attack, and then he keeps MPing, and he just never takes damage, right? But like you can't. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Not even with Mighty Chain, which is really unfortunate. I thought Mighty Chain would save him, but I think they intentionally fine-tuned it so he was not able to very reliably spam his MP. Otherwise, he would be immortal. But I don't know.
Okay, his damage potential is not the worst for cards. He can have like 60% crit damage and 50% buster on MP1 and 20% attack. Like, it's not nothing. It's a good amount of buffs. But
yeah.
Then two of those are also 6-turn cooldowns, so half the time you won't even have them. And if you don't have the skill buffs, you just won't do any damage with this buster up from the MP alone. So half the time he will do 0 damage or close to insignificant amounts. That's the problem. And he doesn't have a damaging MP to compensate for the downtime either. Like he's a DPS that's super easy to keep alive. That also protects the team a little bit and also gives them a little bit more damage as well. But like on the downtime, he's kind of like he's just there. He's just there. He's just standing there, just doing his thing, and he's not gonna be super pretty. Okay. Here's the thing. Okay, I need to break. Okay, Rip is molding on the chat because he really insists he's like A+. He's got here. Okay, can you at least give me your arguments? You've been just screaming that he's amazing. Like you say, people ironically think he's bad and whatnot. Like, can you at least give me some arguments? You look like an idiot right now. I'm not gonna lie, and I shouldn't be, too much focused on the comments right now. But okay. Like, everyone is disagreeing with you, so you better have some good arguments.
I mean, I don't think he's trash.
Yeah, we're not saying he's trash, not by any means, but he's not like a top-tier DPS or a tank. He's not either top DPS in either of those.
I think he needs longer uptime.
Yeah,
basically.
like half the time he's just a wall. Not a very
needs
good wall.
longer uptime. Like I would have preferred, like his MP is another case of overkill, right? Like if his
like for
if
that one
his
turn, it's
defensive-
amazing, but like it's a bit too. Maybe space it out a bit more. Maybe that could be cool.
Like if one of his effects was, let's say, smaller number but longer lasting, then
the Buster Up is the only 3-turn effect on the MP.
Yeah, I can see him being like a good solo tank or even protection for the team, but like he doesn't have that much sustained tanking. I guess is the term I want to go with. Okay,
he's got 100% AoE invul. Okay, that's very arguable. You're basically assuming the enemy always has 0 damage buffs. Okay, let's see what else he has.
I mean, it is effectively AoE invul, but it's not very spammable.
I would say generously effectively AoE invul. Okay, it does, like, even if you get damage, you will still probably be able to tank it though. I'll give him that much. Yes.
I mean, it has the,
but it's not like 0 damage.
The like damage cut, a lot of times it kind of is 0, but like
for himself, it's going to be 0, but for the party, because that's what he was talking about, AoE invul basically, so he's obviously referring to the party as well.
It's just him though. It's usually just him or Romans, but I guess if you run a full Roman team, he's fine, but if that was not Roman, then maybe. But I don't know.
Like, he really, like, I think Rib is saying, like, I think in Rib's head, the situation is this: you're always going to have his MP up for the time the enemy MP, so you will always take 0 damage for the full party. Like, you can always negate every MP, and then he just does his thing half the time. Like, honestly,
I would use Castoria in my Buster team.
Like one Castoria MP does the same thing, and then your DPS is not a gimp tank who has to save his MP to protect the team. Like, he's supposed to be a DPS at the same time. One Castoria does the same thing, and then you can have a DPS that does 5 times more damage than he does.
I really don't think he's.
That's not an argument.
I'm not trying to say he's trash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, again, he's not trash. He's fine, but he's not like top tier.
Easy to use. He's not easy to use.
Okay, let's give him placement.
He's like Qin Shi Huang, but done wrong. Not wrong, but like Qin Shi Huang, but done weird.
In an odd way. Something like that. Because
I don't know how to explain.
I feel like I could slide him into B+, because he's definitely very usable. Sure. But he's not. A+, I would think, is way overshooting it.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's not A+. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like, I think B+ is kind of fair.
Usability.
Okay, he's still good. Okay, I'm just gonna let him cook, I'm probably just gonna move on.
Being worse than Kaiser, not saying unit. And we didn't say it's bad. It's bad. When did we ever say he's bad?
Yeah, we've been talking
to get his MPZ. No, okay, no, dude. I have tried to solo with this guy for so long. I've tried to make a solo video with this guy as a catalyst for Pope Joan. All right, don't even give me that. He can't fucking loop his MP with Mighty Chain. All right, he already starts with a Buster MP. BQA with crits. He's supposed to loop 100%. He doesn't. All right, I'm sorry. I try to make it more. I soloed Gatia with him. But do you know how many? It took me 40 minutes to save scum for 1 turn, so he got enough refund to tank the Gatia MP. They clearly nerfed his MP gain, so he couldn't spam it every turn. So he is not an immortal tank, dude. I tried. You have to trust me. I tried.
All right. Okay. I think that's a good mic drop right there. Okay. I'm sure he has more to say, but okay, Rib, I think we are just gonna have to agree to disagree right there. So there you go. Fair enough. We will all have different opinions. All right, let's talk about Bakin, the last one on our list, and actually a very cool servant who I think is also underrated. I think Bakin is great. So, what do we got? Okay, he's still. I'm not gonna bother. All right, AOE Arts DPS and Looper, who also has some nice utility as well. Like, she has to target stuff, etc. Pretty cool stuff. I think the biggest downside to Bakin is her attack being 10.7k. I think everything else I kind of like about her kit, There's a lot of stuff to like. In her case, I do like the gain stick. the quick double arts. Because she loves to spam the MP. Okay, let's.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. I'm not trying to argue with that. I'm just saying, like,
Okay.
if he's interested in discussing, you can join my Discord server. We can
Ooh.
talk about it, maybe.
I would be surprised if Rip already was in
I'm
the
not against
server.
it.
He's a regular of mine. I love the guy, but he loves his arguments. I mean, we always yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
If you're interested, we can talk it out. But
there you go.
Sell out.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys can probably talk about it for hours.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. Alright, skill-wise, we get a self 30% battery, and a party besides her 10% battery, flat. 15 stars. Pretty cute skill on a 6-turn cooldown, I think. Helps her, helps the supports, maybe other DPSs you run. Always nice. Second skill where I think things are really cool, though. This skill right here. Oh my. So on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. And you want to see a Kairon's is it second or its third skill on steroids? Here it is. So one ally gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, 1k heal, 1 hit evasion 3 turns, and 1 time debuff immune 3 turns. Wow. Wow. That is a single target buff right there. Again, you're probably going to use it on her most of the time, but it's cool that it's targeted. Like, that's literally Kairon's third skill on steroids. This skill is so cool. I really like it. So yeah, a lot of people don't even know what Bakin does, honestly, but yeah, she has a lot of cool stuff going for her. I feel like this is a very nice skill. Oof, so satisfying. When you use this, you just see all that buffs happen, and you're going to feel good. Alright, third skill. Self arts up 30% 3 turns, and then when you attack with arts cards for 3 turns, your party gets 5% attack for 3 turns. Cool. That also applies with her MP, by the way, so more charismas for everyone. So if you use the second skill on herself, she herself can have 50% arts up for 3 turns, both on 6-turn cooldown, so up to half the time. That's a lot of arts up. And yeah, you're looking pretty golden. Pretty nice skills, I would say. Good stuff. Riding B, solid with these 2 quicks. Magic Wrist B, pretty okay. Divinity C, meh. Corner bonus, nah. MP also pretty cool stuff. It's mostly niche stuff, but yeah, at least, again, both fairly common. So 30% anti-demonic damage for 1 turn before damage is the smaller of the damage mods, but at least it helps with your face cards as well. Again, demonic, fairly common. It's a weird number of 8 stars you get flat every time you use the MP, but it's a nice bonus, I guess. It's just there. It helps. And then the big actual MP power mod is the anti-evil, which is a standard 150 to 200. Oh, right, because she is all about the 8, right? Yeah, Hucken then. Oh, I just realized that. Oh, you know what? It's not random. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's all about the 8s. Even the second skill is the 8 benevolences. I just realized that now. Thank you, chat. Okay. So it's definitely not random. Okay. That makes so much sense. It's the lore thing. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, the MP, if you don't hit any of the niches, well, yeah, obviously it's going to be a bit underwhelming, right? Just for the 8 stars in damage, but it's not too hard to find anti-evil bosses or just demonic mobs. Like, even some normal mobs that you farm might just be demonic. So that's kind of cool. And I think the skills are probably her best thing. There's a lot to like about these skills, man. She's a pretty good machine that just goes. Now, looping-wise, she, again, does pretty well. In fact, she's basically interchangeable to Odysseus when you look at it. Basically the same wave 2 damage. Odysseus wins slightly on wave 1, and she wins slightly on wave 3, so they're like the same unit when it comes to looping. So both work, both are good. But yeah, for the bosses, they do a bit different stuff. Odysseus is a bit more like team, like protect stuff. She's a bit, again, even if the second skill is targeted, most likely it's just going to go on herself, right? But even then, like, she's just a great DPS. I've used her quite a bit. In fact, my JP one is fully max skilled as well. I only sadly got MP one, but she's a great unit, honestly. I feel like I will. Wait, okay, actually, let me hear your thoughts first about Bakin, because I assume you have her as well.
Yeah, I hit pity on this character.
Oh shit! Rip. Okay.
Yeah, but I actually like Odysseus a little bit more though.
Okay.
don't know. Because
Fair.
I mean they both have team utility, but
Yeah.
maybe
His is
is
like
a
more
little bit
AoE though, I feel like. A bit more.
straightforward. Yeah. But I mean she's definitely fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think the debuff immunity is like a highlight. I really like debuff immunity. I don't know why. I keep
Yeah,
mentioning that
it's a nice
from
effect,
like
yeah.
last week's Brittle Mart. I like that a lot for challenge quests. And I would have liked it if the stackable attack up with the arts attack was higher. Like
Yeah, it's
maybe it
not
was
high, but
just
at
for
least you can get it
herself.
often, yeah.
Yeah, if it was just for itself and like so,
Mm,
like her damage potential would be very very high.
yeah.
When you loop that, and I guess the looping list you can technically boost her damage if you like
Yeah, with
use
damage
all the arts
mods,
cards before you
obviously.
MP.
And
Yeah,
that too, yeah.
yeah. So
Mm.
like, so she's fun. She's fun.
I think I would kind of agree with you. I think I'm gonna place her in A plus. I think I do prefer Odysseus at least for bosses. Farming, they're kind of interchangeable. But for bosses,
farming is
Odysseus just pros. He brings something that no one brings a double ton like that, right? Either.
yeah,
And he's just
and this is self
yeah,
defense is also
yeah,
like
true. He protects
top
himself
S
really
tier,
well.
right?
She only has like a one hit evade, so it's not as good, but he still provides a lot of other stuff. So I think she's great. But yeah. I think I'm gonna go like this on them. Now, that's it with the initial placements, dude. This is already a 6.5 hour, like, wait, is this 6 hours? No. 5.5 hour list, okay. This is the longest tier list so far. So before we lock in, let's see if we can maybe move some stuff. So are we gonna do the thing where maybe we'll move Tai Gong Wang up A++ and Da Vinci Rider down there?
Yeah.
Do you think that makes sense for both of them?
I'm not sure if Da Vinci Rider down one is because I guess it is because she enables a lot of stuff. I think Taigong Wang should up one just because of his team utility.
Like this?
Yeah. I personally like it a lot. I don't know about Da Vinci. I don't use her enough to say for sure.
Honestly, MP1 Da Vinci damage is not super high. I agree with that for chat as well, yeah.
Oh, people are actually saying Kintoki down.
Ooh. It's tough. You did say that you probably maybe put him down a little bit, but man, it's tough, man.
Yeah, I know. It's a fan favorite. It's kind of it's utility versus like face card numbers, right? Like
I think if I bring Kintoki down, I probably have to bring Ushi down as well, though.
Fair enough. Like if we're not like strictly only comparing between like because
I mean they're both free units, right? That's the thing. Yeah. Even though Kintoki is 4-star basically.
I think Ushi has better skills, like by a mile. But,
honestly, she kind of does, yeah.
Yeah.
Despite not having a 50% battery, the first two skills are really nice.
Yeah.
And she has a defensive skill that Kintoki is lacking.
Yeah. Is Murasaki that good? Murasaki.
I mean, after the MP buff, it's hard to argue. Honestly, it was such a stupid buff. Yeah. Like even at low MP levels, she's still gonna slam. The only way she's not gonna slam is if the enemy is like fully debuff immune.
I guess we can move some stuff off from EX, but I don't know which ones though. I don't know, because they're all very different. Like for example, Murasaki is strictly very good because of I guess Murasaki kind of leans on the Kessler.
Okay, here's an idea. Like, what if I bring Ushi and Kintoki down, not to A++, but to A+, and then bump Mandricardo to B+ or down? Is that too hard?
Kintoki to A? No, I don't think that you could. I don't think that should be a thing.
It's hard though, yeah.
Yeah, Ushi has been such a staple. Like,
true, yeah, true.
It's so good, and they just kept making her better, and
yeah, I can't really punish them all for that. Yeah, I can't. They're all good. They're so good.
The three, like the quick, the arts, and the Buster single 4-star riders. Maybe is Elizabeth not EX? I don't know.
I think she is. I have a hard time not putting her in EX.
There's so many EX.
I mean, sometimes it just works like that. I don't know. I feel overall the list is still very much like, if you compare it to my last year's one, is definitely more savage. Ironically, I think there's a bit more EX, but everything else is basically minus maybe Taigong Wong. Just down.
I mean, I would say that the undeniable EXs would be, in my opinion, at least, would be Rhaenys, Habetrot, and maybe Ozzy. Like
not even maybe Ozzy is definitely there. Yeah, okay, I would never question that.
They are so like just beyond their own class. Right?
I might just keep them all like that, honestly, on the EX, even if it looks a bit weird. I just really like all of them so much.
Yeah. That's fair.
Sometimes it'll just go like that, you know. Anything else besides like the super high ones? Maybe something down here?
I don't know. Are we too harsh with some servants? Let's see.
Are we? Let's see, yeah. I'm kind of liking it too.
I am happy. Okay, this is an achievement that we didn't put Constantine in like D, because like I am sure there are many tier lists.
I'm sure I'm pretty sure a lot of people hate him. Yeah.
And I think that is unwarranted. I think he's very fun. Like
he's not a bad. No, I don't think. If anyone says he's a bad servant, that's just wrong. But he's not like amazing either.
His crit potential is there, but it's just
like when he has his stuff up, then he's loving life. But when he doesn't have a damaging MP, and he's just gonna stand there.
Yeah. I mean. Maybe
made alter to C+. Oof, is that?
I disagree.
Know. Yeah, I can't put her down a B. No. Yeah, I don't know why the Achilles picture is so low res. It's so blurry. But
I really disagree with made alter.
Yeah, I can't put her on C+. He's usable, very usable for sure.
Is there a worse SSR release last year than Constantine? Look, he's hard to use doesn't equal worse, I would say.
And honestly, modern SSRs hardly ever suck, honestly.
like maybe you use him the least, because obviously he doesn't have a damaging MP. Right? But at the same time, he is he does his stuff. Right? You don't see it for made alter.
Maybe Tomotomo was the worst SSR last year. And again, he's not even terrible either.
No, I don't agree with that, dude.
Really?
I don't agree. Oh. I don't agree. He has a solid MP. He has a really solid MP.
Okay, FX-wise is good, but man, it does pretty noodle damage, I'm not gonna lie.
I guess so.
Honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this with Awoken, because I love the girl, but Super Bunny is also not very good. I love her, though. I love her. She's so mediocre, though. Like, her skills are so bad.
How's her damage potential with the...
Okay, the MP has good damage potential because of the like passive, right? You can stack that up to 10. Then you can hit hard with the MP, but the skills are just... They're like year 2 SSR skills. Is like, they're not very pretty. You'll see when we get to the extra stuff.
See, I got one. The worst character released last year was Koyan Dark. There.
Right. I guess that would count because it's New Year's.
There you go.
Of course. There it is. Redeemed in the Carmilla fans' eyes. Easy.
Redeemed. Okay. Marriage saved. All right. There.
Yeah. Honestly, I think I might lock this. I don't think we're ever reached like a full consensus. I like that. I'm happy with this. Yeah, sure, there's many EXs, probably even more than last year, but I'm pretty satisfied with this stuff, honestly. You could always argue about every single over an hour's on end, but so at some point you're just gonna have to say, bam, we're done, and just lock it in, right? So I think this is the moment where I'm just gonna do it.
All right, okay. I'm just gonna explain very shortly with this, because the more you grail someone, the more you start to see their limitations. I
agree.
I grail someone to 120, and then you're like, oh, maybe she's supposed to do this. Oh wait, she doesn't. Oh, that's kind of disappointing. That's kind of that. So it's definitely like for people, I feel like the more you use someone, not necessarily even grail, like the more you know a servant, maybe sometimes you might actually think the worse they are, or you see their limits more. It's just how it is, I feel. But anyway,
there you go. Okay, so I think we can finally lock this in. This is definitely the longest tier list so far. It's despite not even having the most servants. But you know what? At least we tried to give everyone a fair discussion and shot. So, I'm still happy with this. Even if people will never agree to everything.
Yeah, tier lists are hard.
Yeah. Pretty fun though. I'm not gonna lie. I like these, even if, sometimes people will hard disagree. But it's fun to make them.
Yeah.
So at the end of this, if you're a literal madman that watched this, that's awesome. You have shout out to you, be it on stream right now or be it on YouTube later. That's crazy. And regardless if you watch the full thing or not, if you can, drop a like on this video. Really helps out. And do subscribe not to miss out on future ones as well. If everything goes according to plan, we're gonna do casters next week. Another huge shout out to Plushie as well for being here for the full thing. I can't believe it. Always welcome back when he has the time, and I will leave his channel in the description. Definitely check him out. Lots of amazing fun gameplay, cobs, bin turning, max turning. I don't know if that's a thing, probably not. But yeah, lots of cool stuff. And with that, I hope you guys have a great weekend, because I think this comes out on Saturday. So take care and peace out. Okay. Wow, that was a doozy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, chat's asking about there's like an April Fool's game for JP. Is like a
yeah, they always do one of those, right? I'm sure you're probably gonna post videos about it, right? You always do.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, there's a reason to check out Plushie's channel if you want to see the April Fool's game. I'm sure they're gonna do something again. They always do.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, you already did. Oh shit, I'm too slow. No, you did mid-stream. Dude, the grind is real.
It was during
okay.
I think Achilles, because I didn't have much experience.
All right, dude. I respect it. I respect it.
Apologies.
No worries at all. In fact, I didn't even notice it, so you must have done a good job. Dude, professional YouTuber over here. Anyway, I'm probably just gonna let you go now. I'm just gonna do a short stream outro after this, pick my subset games and whatnot. But yeah, dude, thank you so much for being here. Again, if you have time, you're very welcome to join me for casters next week as well. But if not, I fully understand. This is a lot of time spent. So yeah,
I'll see how my progress is.
Yeah. Best of luck with all the stuff you have going on as well. I did see the video that you're struggling with some uploads. So.
It's fine.
But I do wish best of luck with all that.
Yeah.
I hope you have a great rest of your Friday. I assume it's not even super late for you right now. It's probably afternoon or something.
No, yeah, it's like 1 p.m. Yeah.
Damn, that's I kept you for the full morning until afternoon.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Yeah, take care, man, and we'll be in touch again. Okay.
Okay.
All right. See ya, man.
See ya.
Okay, there it is. So yeah, that was a doozy, man. I'm still gonna try and get this up for. I was maybe gonna edit one more free-to-play boy highlights for this today, but I think I'm so done after this. Honestly, I'm gonna just be lazy as hell and set this video to render overnight and upload, so I have it up by the morning. So maybe tomorrow night, evening, I'm gonna have another free-to-play highlights instead. Okay, let me read some resubs as well before we pick subset games, because I missed a lot, obviously. Dreaming did a Gil donation as well. Okay, so we'll do some Gil rolls tomorrow, I guess. I see you, okay. For some subs, Drake, thank you for the 25. Kibbe with the brand new Prime. Holvey with the 36 months. Carter with the 8. Bento with the 27. And Gates with the 22. Last Legion with the 14 on tier 3 as well. Oh my god. Owlflame, brand new sub. Aerial Reaper, 25. Bazab gifting a sub to Kureichu. Mr. Press with the 31. Ninja Kit Kat, 20. Dark Soldier, 3 months. And just now, 30 minutes ago, Zyfe with the brand new Prime sub as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome back to the Go Gang. I might as well enable Alertbox right now before I forget to do it for tomorrow. Anyway, tomorrow, speaking of which, we have subsets. So the game reservation, which we're going to start with, is Alien Isolation. And let's see what else we're going to be playing. Okay, we got 42 entries. Let's see, any dupes? No. You know what I just realized? My throat doesn't feel terrible. That's kind of fun. funny. Because this is the longest tier list so far, and my throat doesn't feel like dying. It was way worse a week ago, so maybe my meds are working. If you're wondering what meds I'm taking, they're like reducing my stomach acid. Because, you know, but the problem is that I'm getting like stomach acid in my throat, like reflux. So maybe it's working. Anyway, number 17. See what we got. Oh, too higher number. It is from Andrew, and Andrew wants me to play Hades. Oh, I should have known. He always wants me to play this game. Dude, I'll gladly play more Hades. It might just be Alien Isolation and Hades tomorrow, but just in case, I will roll a backup, but this might just be a backup. Number 29. And it's from Leon, and the backup is Yakuza 0. There you go, another cool game. But yeah, expect to see probably Alien Isolation and Hades tomorrow. And maybe some guild rolls as well, I guess, because I definitely can't tune them today. There's already like almost 2 hours of overtime. But yeah, such is tier lists. If anything, I'm not sad about the overtime. I'm happy that my voice lasted nearly 6 hours of non-stop talk. That's a good sign. Anyway, we're gonna call for today, so... Oh my god, Beal, thank you for the 8 gifted subs as well. I guess we have to figure out something for the sub goal for now as well, which I never even figured out. So we're gonna do something fun besides the alignment chart in the near future too. Thank you so much for the 8 gifted subs. Anyway, for today, speaking of which, thank you for all the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs. Thank you for the bits, thank you for the tips, thank you for the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I'll probably try to do seals tomorrow as well, yeah. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with Alien Isolation, Hades, some rolls, and maybe even seals. And you can expect to hopefully see the tier list up on YouTube tomorrow. Maybe like 13, 14 hours from now, after I wake up and whatnot. And yeah, that was good. That was good. And maybe even more free-to-play boy highlights on Saturday and Sunday as well. Alright, take care, dudes. Have a great rest of your Fridays, and yeah, talk to you again tomorrow.